Welcome to this very special episode of Tales from SYL Ranch Live, where everyone is entitled to my opinion, and I'm Bill Stone. And this is tonight a live stream covering the United States 2020 U.S. general election. It's going to start now at about 6 p.m. my time, 7 p.m. Pacific, and it's going to go on for a long time. I'm expecting this sucker to run at least 6 hours, conceivably longer, depending on just how things go down and how bad things could turn out to be. And I mention this, of course, because businesses around the country, as well as the White House and multiple states, businesses are shuttering and boarding up their businesses. Pardon me, you're going to hear from time to time a few more things on my phone than I usually do because I'm monitoring a variety of news sources, such as you can call them. But this is going to go a long time. We've got, businesses all over the country that are boarding up. I didn't go downtown to check and see if they are in my city. But considering that riots here have cost the city approximately $22 million so far, wouldn't be even remotely surprised. They've got, the White House boarded up. Wouldn't be surprised if they had to shoot a few people when it finally came down to them going crazy and, starting something. Businesses all over the country, New York, Minneapolis, places like that for sure are boarding up their businesses. And in fact, they have now got the National Guard deployed in, and you're going to see me put my glasses on quite a lot in this. Alabama, Arizona, Colorado, Delaware, Florida, Illinois, Kentucky, Massachusetts, New Jersey, Oregon, Pennsylvania, Tennessee, Texas, Washington, Wisconsin, and Wyoming. National Guard has all been activated in all of those states, and I wouldn't be surprised if they were activated later on. But this is a live stream, and while I'm not really taking calls, although I may open it up depending on just how crazy things get and how slow things may get for me. Sorry, I really wish I wasn't having to watch this stuff, but it's ongoing news stuff, and I can only have so many windows open on my computer. I have to let my phone notify me. But it's a live stream. I'm not necessarily taking calls, but if things get slow, I might. I am definitely monitoring things in my chat and also on my Twitter account. If you'd like to send me something, at SYL Tales. Scrolls past in my lower third from time to time. And hi there. Sorry, I have to have my glasses on to be able to see it. Hi, Cars for Critters. Kanye 2020. Yeah. If Kanye won, Dalton says that might be the most peaceful outcome. Might be hard to say at this point. Anybody who's farther right than Che Guevara is going to be on someone's target somewhere. In any case, you can certainly type stuff up in chat here. I will respond to you. You can send things to my Twitter account. I'm actively monitoring that. That's at SYL Tales. If you send me something there that looks useful in terms of your local news, do let me know. I'm always interested to see that stuff. In any case, as is the case with all of my live streams, you can ask me any question, whether it's political, social, the virus, whose name I can't mention without YouTube deranking my videos and channel even lower than it already does. Gotta find my mouse, sorry. The United States Civil War II, which is looming probably as of tonight, or even things pertaining to science fiction, fantasy, horror, superheroes, and other related genres. I am, as always, happy to answer every question in as much detail and as truthfully as I can. There are some personal subjects that I won't get into, but pretty much anything else is fair game. I will, of course, get to as many of my viewers as possible. Ordinarily, I don't want my streams to run longer than about 33 hours, but this time, I don't feel like I have much choice, and it's going to kill my back. As my regular viewers know, I have some lower back arthritis that does make it rather hard for me to sit in this chair without incurring some amount of pain. And while I have taken some steps to hopefully reduce this, I know there will be moments when I'm going to need to step away in order to avoid causing me so much pain that I'm going to wind up in my bed for a week. So I have subsequently created some emergency trailers that are videos that are both educational, informative, and hopefully amusing. People of my generation will probably recognize them. And when I use them, you're just going to have to bear with me. They don't go, I don't think the longest one is any more than about 13 minutes. But again, it's special stuff just for this. Now, sometime within the next couple of hours, I'm going to have a more or less live election map that's going to be a collaboration of both mine and one of my viewers, a longtime friend and supporter of this channel, J. Marshall Presnell, who will no doubt pop in on chat from time to time. The man has been coding me some stuff and is acting more or less as kind of a behind-the-scenes producer. And I have to thank him for that. I will be monitoring enough that's going on around in my various windows for news and things. But one thing you won't see me doing is paying too terribly much attention to the traditional press. Also scrolls past on my lower third every single one of my videos. Nothing you see in the press is real. Nothing. And that doesn't just go for recently. For the last 40 years, I have made a very, very masochistic hobby of debunking the press. It's gotten to the point where, if you give me, it's just sort of ingrained in terms of my own mentality. But if you give me any press, article from any news source whatsoever, in about 30 minutes, I can show one of the following: that either the event being reported never happened, that it didn't happen as reported, or that if you strip away all of the opinion, the emotionally loaded language, the filler, and a slick interface, usually you're left with maybe a few paragraphs of facts at best. It's gotten particularly worse this time around, particularly with the majority of the world press, which is doing absolutely nothing more than shilling for Vice President Biden and Senator Harris. Now, if you want my prediction about where this is going to go, ain't got one. I just ain't got one. If you'd asked me 6 months ago where I thought it was going to go, I would have said, Trump easily. But the press has become exceptionally good at propaganda. They are, I say it often, they're propagandists. That Joseph Goebbels, Adolf Hitler's minister of propaganda in World War II, he'd be proud of them. He's doing a big old thumbs up from in the grave, I'm quite certain. If you went to his grave right now, you'd see his hand sticking up going, "Yay, American press." The free press has become what we couldn't do in Nazi Germany. If Trump loses, it will be primarily due to propaganda from a supposedly free press. What I expect to happen is, unless one of the two candidates wins with such a resounding lead that they cannot be contested, that it'll be contested. And if it's Trump that wins with a resounding lead, it will still be contested. And regardless of what happens, if Trump wins and there's a resounding lead, then there will be a lot of civil unrest, probably the beginning of what the shooting war of Civil War II. I think we are probably already in the place that future historians will call already in Civil War II, because you never know where the beginning and end of anything is until about 100 years after it's actually done. That's because you have to wait for anybody in power who might be adverse to what you say to you and might make life miserable for you to be dead. And you have to wait for all of the principals who mattered to be dead. And by then you finally have some real facts coming out as opposed to a lot of propaganda. So where the beginning of this is, who knows? Wouldn't be surprised if tonight was the beginning of the shooting war part of it. And that's why we have all of these businesses that are being closed up and being boarded up. And some of them have put out signs that say, "Please don't destroy my business. We don't like Trump either." This is going to be something that is going to be instigated by the left, and anyone on the left will be happily in favor of it. I have no doubt of that. Particularly if Trump wins, they will be thrilled about it. If there's a contested election, that could go on for months, just months. I'm very hopeful that there is, and if regardless of whether it goes on for months, you're still going to see this widespread civil unrest. You're still going to see the beginnings of the shooting civil war. And unfortunately, there's really, I have a video out there called Civil War, the Zygon inversion, where I go into it in a bit more emotional depth. But the reality is you don't want a civil war. Nobody with half a brain wants a civil war, because a civil war isn't going to turn out the way that you think. It doesn't matter whether you think you're going to win. It doesn't matter if you think you're right. It doesn't matter if you think the other side is wrong. It doesn't matter if you think you're going to win quickly. Doesn't matter. The war is not going to work out the way that you think. If you're on the left and you think this is going to be easy because the right are wusses or something like that, you're nuts. The right has lots of weapons and probably the support of a huge number of people who are ex-military. And let me tell you, military experience counts when it comes to fighting a war. If you're on the right and you think this is going to be an easy thing, well, you have been totally misreading the situation, and that is in general my fear with you guys. You are totally misreading this situation. You are not, as I do, listening to first responder frequencies, which always scrolls past in my lower third and is in the description box of this stream. You can see that there are places like broadcastify.com where you can listen to first responder frequencies, or an app for your handheld called Scanner Radio. That's one of the things that I'm using. It will alert me if there's a certain number of viewers or listeners rather to specific first responder frequencies throughout the country. That's going to be my first alarm go to. If that thing goes off, you'll know it and I'll know it, and so about everybody else within earshot will know it. But I certainly suggest listening to those. Don't pay attention to the traditional press, what they don't tell you about what's going on, just based on what you can hear on those first responder frequencies, would just about fill the Grand Canyon. It's so massive what they don't tell you. Excuse me, I have some medications that I'm due for, and it didn't occur to me to take them before I started the stream. Because I'm old and decrepit. And in the immortal words of Wilford Brimley, I got the diabetes. So, listen to first responder frequencies. Watch for people who are citizen journalists on the ground. Just people with cameras that are, preferably the kind that just point their cameras at an event and then shut up. And they don't tell you anything about what's going on. They don't have a talking head. They just shut up. They don't interfere. They don't even interview anybody. They just point the camera and shut up. That lets you make the decision for yourself. It's why if I'm watching things like presidential addresses or the debates, I never watch those on any of the network news or the traditional news. I watch them on C-SPAN because C-SPAN does not have talking heads telling you what to think. And in any case, like one or two here, forgot where I was going with that. If you're watching a talking head on some other stream, just want to tell you that they are free associating. They are free associating the exact same way that I am free associating. The difference is they won't tell you they're free associating. They've got a producer in their ear who's telling them certain facts as they go along. They got a teleprompter in front of them. I lack a teleprompter. I have no teleprompter whatsoever. And while I do have something of a producer in my good friend Marshall Presnell, it's not the same thing as having in my ear telling me things. I get some information hither and yon from him in different places, but it's not exactly the same thing. Dalton asks, am I type 1 or type 2 diabetic? I am type 2 diabetic. Most of the medication I have is for other unrelated illnesses, but I do have several that I take for diabetes. The main thing I do with my diabetes is I treat it via a very draconian, non-sugar, non-carbohydrate diet. You do that, and type 2 diabetes, your blood sugar drops pretty quickly. Generally speaking, I can't say that it works for everybody, but if you're type 2 out there, try getting rid of anything that's got carbohydrates and or sugars in it. They're broken down by the body, and type 2 diabetics, it amounts to the same thing. Problem is that your diet's going to get really, really boring. Lots of meat, lots of cheese, lots more meat, lots more cheese. You get so sick of it, you start paying lots of money for cheese that just so that it tastes different. You go to the specialty cheese aisle in the grocery store where I go and go, well, it's $5, but a block of blue cheese would be better than what I'm usually eating, so I'll take that. So as I say, occasionally at some point when my back gets killing me too much or things become overwhelming, I will take a break, and I do have a couple of fun videos that'll be fun and hopefully teach you something if you're not familiar with the way the United States government works. Now, at the moment, I don't have anything on a nice map that my producer, Marshall Presnell, is producing for me, but he's in the middle. He went crazy and decided he was going to be masochistic in a slightly different way than I do. Sorry, I'm moving a window over here so I can get it out of my way. He decided to be masochistic in a way that I didn't, which is he's a coder. He's writing some code on the fly for the thing this evening, so he'll be in and out, and I will have I'll have my own relatively live election map. Now, I'm suggesting you don't pay any attention to the maps as they're put out by the press, because I think the press is going to be lying. They are going to be, as usual, a bunch of nothing but propagandists in favor of Biden, and they're going to be fueling badness. They will be fueling madness. They will be fueling this Trump derangement syndrome that we've seen, that is, if anything is, going to be responsible for Civil War II in this country. I always say I don't like to talk about it in terms of Trump derangement syndrome, because I have family members, immediate family members, who are involved in psychology. I'm sure it has a real scientific name, and that's not what it is. I don't know what the scientific name is, but that's not it. To me, it's some kind of press-fueled mass paranoia of some kind, because they've got every Trump supporter in the universe labeled as racist, sexist, homophobic, etc., etc., etc. You've heard it all the time. We'll relate an interesting note. I went to vote last week. I decided I didn't want to, chance that the polls were going to get weird. I don't think they would, but, you never know. We're hearing some odd things going on with certain polls and certain polling places. If you're, coming from certain parts of the country and they tell you that their counting mechanism machines are not working, like if you're using Scantron or something like that, and they say come back later. No, don't leave, just wait there until their equipment's working again, and then deal with it. Don't take off, don't leave, don't go until you know for a fact that your vote is either counted on the way or on the way to somewhere it can be counted. We clearly have, as James O'Keefe has shown us, we clearly have a fair amount of voter fraud going on. Mail-in ballots certainly can be made fraudulent, and they have many attack vectors. I always like to point out, I used to work in IT security for a number of years, and in that you tend to think about, okay, we're going to put a perimeter around something. It's the same as physical security for anything else. You put a perimeter around it, and then you ask, what are the ways that a malicious actor could get into this perimeter? Well, with mail-in voting, there's basically no perimeter, and you could have fraud in many different ways. And I know people say, well, there's only been a tiny amount of fraud that's been investigated that's actually been found to be true. Yeah, but that's stuff that's been reported and investigated. What if you don't report it? And of course, at this stage of the game, I'm unclear why you vote for Biden. I'm a libertarian. I voted for Trump. And that's just for one very simple reason that comes up on all of my streams, because I live in a part of the country that, while I'm not a rural person myself, I live in a city of about 340,000. But much of the land area around me in Nebraska is rural, and I know that the left's policies with the Green New Deal would cripple our agricultural output in the United States by 25 to 50%. There's no way of knowing it until they actually crippled it. And because the United States feeds over 1 billion people in the world, that means that those policies would result in the death by starvation of at least 1 billion people, probably something like 15% of the world population, including Americans. I couldn't vote for that. Those guys can't be allowed to come to power. That can never be allowed to happen. So I voted Trump as a consequence. I might ordinarily have voted for the Libertarian candidate, but in this particular case, I decided that I didn't want anything like a split vote, which happened with Ross Perot in 96, 94, I've forgotten now, to allow someone like Biden and Harris, or just Harris, maybe Harris and Clinton, hard to say who she'd nominate if Biden had to be taken out of office or resigned. which is certainly a possibility. It is certainly a possibility. The guy has clearly... he did better in the debates than I thought he would. In the second debate, he started to stumble a little bit, but he did better than I thought he would. He seems to be suffering from some level of ongoing senile dementia. In any case, his energy level this time around compared to his energy level in prior elections has clearly dropped way down. He used to be a lot more go-getter and a lot more on top of it. Now his energy level is way down. I don't know what will happen if he's elected. I'll tell you an interesting story because I did go last week to vote. Sorry, got to check real quick and see if any of this matters. I did go last week to vote because I didn't want to deal with potentially long lines, and the lines were kind of long to start with. The only places you can vote early vote in my state is in your local county office, and fortunately they aren't far from me. Actually, only a matter of 10 blocks or so. But the line when I got there mid-afternoon was about 3 blocks long. Would have been shorter, but of course we're all standing 6 feet apart and wearing masks and stuff. And it took about 2 hours, to get through the whole process. And most of them were oddly quiet. I mean, I know it's illegal to, electioneer within 1,000 feet of a polling place, but these lines were well in excess of 1,000 feet. But most people there were oddly quiet. And I got an impression, I suspect, that the reason that they didn't want to be talking very much was because they didn't want to invite any reprisals by leftists. In fact, the only person who talked about whom he was going to vote for, gotta love this, because I'm sitting there, fiddling around on social media or reading a book, which is what I tend to do, and things like that. There's this loud guy, maybe 2 people behind me, just crazy as all hell, talking about how he had seen a Decepticon at one of our major intersections. A Decepticon had taken pictures of said Decepticon, and said Decepticon had then been classified by the government, so he couldn't show us the pictures. But by God, he was going to vote for Biden so he could get those Decepticon pictures declassified. One has to wonder if that represents a majority of Biden's voters. People are so crazy that they think they see a Decepticon in Lincoln, Nebraska. Yes, Marshall says, morning. Oh, can't talk right now, but he is listening. As I mentioned, Marshall is in the background, kind of being sort of a producer for me. Thank you very, very much, Marshall. Couldn't do this without you, especially considering some of the stuff he's going to put up. I'm going to have my own election map. I'm not going to trust anything that's going on with other news agencies and networks on their electioneering. I will be monitoring some of it, but, not because I think they're actually telling the truth. I don't even think that Fox News particularly gets it right. I think they're just shilling for the Republicans, where everybody else, especially like CNN, shills for the Democrats. I don't think there's anybody out there who's taking anything like an actual kind of even-handed approach. And I am not taking a particularly even-handed approach. It's just that when it comes down to things like, did the candidate win this particular state? Did they win that particular state? I want to be factual about that. I'm not going to be calling it unless it seems like there's some reasonable likelihood that the candidate actually won it. Which is why I'm going to be on here for hours. It's only been a half hour. But I'm not unbiased. I voted for Trump. I would like to see Trump win. I think, again, that it is really kind of imperative that leftists are not allowed into power at this time. Their Green New Deal would kill something like 15% of the world population, Americans included. And that's because they don't understand how modern agricultural science works. People who put that together are extremely provincial. And there's nothing wrong with being provincial. Most people never leave an area of about 200 miles from where they were born. That's normal. There's nothing wrong with, being provincial. The problem becomes if you start to believe that where you live is exactly like where everyone else lives. And the people who put those together, the Green New Deal together, were largely urbanites who have no conception of what real agricultural science is in the 21st century. And so they don't know that by forcing agriculture to do what they want it to do, it would cripple it. It would reduce its output by 25 to 50%. And so for that reason alone, they can't be allowed to come to power. But even so, clearly their various policies are outright socialist, sometimes outright communist, talking about wealth redistribution and all of that. It's all a question of socialism and communism. And as always shows up in my lower third, communism and socialism always fail, killing millions in the process. And the problem is that the people who are doing this are either people who are extremely selfish and want power for themselves, which is basically almost anyone in Washington, or they're too stupid to know. They have never had any, I shouldn't say stupid, they have not been educated properly, and so do not know that the entire 20th century is a history book of how socialism and communism always fail, killing millions in the process. In point of fact, when you look at the 6 million Jews that were killed by Hitler in World War II, you find that Stalin had nothing on him, either directly through murdering his own citizens or indirectly because, just like they would do now, he caused the starvation of in the vicinity of 150 million. We're not really quite sure, but frankly, when you get up to numbers that large, it no longer matters. That's what they would do to us. They would cripple our agriculture so badly that it would starve not only the United States, it would starve out a fair amount of the world. A fair amount of the world would die. And they're too provincial to know it. One of the nice things about being where I am, Lincoln, Nebraska, and having my breadth of experience, which is growing up here in Lincoln when it was about half the size that it is now, spending some parts of summers out of my grandparents' extremely rural cattle ranch, where the nearest gravel road is 2 miles away. The nearest paved road is another 45 miles away. And then you get another 10 miles and you're into Wall, South Dakota, which is a tiny, tiny town, with the exception of during tourist season when you have all these tourists that are there. And then I lived in Chicagoland for about 10 years, lived in Sioux City for 5 or 6 years, lived in Des Moines, Iowa for about 10 years, and now live back here in Lincoln, Nebraska. So I've kind of been around a lot. And I know that my life right now is not the same at all as the way a person in suburban Chicago lives, as opposed to a person in the city lives. They're two different ways of living. And it's different from how ranch living is. All of these places have different ways of living. And so if you live in a large metro area like New York City, you cannot assume that what works for you is going to work for me, or is going to work for a cattle rancher in rural South Dakota, or a dairy farmer in Minnesota, which I also have some relatives that do. Didn't spend as much time on there, so it's harder for me to speak about that. But it's a totally different way of life. It is a totally different way of life. That's why we have state and local governments, so that the decisions that affect you are made closer to home, where hopefully they won't cause as much damage. Even then, life in Omaha is not like life is out in western Nebraska, where it's, ranch stuff. It's, you have to be always careful about that. People who are growing up now, even in our large cities, make the misassumption that out there is just the same as where they are now. Blazer 101 says Joe Biden won Vermont. Well, that's interesting. I have to see it when it pops up live on my own map. But I'm not calling it for anybody in particular. The only thing I'm calling is, no matter who wins, I think we're going to see civil unrest and potentially the beginning of Civil War II. I certainly hope, it is my fervent hope that Biden does not win. sorry. As I say, I'm monitoring a lot more things than I would be tonight otherwise because I want to keep up on what some other people are saying about this. I'm not watching other streams, but I am watching and getting alerts for some news stuff that I wouldn't ordinarily. Certainly don't want to see Biden win, but if he does, it is problematic. It is very problematic. If Biden were to win, we would have to spend a lot of time trying to convince him that the Green New Deal is a very, very bad idea, along with virtually everything else that he wants to do. Like having nationwide mask orders. To begin with, I'm not sure you can do that constitutionally. It's one of the things that Trump did right. He said, let's let the states handle it as it's supposed to be under the 10th Amendment. But even if he did, where I live, why? There's no reason, Living in a landlocked state, no international airports, no international trade, no tourism. People just come through here on their way somewhere else. Why? In my city, we've had 45, 46, I've forgotten. I haven't looked up today's virus statistics. I usually do that on my Thursday live streams. Haven't looked it up yet, but I'm sure it's not that much out of the 340,000 or so that live here. And the last I checked, I think it was 46. That's obviously an infinitesimally small part of the population. Which doesn't, by the way, stop our governor from instituting mask orders. And just because I've got the moment here, let me see if I can find my mask. Because I enjoy showing off my mask, and I'm having trouble. I've always been like you, Duck Dodgers, Departure, Lancaster County. Everything but my mask I'm seeing here. I know I had it in here at one point as one of my cards. Sorry while I glance around this. Looking for my mask. I'm not seeing my mask. Oh, there we are. Nope, that's not it. I don't have my mask anymore. Oh, well. What do you do? Move that back over to where it was. I'm going to have, when I'm done, when things are ready, I'm going to have my own map up here that's being fast-coded, as I said, by my friend J. Marshall Presnell, who is listening, but is, again, doing some coding and stuff on my behalf. Thank you, as always, Marshall. I know we're both kind of masochists about this. If I weren't, I wouldn't be sitting in this damn chair for 6+ hours. I'm planning to go at least until midnight Central Time, which is about 5.5 hours from now, depending on how conditions are around the country in terms of rioting, looting, arson, robbery, armed robbery, assault with a deadly weapon, and the murder of innocents. I could well go on. I do not, unless one side or the other has such a commanding victory that it cannot easily be contested. I expect that this is going to be a contested election, and I suspect that it'll be going on for a very long time. It'll go on as long as, if the Democrats are contesting it, it will go on as long as possible for the Democrats to contest it. And just so you know, the way that this works is if they can't, if it's contested or one side or the other can't get to the magic 270 electoral votes, what happens is the House of Representatives decides the president. I assume that means that the current Democrat-held House of Representatives would decide it. Last time we had a contested election was 2000 with Al Gore. And the reason that we had that was because Florida was using computer punch cards for their voting, which had been used successfully by everyone up to that point. I'm not even sure that it isn't still a good idea. But we here in Nebraska, we use Scantron cards. Not cards, but I mean, sheets that you fill out that Scantron works with. The kind where you fill out the black or whatever bubble and then turn it in and a machine scans it. I'm not sure that Scantron or even computer cards are not a bad idea. They're at least paper. You have some paper custody trail. But what had happened in 2000 was they started saying, oh, we can't count some of these for sure because they have what are called hanging chads. If you don't know, computer punch cards are basically cards that are filled with little perforated boxes that you use to essentially stick the computer punch card into an overlay. And the overlay would show what your candidates were, and then you would push a pin through it to punch out the perforated section that who you wanted to vote for. Well, this sometimes produced, the perforated sections didn't always come off cleanly. And so the 2000 election, the Democrats, frankly, were jiggling around with that to say that they had hanging chads that had not fallen cleanly. And so therefore they needed to recount and recount and recount. They recounted multiple times, with Bush winning every single time, as I recall, no matter how many times they recounted. And they kept wanting to recount. Finally went to the Supreme Court and for a ruling, can we continue recounting more or less indefinitely? And the Supreme Court said, no, you've already had enough time to recount. So that was one where the vote mattered, that, clearly Bush had won. But everybody thinks that if this is problematic, if we get if we don't get to the magic 270 number of electoral votes, or if we have a contested election or something like that, the contested part of it could conceivably go to the Supreme Court. But if you have, something where it has to be the House that decides it, the Supreme Court isn't going to get involved. That new Amy Coney Barrett nomination, with the exception is that if they get into some kind of legal shenanigans, she won't be involved in that. It'll be the House of Representatives that decides. I'm no longer in a position where I'm going to say that, I used to say that Trump's going to win outright. But I don't think we can say that anymore, what with all of the nonsense that's been going on with COVID. That virus that I can't mention without YouTube ranking my channel and my videos even lower than it already does. But I don't think we can say after that and all of the negative propaganda that came in after that, it became very difficult for me to decide which way anything goes. Let me see if I can find something here, because it's very interesting. I'll see if he put it up to be allowed it to be shared, because if he didn't, I don't want to share it with an attribution. But I found it interesting. In any case, let me see if I can find it. Pardon me, going to need my glasses to look for it here. Let's see. Well, it's not marked for sharing, so I will not attribute it. There's an individual here who, among other things, does work with artificial intelligences, and did some projections for the 2020 presidential race. The Blazer 101 is saying Trump had a strong lead in Florida, but Joe Biden has caught up. Yeah, it's entirely possible that Biden could win due to all of the negative outright propaganda, because we've had social media, we have had our media giants who are all intentionally shilling for him and have suppressed things like the laptop I can't mention belonging to an individual I can't mention that has a connection that I can't mention to a former vice president that I can't mention, that ties into something really much larger than most people are aware of. But that was suppressed by the press actively, so much so that one journalist, his name is blanking on me, quit his own media company because they were intentionally burying the story on it. But if you knew about it beforehand, which I did, that laptop was really only icing on the cake. That was more or less more of a smoking gun for something that had been going on for a long time. It was so complex and so deeply embedded in the Ukrainian government that when that came out, it was no surprise to me. But the problem was, because it was big and complex and whatnot, there was no way I could figure out how I could present it. If I had, it would have been in a real edited video, and I'm just not any good at that. If I was good at edited videos, that's what I'd be doing primarily, and I'd be doing stuff like fan edits of Star Trek Discovery to turn them into 2 to 3 hour movies, rather than 10-hour crap that they tend to do. Blazer 101 says, so much for Trump's red wave. As I say, I'm not calling it anymore. I don't know how it's going to look. If Trump loses, it'll be due to propaganda. But this individual I know has run an AI against some of the facts that are involved with the thing in the election. Here are the projected electoral votes by percentage of capture if Trump wins. 0 to 269 electoral votes, 44%, 270 to 300, 22%, 301 to 350, 6%, and 351 to 400, 25%, with 401 plus at 3%. Now here's the projected electoral college buckets by percentage of capture if Biden wins. Now they're not saying whether one or the other is going to win, just this is the projection if one wins. With Biden, if he wins, 0 to 269 is 56%, 270 to 300 is 34%, 301 to 250 is 7%, 351 to 400 is 3%, and 401 plus is 0%. The takeaway from this basically is that really it looks like it's probably going to be a squeaker of an election, which I wouldn't be surprised about, thanks to the press's propaganda. I'm getting some mention here because this came from my good friend Marshall Presnall, who is involved in mentioning I can go ahead and attribute this if I like. It's attributed to him. It is not anything. It's very, very speculative. It's very iffy. You don't take it as read. I just throw it out there because, in my not so humble opinion, because I've been around the guy for 30 years, whenever Marshall walks in the room, he is the smartest guy in the room. So I pay some attention to what he says. But again, the takeaway is this is probably going to be a very close election. And in order to get it, one or the other pretty much has to get California or New York. There is a projection that shows there's a 3% chance of Trump winning New York. That would, as my friend mentioned, be pretty astonishing. I don't remember the last time a Republican took New York. May have been Reagan Mondale. I'm trying to remember. Mondale, I think, failed to take his own state. I don't recall. But there was a point a long time ago in my life where I think that happened once. Blazer 171 says, Bill, I voted for Trump, so why do I feel scared? Because this is there has been a very, 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 very active anti-Trump propaganda campaign by the press for the last 4 years, and it has ramped up considerably leading up to the election. The reason you should be scared is because of the press propaganda complex, or the media propaganda complex, as my friend Marshall often says. Eisenhower warned of the military-industrial complex, which is certainly real. We now have something like a press propaganda complex. You cannot trust anything the press says. Say it over and over and over again because it's true. Nothing you see in the press is real. Nothing. But the problem is most people lack my skills. They lack the 40 years that I've been doing this and how it comes to me automatically without having to do any thought. Whenever I read any news story, I look for things like opinion, which are usually overt, emotionally loaded language, which is language inserted to make you feel a certain way. The filler that has absolutely nothing whatsoever to do with anything. Maybe it's background, but it's otherwise just filler. And slick interfaces, which is very, very common, particularly when you get to things like, broadcast. I mean, there's been people, I get a kick out of it because there's a lot of people who are now very skeptical of the press, and multiple ones that I totally didn't catch because I don't watch these morons at all, ever. But some of them, I have been able to catch things like CNN doing supposedly live on the spot reports where they have one reporter standing on one street corner and then 45-degree angle to them, maybe a third of a block down. Another reporter, as if they're reporting from two different locations when they're really just outside the building. And they can make that out by virtue of vehicles that are the exact same vehicles going behind the one or the other, They do that sort of crap all the time. And I did a debunking, and, on a night other than tonight when I'm doing some, election coverage. On other nights, I'd say throw me out any kind of press report that you want me to debunk, as long as it's print, because it's easier for me to do it. And I'll do it cold. I'll debunk it cold. I'll just walk through my methods and show you how I do it. Most impressive one of these that I did, and you can find it, I believe it's Viewer Challenge Debunk the Press is the name of the video. I debunked a weather report. They couldn't even get a weather report right. These guys can't get the facts right even when they're trying, which is almost never. They couldn't. I wouldn't trust them to get the facts right if you're. They're talking about the local fire department getting a cat out of a tree 2 blocks over. I wouldn't trust them to get that fact straight. And despite, what people my age think, we all think back to a guy who was once considered the most trusted man in America, Walter Cronkite, who was the anchor of the CBS Evening News. He was considered very, very trustworthy, and he wasn't. He really wasn't. They never have been. They never have been. There's a great movie here on YouTube that I suggest you catch. It is the 1931 version, and I don't have a link to it in my description box, but when the stream is done, I'll put one in there. 1931 version of the film, The Front Page. It's dark satire, but it was written by 2 then contemporaneous Chicago reporters, and all of the behavior and the stories that are filed under the circumstances they are tend to come from those reporters. They're for their own personal experience. And so if you look at that, and if you do something like adjust from modern technology, because I do stuff over the phone and stuff like that, but if you adjust from modern technology, maybe take out a little bit of the racism, because there's some of that, you find that really it's not changed. You're talking about a press that got us into the Spanish-American War. The William Randolph Hearst newspaper chain. He was the first really big media magnate in the United States who owned a whole bunch of newspapers across the country. He got us into the Spanish-American War. I'm pretty sure that if you look, and I know if you look factually at what happened, during the American Revolution, you find that the revolutionaries kind of stretched the truth from time to time in order to drum up support for the revolution. I'm sure if you go back to ancient, I'm dead certain that the slaves who were carving hieroglyphs about the ancient pharaohs, well, they were not saying bad things about them. I'm pretty sure that if you go all the way back to cave paintings, most of the cave paintings that you find there are not about Ugg, the average guy in the tribe. They're about Ugg, the chieftain of the tribe. And they're probably saying that Ugg was really good at catching deer or whatever. It's just that we don't know the circumstances. The press has never been accurate. Nothing you see in the press is real. Do not pay any attention to it from any source. It is not real. Blazer 101 says they're calling a win for Biden in Virginia, but Trump has a 53.9% lead over Biden's 44.47%. I don't get it. Well, it's very simple. Nothing you see in the press is real. Nothing. And in particularly tonight, they're going to be shilling for Biden. They do not want Trump to win. They will lie about what the returns are. They will. You can't believe them. You just can't believe them. They're aiming for, at the very least, a contested election, and at worst, their meddling and influence will cause a Biden victory. That's why I'm going on so long here. It's going to be midnight my time at least before I'm off. I could be on longer, depending on when and or if the civil unrest starts. But we're looking at, let's see, midnight, 10, 9. I could be up past midnight my time. It only gets you to about 8 p.m. on the Pacific Coast. I'd like to be up long enough to see what those returns look like as well. But they're going to say, oh, even if Trump gets the lead, it gets past 270, which is going to be difficult for him. They're going to go, oh, well, we have all these mail-in ballots, and those will be for Biden. So we have to wait until all the mail-in ballots are. That's the weirdest thing. No election in my lifetime has that ever been an issue, and I don't think it's an issue now. I when I voted last week, I mean, good God, 3-block long line that could have been reduced to a block and a half had we not been all standing 6 feet apart with our masks on. And of course the way that they were also gumming it up was you couldn't just walk into the election facility. You had to wait until, I think they were only allowing 3 people in, and they only had like 3 polling boxes where you could one of those separate polling things that you'd stand there, you'd say, okay, you're Bill Stone, address is such and such, fill out this form that says I swear that what I said just now where I live is real. Now sign this on your ballot. Now go over one of these 3 things to actually fill it in. And so you only had 3 people in there at a time, where you probably in other years would have had 5, 7. It's not a huge office, but I mean, they easily would have fit double of what was in there. So you had to wait until one person walked out, and then one person could walk in. One person walked out, one person could walk in. And again, the amusing thing to me was, there wasn't much talking about it. There wasn't much people talking about whom they were voting for at all. Again, this goes beyond just no electioneering and within 1,000 feet, because that would have been, 3-block line is obviously easy to get past. So I was intrigued that nobody was talking about it. Now, admittedly, I come from a city and a state that is typically red. But I found it interesting that nobody was talking about it. Yesterday, I went to get a haircut. If you check last week's stream and you see me tonight, you can see I had a haircut. And I got to talking with the hairdresser woman that I was doing my hair. And she and I sort of broached the subject because, hey, this is what I do on my YouTube channel, is I do politics. So I broached the subject with her. She said, what do you think's going to happen? I said, well, I think if Trump wins, we're going to have a civil war. And she said, yeah, that's what my husband thinks too. And I said, yeah, I'd make sure you have some food, keep your ammo handy, you might need it. And she said, yeah, well, I mean, we're voting for Trump. I can't see how Biden would do any better. And I went back to my default position, which is, no, he'd do much worse, because he'd cripple agriculture in the United States if the Green New Deal was implemented, and thereby kill 15% or so of the population of the world, including Americans. And she was like, yeah, you're right about that. That I hadn't thought about it. But she was reticent to talk about it. And I think business people would certainly be reticent to talk about it. As it is, they're boarding up their businesses and putting out signs that say, please don't burn down my business. We hate Trump too, in order to avoid having their businesses, looted and set on fire and things like that. So I can't tell, maybe it really is going to be that much of a squeaker. But I have to assume that there are a lot of people out there who didn't want to talk to people, like pollsters or anybody for that matter. Here you're not seeing nearly as many Trump signs as you did the last time, but I'm sure it's true in my neighborhood, and I'm sure I mentioned it to my hairstylist yesterday, and she said, "Oh yeah, we'd love to put up a Trump sign, but we don't dare because we're afraid that we'll, meet with reprisals." And I think there's a fair number of people who do that, who are saying, "Oh, I don't want to be a target by doing that." I talked about it last week. There was a site, DonaldTrump.watch, and let me look at it because I mentioned it last week. What had happened was that site was clearly nothing more than a hit list for Trump donors. And I sicked the FBI on them, and I know other people did, so I'm not saying it was me. But I sicked the FBI on them, and within a few hours, they had switched so that DonaldTrump.watch now points to a nearly broken site called Donor.watch. If Trump wins, I'm expecting DonaldTrump.watch to come back live to act as a easy clearinghouse, as a hit list for Trump donors. Hasn't yet, just checked it. It's still pointing off to Donor.watch. But again, that would be, as I mentioned last week, that's an easy change to make. Somebody in my position who's been doing systems administration for any length of time for computers that are connected to the internet, servers on the internet, making that change is 5 minutes, and if you had configured things right, it takes effect throughout the internet within about another 5 minutes, depending on how many individuals might have that page cached on their own browser. But regardless, it takes effect very fast. So I don't know what's going to happen. I don't have a clue. All I know is that it probably won't be pretty, and I hope that it doesn't lead to a shooting civil war, but my gut tells me that it probably will. And that's by virtue of not paying attention to the press and rather listening to first responder frequencies. Because what they won't tell you, like here in my city, I covered one of our riots. It wasn't a huge riot compared to others, but when I happened to speak to a police officer about a totally different matter, I mentioned that I'd covered one of those, and he said, yeah, it cost $22 million in damages. And what I was seeing there was, them destroying property, smashing through the doors and the windows of all the nearby businesses and buildings and whatnot. Another officer I spoke to on a totally different matter mentioned that they had to go out and defuse a bomb. Here in Lincoln, Nebraska, they had to defuse a bomb. So, clearly there's violent people everywhere. I have one person on Twitter, and occasionally people come in on my live streams who want to blame this all on George Soros. And I don't think it's that simple. When you get into, George Soros is doing this, George Soros is doing that, I want to see the financial numbers. I want to see the proof, that you can lay in front of anybody who knows how to follow the math and say, here's where he did something that, had his finger in some other organization that caused this to happen. Because when you just start saying it's all Soros, you start to get into an area where it gets less and less likely. It's hard to keep secrets. It's really hard to keep secrets. It's like the people who think that 9/11 was an inside job. I've been to the World Trade Center towers. I worked for a company at the time that was operating a business inside the World Trade Center towers and One World Trade Center. I can tell you that to bring that building down in a controlled fashion would have required an enormous amount of people doing an enormous amount of sabotage, to the point where either people who were in the building would have to be aware of the sabotage, or the people who were doing it would be so large in number that one of them would eventually say, I can't keep my mouth shut about this. I have been complicit in the death of 3,000 people. I can't not say something, or they'll get drunk. That's another one that's really common. They'll get drunk in a bar and they'll talk about it. And people in the bar will go, wow, this guy was complicit in the murder of 3,000 people. I'm going to call someone. What most people don't know, my father told me by virtue of working for people who are prison inmates, what most people don't know is if your police do not solve a crime within a very short period of time, It's not like Dragnet. It's not like Law and Order. Yeah, they do detective work and stuff like that, but a lot of the time it is simply due to stupidity on the part of the person who committed the crime. They think they've gotten away with it. They start bragging about it in a bar someplace, and somebody in the bar goes, "Oh, okay, I'm calling the cops on you," because they hear about something terrible and they go, "Oh, I'm not going to be party to this," so they call the cops on them. That is a common way for police to catch someone, is to have them spill the beans themselves. If you had the thousands of people it would have been necessary to bring down the World Trade Center, somebody would have talked. Somebody would have talked. Not everyone. And the other thing is, people tell you with those. Blazer's telling me Bill Trump won South Carolina. Waiting to see on my own map here as things come up, but it's certainly possible. Let's see, on my map, South Carolina is 9 votes, and you said they were calling Trump in Virginia for 13, and Vermont, which isn't that many. I can't find it on my map. Anyway, it's very likely going to be something of a squeaker. And Kentucky he won, which would give another 8. Well, we'll see how it goes. If it's anything like close, it'll be a contested election. It'll probably also be the beginning of civil war. If he wins or the commanding lead, it'll also be the beginning of a civil war. I don't think there's any way out of it at this point. We've got crazy people, just crazy people, who have been driven insane by the press. It is a press propaganda complex at this point, media propaganda complex. They are doing nothing but being propagandists for one side or the other, almost exclusively on the side of the Democrat. I mean, look at all the things that they've said about Trump that were complete lies. The very first one that I remember, I'm sure there were others before it, but the biggest one that I remember is the Charlottesville thing, where he said there were good people on both sides. Well, yeah, he did say that because there were multiple groups there. But it's a quote taken out of context, because he then goes on to talk about how the ones that got into with each other were scumbags and, terrible. But there were good people there as well, and he was right. There were good people there as well. But they only ever took that out of context. They've said, well, you've never denounced racism or white supremacy. And he's like, well, how many times do I have to say it? And he's said it 1,000,000 times. So, that constant lie going on, and how the white supremacists want him in office. And I'm like, well, so what? It's not like they're saying they want those people to vote for them. Hell, I have a follower on Twitter with whom I respectfully disagree about a lot of things. He has recently, the most recent one he said, is that I am Luciferian because I like Star Trek. He is a flat earther. He did help me some a couple of weeks ago when I was trying to get in to see my senator. So I don't want to just, say, no, that's nonsense. But he's got a lot of somewhat anti-Semitic stuff going on behind him. And Luciferian, a Star Seeds player says, yes, Luciferian because Star Trek pushes for him a Jewish agenda of some kind. Don't ask me. I don't understand it either. I don't get it. It's a mindset I don't get and I don't understand. Never will. But even with those people, I don't just immediately dismiss them. I mean, I know it's kind of anti-Semitic. I know it's kind of crazy. But I don't necessarily disengage from them 100%. I think if you're somebody who's really far out and, just dangerously bad, I will cut you off. But most of the time, I think that when you do that, you're cutting off any possibility of having any good conversation about it with them. We got into it for a lengthy number of hours on Twitter about flat earthism. I mean, said there's centuries of evidence that the Earth is an oblate spheroid, and I eventually just dropped it when this individual could not explain to me the purpose of a crow's nest on old, ancient, not even ancient, but sailing warships. They were on everything, but sailing warships in particular needed them. And I kept asking, what is the purpose of the crow's nest on sailing warships? What did they use that for, and why? And the answer was never forthcoming. If you can't answer that simple question, if you can't answer why they had, if the Earth is flat, why do you need a crow's nest in a sailing naval vessel? You got a problem. That's for me the first thing that needs to be answered. Second one is, what is the use of a sextant? Why do they use a sextant for navigation? Do you know how a sextant works? I know a little bit, not enough to operate one, but I understand the concept behind it. And if you can't answer those two things in a way that makes sense for flat Earth, then I think you need to reconsider your belief system. Starseeds Player says, yes, disengaging from discussions means throwing everyone's power to influence. Yeah, as I say, I don't usually, if somebody is... This particular individual has it in for some certain sect of Judaism. I don't get it. They point me to, documents on the internet that somebody who has that same mindset has written and said, see what this is proof. And I'm like, no, this is just some guy who wrote something on the internet. You show me actual documents that tie someone into something else. And then you show me that, that someone is representative of a larger group in some kind, then I'll believe it. The same thing with George Soros. You get so many people, if he had his hands into, the riots we had in Lincoln, Nebraska, where $22 million worth of damage was destroyed. You get him into... I don't know, what is it? It wasn't Moline. It was one of the Quad Cities, small metro area where a woman was killed by BLM rioters. You get into many of the other places that I've listened to every night that I care to anymore, where you have the usual violence and rioting, looting, arson, robbery, armed robbery, assault with a deadly weapon, and the murder of innocents, which is not just happening in Portland. You can't say that George Soros is involved in every single one of those. Now, I do think that what happens is you get something like that happens, and some people from other places will opportunistically go, oh, okay, I'm going to go there. And maybe they're funded by somebody, but... for the most part, you can't say that the people who caused all that damage in Lincoln. When I was down there doing the one that I did, it didn't look, that I covered, it didn't look to me like we had a lot of them. It looked like what we had was mostly a lot of students. It was mostly a lot of students who were doing it. Unsurprisingly, Lincoln is a city that has University of Nebraska at Lincoln, the Cornhuskers, which has a student body of around 30,000 people. We've got 3 other, colleges and universities. We've got a 2-year community college. We've got trade schools. Oh, you're going to have students all over the place. And students love to do that sort of thing. When I was a student, I loved to do that sort of thing. I would be, I remember one of the times we were marching against Ronald Reagan, and, students love to do that stuff. They're stupid. They aren't, really aware of any of the issues. I'm unclear you should even allow an 18-year-old to vote, but they do. I don't think there was any money behind it. I think it was just that all these students said, oh, yeah, we need to be involved in this. Biden leading in Texas. Well, that would kind of suck. Texas is a big one with 38 electoral votes. I don't know how it's going to go down. I guess I'm not predicting anything anymore. Had it not been for the media propaganda complex, I don't think Trump would have had any problems winning. But the media propaganda complex has certainly succeeded in convincing everyone that he is, literal Hitler, that he caused the death directly of a couple of 100,000 people via COVID. I'm sorry, the virus I shouldn't talk about without YouTube rating my videos and channel even lower than it already does. But here's what I call universal truth number one, and I have a meme for this. I make marketing memes where I shamelessly stamp my logo and my URL from my website on it. But this is truth. If you think about it, it really is true. Government cannot save you from a virus. See, governments make laws that basically set punishments for people if they violate the law. A virus doesn't even know about this law. And people, the stuff that they have people doing, in terms of trying to stop this, will not be 100% effective, never will be 100% effective. The only way that it will look like if Biden wins that he did something totally different from Trump is that the media propaganda complex will start spinning it, A, as if he's cleaning up after Trump, and B, that things got so much better the moment that he was elected, which will be nonsense in both cases. Things will get better just as a function of that's how this works. You get a cold, you get the flu, which are similar things, just, not as deadly. Well, I can't even say that. They're deadly to roughly the same group of people, already immunocompromised people. But it runs its course, ultimately. Regardless of what government does, it runs its course. The government pay attention to the government rules and regulations. And people don't get the regulations about how they're supposed to do things right. One of the most amusing things to me is I went to get some of my medications that I'm on today. Also stopped in at a local fast food place. Now, where you get your groceries, you have to wear a mask. In the fast food place, you don't. You make sense out of that for me, because I sure as hell can't. Starshi's Player says, even with 200K dead from this virus, CDC is predicting less deaths overall this year. Sure. Well, they started out talking about millions, and, you're down to a fraction of that. Of course, this is the CDC, Starshi's Player says, that told those infected people to go out and vote in public today. Not kidding. Oh, I know. It's completely ridiculous. There's double standards all the way around. I saw someone recently that said that a study had shown that, Trump rallies had caused X number of thousands of additional cases. As a scientist, I look at things like the scientific method, right? And I have to ask myself right off the bat, where did they get the control group for this? A study like this will have a control group, people who went to a Trump rally that have undergone testing, and a group of people who didn't go to a rally, and the scientists involved having no idea, double-blind study. The people who are doing it don't know who went to the, well, that would be hard. So where do you get this control group, right? The group of people who went would have to know that they didn't went or didn't go, or the people that didn't go would have to think that they went. You can't have this double-blind study, so how can you possibly have real science involved here? That's where it all breaks down. It's the same thing, by the way, with secondhand smoke. Where did you get the control group, right? Because to get a control group for people, if you're testing secondhand smoke, that means you'd have to find a group of people who had never been exposed to secondhand smoke. At the time they were doing those, where did they get that control group? I couldn't think of anybody at that time that you could say, oh, these people have never been exposed to secondhand smoke, so we can use them as a control group. Same thing with this. Where's the control group for the people that have gone to I don't even know what a control group would look like in a study where you're finding that going to a Trump rally has caused X number of additional cases. Where's your control group? If you don't have a control group, then it's no longer science. It is just a religion, and it's in the realm of religion. Let me check here and make sure that nobody's been saying anything on my Twitter. I'm actively monitoring my Twitter. If you want to send me something at SYL Tales, but certainly in my chat is good as well. So it's now about 8:15. I'm going to inadvisedly look at some traditional news outlets. Let's try C-SPAN. They're going to be... C-SPAN is likely to be if there is such a thing, the most election results for cspan.org. And let me look what they're saying. Well, let me see if I can get them up here. Yeah. I have to kind of create some of this stuff on the fly, so forgive me. Yeah. Move you to the top and then drop you down past cut right now. Now you're going to see some garbage as I add this window in. Let me pull it out as its own window. And we'll add a window capture. I'm doing this with open broadcast software. And this is really good for doing this kind of live streaming or even recording. When I make my videos, I use the same software. I just get it all in one take, hopefully. Let's see, C-SPAN. Election map. Now you'll see some gibberish as I pull this up. Okay. Okay. We will put this behind me, and I guess maybe see if I can alter the size a bit. This is not what I would necessarily call 100% accurate map. I'm kind of waiting to see if a 100% accurate map sort of shows up for me. But let me see if I can move this around, change the size so that it's visible and we can see it. That's what happens when you do it live, boys and girls. You end up doing a lot of stuff. So right now, C-SPAN is suggesting, and how accurate this is, I don't know. I trust C-SPAN a little bit more than I might trust some other sources. But it looks like so far Biden's ahead with Trump to 55. But again, this is not necessarily representative of anything. We have to go through the rest of the night and see what some of this other stuff looks like. So we will see. We shall see. And of course, you always hear the same things out of the leftists. Even if he loses, you'll say, oh, he won't be leaving his office. He'll have to be taken out by force. Oh, God. Every single president that I can recall, I don't know that it's happened to everyone in my lifetime, but every single one that I can recall from at least Reagan on, they've said, oh, he's not going to leave willingly. If he's voted out, he's going to have to be removed by force. No, he's not. If Trump loses, he'll just walk out the door, none the worse for wear. They'll probably, I don't even know that they'll care about all of the stuff they say they care about, anymore. Taxes and all of that was for the media propaganda complex. It probably had no real relationship to reality. And, when you're Trump, really, you don't want your taxes out there. You really don't want your tax returns out there because it's not like a 1040. It's not like the 1040 EZ that the average person fills out. That's a page or so long. This is, he's got whole teams of tax attorneys. This is documents this high, and you get a bunch of press people who don't know how to read any of that stuff. They're going to say, oh, look at this on page 3,946. It proves that he was doing this, or it proves he was doing that. It would just be open season for the media propaganda program. Yeah, Starships player, he'll just go back to being a billionaire. Yeah. And you know what? If they do go after him, which I can't imagine they'd care about him anymore once he's out of office. But if they did go after him, I think all that would happen would be, because it was me, I'd be like, well, let's see. I got properties in this country, in this country, in this country. That one doesn't have very good extradition with the U.S. I think I'll go live there from now on. You don't, when you're Trump, when you're Donald Trump, the regular rules just don't apply to you. They just don't. You're a billionaire. I cannot imagine it. I just cannot imagine it. I mean, imagine that you're walking down the street and there is nothing that you can't have. Every man, if you want to pay them, you can get sex from them, even heterosexual ones. You pay them enough, you'll get, look at that guy who owned the tigers in the Tiger King. He had husbands that, at least one of them was heterosexual, but he kept them around because he liked meth. But you got the right combination of money and drugs. You can get men who are otherwise heterosexual to sleep with you. You can get any woman. Hell, they'll be throwing themselves at you for a piece of that money. There is an epidemic of gold-digging whores going on, and there always has been and probably always will be. You can buy any car, any expensive thing that you want, any car. You can buy whole buildings. You can buy them all and never feel it. Never feel it. And you buy anything, literally anything that you want, and never feel it. Because if I go to buy a house, I'm going to feel it for the next 30 years. I go buy a car, I'm going to feel it for the next 5 to 10. With something like Trump, he wants to buy that, that BMW. Okay, I buy it, don't feel it. I'll just drive it. Want to buy that $5,000 suit? Okay, I can buy it, just don't feel it. I can't imagine what that would be like. I really can't. I mean, I can fantasize about how fun it would be, but I can't really imagine what that would be like. And this is a man who not only can imagine it, he's had that for his entire life. So does he need this gig? No, he does not. If Biden is elected, will he stay in office because of power? No, he won't, because guy probably had to take a dip in power to some extent by becoming president. It's not going to be a big deal for him, I don't think. He'll walk out. It'll be a problem with his supporters. Hardcore supporters will be upset. Though I don't think that they'll do what the left will do if Trump wins. Republicans have a long history of just saying, well, blew it that time. I guess next time we have to work better. I don't think they're going to be causing any civil wars. They may still have to deal with them. When you look at some of the stuff that the people, particularly on the Antifa side, think, I don't think that they have any great love for Biden either. They just like him more than Trump. But I think somewhere down the road, there'll still be a problem. I don't know. I don't know for sure. But certainly if Trump wins, it'll be a problem. They'll be one of the people instituting a civil war. So, again, we'll see how this map continues to work. Certainly we can see the eastern seaboard going blue. That doesn't even remotely surprise me. They always do. If you look really to get an idea of what these look like, it's not a good idea to go with the state level. That doesn't give you the fine-grained control. I don't think this will allow me to do it. What happens if I... 4% expected with Joe Biden's winner of 20. 9% expected vote. Well, they're calling these with, I don't know. They always do this where they call them with so so few votes in. But it's real important sometimes to look at if you can get it, the precinct level voting maps, because that'll tell you a lot. Like in Nebraska, where the state goes red. Well, what you find is, unsurprisingly, our metro areas tend to go more blue. And if you look at precinct level maps, this becomes readily apparent. If you look at 2016 versus the 2012 election, well, what happened there was that Hillary Clinton lost the suburbs. If you look at the precinct level maps, what you found was that Obama had the cities, which almost always go blue anyway, and then get into the suburbs and like that, and he got them too. But what happened was that Hillary lost all the suburbs. She only kept the cities themselves, and sometimes only part of those cities. So it's always useful to look at that, and unfortunately I don't think I can get that tonight. It'll just be something that down the road is worth looking at. But really you have to look at the precinct level stuff. Nebraska, which is generally a red state, will probably go red. Although in Nebraska we apportion our electors according to the percentage of the votes that they got. So conceivably Nebraska could have a blue or two elector. I don't know. We'll see. But generally is a red state. But again, when you get down to the precinct level, you find that, in cities like mine, you're going to find some chunks of it that are blue. You get to Omaha, which is 1 million people, you're going to find big chunks that are blue. The suburbs tend to go red. At some point, in the not too distant future, probably in my lifetime, Omaha is going to start to dominate Nebraska, and Nebraska will go blue because of it. Omaha is our largest metro area with 1 million people and constantly growing. So at some point, that city will start to dominate the rest of the city in terms of its population. And when that happens, I'm not even sure that it's a bad idea. When you have a city that is so large that it completely dominates the electoral politics of the entire state, I don't think it's a bad idea for cities to split off into their own states. Illinois, right? I lived there for 10 years in the Chicagoland area. Illinois, geographically, is mostly rural. It has some larger cities that are like college towns, Urbandale, stuff like that. Not Urbandale, but I mean, I've forgotten the name of it. It's urban something, but it's home to one of the best computer science departments in the world. I wish I could have gone there for my degree rather than Northern Illinois University. But you have essentially, I don't know if you can see my my cursor here very well, but you have this area right up here by Lake Michigan, this little corner, and it also bleeds into Wyoming, by the way. That little corner that is the Chicago metro area, the city's 7 million, I don't know what. The rest of the metro area looks like this. There's a dozen or so or more suburbs. That part completely dominates the entire rest of the state. Most of them would love to be, just cut loose of Chicago because Chicago has completely screwed up the state economics and it screws up the state electoral. If you split them off, made them their own state, the rest of the state would probably go red. Same thing with California. California's main problem is, from Mexico up through about here, right along the western seaboard there where the largest cities are, with some exceptions in the center here because there's a big chunk between San Diego and Los Angeles that's largely rural. But if you took those two out, the rest of the state would probably go red. I think it's not a bad idea when you have these huge cities that are completely dominating your state politics in a way that's negative for the citizens of that state. It's time to probably turn the city or cities into their own state. If you cut off Chicagoland from the rest of Illinois, I mean, you have no idea. If you've never lived there, if you haven't been paying a hell of a lot of attention to it, and I did because I lived there for 10 years, but B, my kids grew up there a lot, with my ex when they were younger. So I paid attention to it. And everything that's screwed up in that state is totally to do with Chicago. They can't pay. Always amazes me, right? Years ago, they stopped being able to pay their lottery winners. The single easiest way that there is to make money, the lottery, right? They couldn't pay their lottery winners anymore because they didn't have any money for it. Keeping up their roads. I mean, it was amusing as all hell to me, because before I got there, they'd had a tax because they built freeways and stuff in the Chicagoland area. They call them expressways. But they built these expressways. They had a tax that was going to be a one-time tax for just building the expressways, and then it became permanent. And then they had a one-time tax that was going to go to upkeep the roads, and then it became permanent. And then they had a one-time tax that was going to go to taking out of the manned toll booths and putting in an electronic system, which, oh my God, that was actually a really good thing, because getting through those toll booths, and it was horrifying, because all of these things you had to pay for them. Getting through the toll booths on the expressways just really, really slowed things down. When it became something you could have an electronic device in your car, an iPass is what they called it. Amazingly, Apple had not yet gotten that, had patented or trademarked that term. iPass that lets you just fly through, and it counts you and notices you're there, and takes off some of the money from your account. And when you go through enough times, you have to put in some more. You have to go on a website and put more money in. But man, that really sped things up. That was the only thing that was worth it. But they have all these taxes, and you get out into the rest of the state, and it's rural. But Chicago, in the way that they do things, have screwed it up so bad that the entire rest of the state is screwed up. And they had 2 governors in a row, that were forced out of office and charged with federal crimes. I don't know where they're at anymore, because I don't pay attention to it. My kids are long gone from there. So I don't really pay attention to it anymore. Let me see if this doesn't change if I reload it, because I don't know if it will. It changed a little. I'm a little up for Trump. Hasn't changed at all for Biden. I am curious somewhat. Well, I'm not really worried about. I'm going to be interested in election results for my own state, in terms of the Senate, the House, etc. I don't think our governor is in any great danger. I don't think my senators are in any great danger. We have some Democratic Congress people, but I don't think mine's in any great danger. I'd be more interested in this point in seeing the backside of our current mayor. She's putting things in place to fight this virus that just don't make sense, and really only serve to destroy our local economy. She needs to be gone. There's a movement afoot to recall her. I don't know if that's even possible in Lincoln, Nebraska. You hear these recall things, like recalling congresspersons and stuff like that. Well, sounds fun, but it's there's really no mechanism except in a couple of states to actually recall a congressperson. That is, say, okay, I'm going to take this congressperson and pull them out of office. You can't do that. I've forgotten which states have it, but people will talk about, let's impeach a congressperson. Okay, right off the bat, you have to know something about politics and American politics, our Constitution. You can't impeach a congressman nor a senator. They are not impeachable. You can impeach a president, you can impeach a vice president, you can impeach a judge, but you cannot impeach a congressperson or a senator. Now, a couple of states, and I'm not sure which, do have a means by which you can recall a congressman or senator. And that's where you get enough, people who say, hey, wait a minute, this person sucks really bad. We're going to sign all kinds of petitions and we're going to get them recalled so that they're not representing us anymore. But there's very few, only a couple of 3 states that do that. The rest of the time, what you have to worry about is, and I've forgotten the exact name for it, it's a punishment within the Senate or the House. The person has to be really convicted of some kind of crime. And then the House or the Senate can take it up with the Ethics Committee of either House. And the Ethics Committee looks at it and says, okay, is this something where we want to do this to this person? They can be expelled. They can be expelled from the House. Internally, the House can go through a process where they say, okay, this person committed a crime. We're going to throw them out. But that doesn't happen very often. The other thing they can do is censure someone, but that just means they kick them off their committees for a while. And they wait until the public's forgotten, and then they put them on their committees again. So it's useless. So with most congresspersons and senators, they actually have to have committed a crime, and then they can be expelled. But that is really, really rare. I've forgotten. I did a count once, over the entire course of the United States history, only a handful have been expelled that weren't related to the Civil War. They were from states that were breaking away from the United States, and so they were expelled on that basis. But in terms of, expelling them for other reasons, just being criminals, almost never happens. You've got to almost be, extraordinarily corrupt, convicted of something like bribery, actually convicted of it, and then your House or Senate will say, okay, yeah, this person needs to go. Blazer 101 says, why is Biden leading 85-55? I don't know. I'm unclear how. I'm always unclear how seriously to take these maps. Ultimately, as I've said, if Biden wins, it's going to be due to our new media propaganda complex. It has taken, nothing's changed since that reload. It's taken somebody who really isn't all that corrupt and made him look like literal Hitler. They've been extraordinarily good at this. Let me move this up here so that I'm just showing you the map. They have been extraordinarily good at it. It is the part that, for me, frightens me the most. Ever since Nixon was basically taken down by Woodward and Bernstein, the press has considered themselves kingmakers. What they say is what causes, presidents to live or die. And they have begun very, very much abusing that whole notion. And when they couldn't do it with Hillary, it really pissed them off. So between big tech, as when maybe we have a big tech propaganda complex as well, between big tech, censoring things and telling people stuff is not real when it is, or saying things that are not accurate when they should be reported, such as that laptop belonging to a certain individual whom I can't name that's related to another certain individual who's a former vice president that I can't name. By making that off limits and by branding it as untrue, it means that people don't get that information who should. And in any case, with Trump, they have been extraordinarily good at tarring him as literal Hitler. If he doesn't win, it's going to be because the press has been extremely successful in tarring him as literal Hitler. Let me do another quick reload of this page and see if anything changes. It's moving rapidly and will be some. I love how they've gotten some that are provisionally one color or another. Texas provisionally blue, Oklahoma provisionally blue. That one's hard for me to believe. I'm sorry, Kansas provisionally blue. Kansas does suffer from the problem of Kansas City being a very large metro area. Kansas City, Kansas is pretty big. It is starting to dominate the state politics in a way that it shouldn't, because geographically it's pretty small. In terms of its population, it's getting very large. I haven't been there for several years now, but I did go down there to take a certification test, industry certification test one time. Must have been 7 or 8 years ago. But it's starting to dominate the rest of the state in terms of its politics, and it shouldn't. Same thing with Kansas City, Missouri. There are two cities separated by the Missouri River, which, if you don't know where is, comes from about, I don't know, up here in Montana someplace, bisects South Dakota, is the border here of Nebraska, is the border of Kansas and, some of Kansas and Missouri, and then goes over here and meets up with Mississippi. But they're just one side of Kansas City, Missouri is larger, I believe. So it is, and also you have St. Louis, which is a pretty large city. So they're dominating an area that is otherwise agricultural. Again, if it was me, I would think it would be time to say, okay, we're going to split these off into new states. The area around them has to be split off into new states. But also keep them from growing to a certain extent. It's always good when you have geographic boundaries. Chicago, for example, the city itself cannot grow anymore. To begin with, it butts up against Lake Michigan over here, so there's absolutely nowhere to go to the east. We always joked if we wanted to give somebody a fake address, we'd say like East Van Buren Street, 500 East Van Buren, which would place it out in the middle of Lake Michigan. And it also can't grow to the west because it has now bumped into all of the small towns that were satellites of it and are now suburbs. So the city itself can no longer grow, and it butts up against two different, it butts up against Wisconsin up here, butts up against Indiana down here. Some of the suburbs have grown into those places, but largely it is now impossible for that city to grow outward. It has to grow upwards, which is why you see all the skyscrapers and stuff. Get out to where I'm at, roughly here-ish in Nebraska. We grow out. We don't have a lot of tall buildings because we just grow out. There's really no limit to how far out you can go, and people like it because they like to have big yards. You don't have any yards when you're dealing with a city, and suburbs, their yards get smaller and smaller every day because every piece of arable land becomes important in terms of putting, something like a business or a high rise or something like that on it. But out where we at, it just grows outwards because everybody wants a yard. So let me refresh this again to see if anything changes. Let's see, we've still got a little bit of this. Hang on while I slide this just slightly up. So nothing's really changed on it so far. But again, if it's a Biden win, it is simply because the media propaganda complex has worked. They have done what they think is their job since Nixon, which is if they don't like somebody, they take them out. They certainly tried it with Reagan. I remember being young enough at that point to have done, marches, anti-Reagan marches. You want to know something interesting, though, about when we did marches, as opposed to the ones that Antifa and BLM do? When we did marches, we would get permits. We would go to the cops or the city well in advance of when the march was and get a permit to do march. So you get, we'd say, okay, we're going to go on this street, we're going to go on that street. Usually because it's the state capitol, we would usually be marching from University of Nebraska at Lincoln to the state capitol. And so we would get, permits in advance. Half a sec. No, thanks. So we would get permits in advance. And that meant that the police would block off adjacent streets. They would block off everything that we needed. We could take up these 4-lane streets that we had downtown and walk all the way chanting, Ronnie Reagan, he's no good, send him back to Hollywood. But we had them in advance. We didn't do things like go out there and block traffic and make people hate our guts. There were people who didn't like what we were doing, but we weren't inconveniencing them so badly that they hated our guts. And we didn't put ourselves at risk of being run over, which happens. When people are run over in traffic, I'm sorry, didn't your mama teach you not to play in traffic? Dalton is saying, I'm predicting about 5,000 dead by Monday if Trump wins. Could be more than that. Could be more than that. I have no idea. I don't know. I mean, I mentioned before, I'll pull it out again so I can read it off. There are a number of states that have already activated the National Guard, and let me find them. Alabama, Arizona, Colorado, Delaware, Florida, Illinois, Kentucky, Massachusetts, New Jersey, Oregon, Pennsylvania, Tennessee, Texas, Washington, Wisconsin, and Wyoming have already had the National Guards deployed. I heard some noises about them being deployed here in my state of Lincoln, or state of Nebraska, and I wouldn't be shocked by that. Omaha, in particular, has been having problems with Antifa and BLM riots. The difference there is, to some extent, a perspective. For example, they had one where they had, they were trying to, loot someone's business. Well, the business owner had a gun and shot a guy, killed him. He was not charged with anything because they found it justified within a few hours. There was more rioting about it, but, the thing that a crowd gets taught, rioters get taught after you've killed one of them, is that this is a guy you don't want to frack with. So it's just not somebody you want to frack with. It's that simple. And so they leave you alone. That is me. If it came down to it, that's what I'd be doing. I'd be like, okay, well, if they're really being a present danger to me, kill one. The rest will probably dissipate and not bother you ever again. Supercruise 63 says the media was the downfall of Germany and allowed Hitler to come to power. Yeah. He had a propaganda minister for a reason. The propaganda minister is looking up from hell at this map, and he has a big thumbs up to the American free press because they're doing things that he could only have dreamed of in his era. Let me do something else here in terms of getting rid of some of the extraneous stuff. No reason for you to have to see that. For that matter, no reason for you to have to see the... oops, wrong one. You have no idea. I have layer upon layer upon layer upon layer on my on my screens. Just explanatory of how I work with this. I use this free and open source software called OBS, Open Broadcast Software. It is available for Linux, Windows, Apple. I don't think they have a handheld version yet, but I wouldn't put it past them. And it allows you to do things like build screens like I've got here. The main screen that I worry about is the one that's got the camera on me. However, behind me there is what's called a layer. And that layer is my green screen. And that layer is set so that it's black. Then, on top of that layer, for that green screen, I add my actual background image. Now, on top of that background image, but behind my screen, that actually shows my camera, are two layers, this one and that one. Those are two layers that are behind me, but in front of the green screen. And in front of all of this, I have the general lower third down here that's talking about who I am, my show, and what the topic is for the night. And then finally, in front of all of that, I have my scrolling lower third. So all of that is coming to you. It makes it very, very easy, this software. It's really great. I love it. Super Guru 63 is asking, are there any other maps to check out? Oh, probably. I'm just unclear how many of them I would trust. I actually have somebody here who's doing something to try to make things a little more possibly accurate for me. We'll see. Let me look up and see. Oh, man, if it's not C-SPAN, because this is C-SPAN's map. They're the ones. Yeah, he says he's working out a connection bug. Hey, dude, no rush. I'm still going to be here, another bunch of hours. I'm going at least till midnight Central Time, 1 a.m. yours. So whatever. Hey, don't kill yourself. This is you being masochistic more than anything else. Let me look and see what we've got. I hate looking at other people than C-SPAN's maps, but oh God. Let me reload this just to see if anything changed. Trump at 85 and 85 to 61. Exactly the same. Oh, Fox News electoral map 2020 presidential election. Let's see if that's useful. No, this isn't saying. That's Clinton. Okay, well, that's old. This one's a little bit on the old side. Okay, let's see. This is a prediction map. Live 2020 map from Fox. Oh, this is them doing a stream. They're saying Trump has 73 and Biden has 91 on Fox. I don't know. They have a lot of states where C-SPAN has a lot of different states that are bluish and orangish and stuff like that. These guys have a whole bunch of them that are yellow that I don't know whom they're attributing to. They have some blue ones that essentially are the same as this, but otherwise, hard to say. I don't know. Hey, we got a long time to go before this is all over. Let me keep looking and see if I can maybe find another map just to comparison. Here's Real Clear Politics. It's not a live map. Arkansas. Real Clear Politics is making wild predictions everywhere. I don't know that you can. To me, it looks like probably the most. You have to go to the store, Starseeds Blair. Yeah, well, catch you later then. I think if you're going to look at one that I've got right now, that is the one that's going to be the least influenced, it's probably still this one from C-SPAN. Other ones that I'm seeing here, just making wild predictions. Here's ABC. What does ABC have to say other than continually reloading this page? They want you to watch their live stream, and sure as hell don't want to do that. They do have November 3rd, 8:51:57 Pacific. That would be mere moments ago. Well, this is interesting. Let me put this one up. Oh, let's see. You know what? I'm just going to put you right in front of you. And then I don't want to do that, though. I want to make my own, another layer. So many layers, so much time. And I have to pull this down so I can see it while I make my layer. Adding yet another layer. It's a window capture ABC electoral map, we'll call it. And it's a window. And here's where you'll start to see some real weirdness. If I can spell right. Yeah, there it is. Okay. Let me just lay this down more or less on top of the C-SPAN one as a comparison. Can't really... Let me lay it over my chat. That'll be the easiest way to cope with it. So, let me put you down below my screen. So do feeling free to go to Talking Chat. It's just I've overlaid this temporarily. Because you can see here we've got a map that looks a little bit different from this one. Not a ton, but a little bit. They're all just going to be a bit different from each other. ABC is showing, for some reason, Biden at 44, where Trump has 42, while over on C-SPAN we're seeing Biden at 85 and Trump at 72. I think that's because it looks like the ABC is not calling some of the states for Trump. Doesn't surprise me. It's not calling like Arkansas. Oh, it just called Arkansas. Mississippi, Alabama, South Carolina, it's not calling for him. So if you go by ABC, Trump's ahead. I don't know what that means, if anything. These maps is just so damned hard to tell. It's just so damn hard to tell. Because, again, you get into this problem where nothing you see in the press is real. Nothing. And so you can't trust it. I don't know what to trust. I put just a little bit more faith in the C-SPAN one. No doubt they've got election covering where they've got somebody like me who is free associating, except they've got a producer in their ear, but just free associating. So what they say doesn't necessarily matter about anything. They're just free associating, and if you're off into the major networks, particularly, it's going to be free associating to push for Biden, which is why they didn't, until just moments ago, call that some of the red states there for Trump. But even if you look at it right now, they're not calling, like Illinois. Illinois, they're not calling for him. I can't imagine Illinois going to Trump. If Illinois went to Trump, that would be, for me, a complete upset. As I mentioned, Chicago completely dominates Illinois' politics, totally dominates it. And they're going to go blue. There's just no question. And that will cause the state to go blue. If they didn't go red, if they went red, I'd be shocked. Oh, and oddly enough, interesting, neither of them are calling New York for Biden, New York State. That's another one. If Trump got New York State, I would be stunned, absolutely stunned. Let me do something here because I don't really want all this. Well, I'll go ahead and let you know it's ABC. But again, do feel free to talk to me in chat, even though I can't see you on this. Happy to do it. But I don't know. Let me see if we got any others just floating around. Let's ABC. How about NBC? Hey, I got a better one. Let's try MSNBC. Maybe even CNN. And it doesn't look like I'm even having any problems. Looks like I'm still 5 by 5. Okay. Is this an actual live map? Blah, blah, blah. No, it doesn't seem to be. And if I'm not careful, I'll get videos starting. And I got to tell you, man, part of the reason that I have this this stream named the way that I do, The War for the White House, is because I like satirizing what these idiots in the press are always doing. It's their propaganda. The presidential campaign is not a war. It is not a battle. It is just a popularity contest. Really, that's all it is. It's a popularity contest. Done. So when they talk about it, even with my, clickbaity stuff, the war for the White House, it's just nonsensical. It is them doing their usual kind of propaganda. They want to make you think. They want to make you feel a certain way. It's like I talk about with the press with emotionally loaded language. They want to make you feel a certain way, and it isn't. It isn't real. It isn't reality. In reality, all this is a popularity contest. I've got clickbaity stuff. Now YouTube is complaining that I'm probably doing some spinning. Let me get rid of a few windows because I probably have too many windows running. Excuse me. It's telling me I'm not getting a smooth enough thing. What else can I kill? I guess I can kill you. And I want to do one quick one on DonaldTrump.watch and make sure you haven't gone live. No, you haven't. And so I want to get rid of you. I can get rid of Facebook. I want to keep you up. I'm not getting anything on Twitter. I've got all my torrents shut off. So I shouldn't be getting anything except myself. Well, hopefully this will come back. Okay, getting excellent condition because I hate when I get jittering and stuff like that. So it looks like I probably am doing okay right now. And I've got a very nice laptop that I use for all of this, a gaming laptop that's designed to do some of this stuff. But even then, if I'm not coming in 5x5, if it seems like I am starting to get any kind of dropped frames, or if I'm stalling, let me know. I hate when that happens. And in this case, I think it was just that I had too freaking many windows up at the same time. Let me reload and see if things have changed at all without my knowing it. Still 72 to 85. Again, I think this is probably going to be a squeaker. Let me have a quick listen and see, or look rather, and see what things look like in terms of the first responders. First thing that's going to pop up is try to do my Nebraska, my local ones. What are the top 50 currently scanners? Oh, okay. Our top 50 right now is Chicago, Zone 8, Districts 4 and 6. And now that doesn't surprise me. If anybody's going to riot, it's going to be Chicago. Cleveland Police and Metro Housing Authority, they always have a bunch of listeners. And I'm never quite sure why, because it never sounds like they have an emergency going. But they're always right at the top. Philadelphia Police, they're rarely at the top. None of these have gone past any of my usual, where they'll come out, thresholds where they'll come out and scream at me. So there's that. Indianapolis, South Bend, Columbus, Monroe, we're still getting down there into very few listeners. So I think so far we can say that everything's going without any actual violence. And I'm getting my message about YouTube not getting enough streaming information out of me. For no good reason. Let me know if you're not seeing me I know I have to check. I have to check and see if I'm coming in 5x5 by going to my frickin' own YouTube on my handheld to see if I can see myself. Because YouTube lies to me all the time. Let me see what I look like. Turn my volume way down. And see if I'm bouncing around a bit. It's the only way to know. And I'm at 1080p, 60 frames per second. Yeah, it looks like aside from my usual 5-second lag, I'm doing all right. Let me get out of there so that I will definitely get my alerts if I'm going to get any from. As I mentioned, I always mention, don't pay attention to the traditional press. They are the media propaganda complex now. They have absolutely no real ethics. They lie all the time. They are not even making a very good show of not lying anymore and not being propagandists. So I wouldn't pay too... Oh, we had some more go red for Trump. A few more go blue as well. This is, by the way, the C-SPAN map over here, showing Biden at 119 and Trump at 92, unsurprisingly. C-SPAN has called my state of Nebraska red. South Dakota red, unsurprisingly. North Dakota red, unsurprisingly. Wyoming red, unsurprisingly. And they just called New Mexico as blue. I don't think anything else. Oh, New York State called as blue. No big shock there. Again, these are just estimates at this point. Things could change, but I like paying attention more or less, if I'm going to pay attention to anything, to the C-SPAN one, because near as I can tell, just because their whole deal is we point our cameras at things like, the Senate, at the Congress, stuff like that. We just point our cameras, not really talking. Occasionally they'll go do live call-ins and stuff like that. What do you think? What do you think? But they don't usually sit there and talk about it, give you any idea what you should be thinking. Let me see what that was. Oh. Yeah. Somebody from one of my social media, Parler. By the way, just one of those things that bugs me because I know people are mispronouncing it. Parler, PARLER.com it isn't the next Twitter, I don't think, at least not yet, but it has the potential to be. Well, everybody's mispronouncing that. It's Parler, PARLER is French word for speak, for to talk, is parler. So everybody's calling it Parler because it's PARLER. That's an American bastardization. It is Parler. But they were just notifying me because I've got some specific notifications. Someone's going to go live with it in Las Vegas. So. Probably going to see more viewers than I am because they are coming from Las Vegas rather than Nebraska. But, as I say, this is probably, unsurprisingly, going to be a bit of a squeaker. And whichever one of them wins, it's going to be a squeaker. That's unfortunate. I was kind of hoping that it would be, I didn't expect it to be, but I was kind of hoping it would be some large enough number that nobody could contest it. Whichever person it is, I hope that it's large enough that it can't be contested. Because that would be miserable. That would be real miserable. Real quick, I want to check something in terms of the Senate and the House in my state. Nebraska Senate. Oh, well, not enough. And this is bizarre, right? They have enough votes in that they think they can call the state, but they don't have enough votes that they think they can call the Senate. By the way, sorry about that. Nebraska's odd. No, I want national. Okay, Beavis, we'll just go back one. Okay, how about a reload? Okay. Nebraska's weird. We don't have two houses of Congress. We did at one point have both a state Senate and a state House of Representatives, but they were long ago. The House was abolished. We now have only senators. They call them state senators. They're really kind of a House of Representatives, but they call them state senators. And we have only had what's called a unicameral system for at least my entire life. It's funny, if you go down to the state capitol building, you can see the house, but there's nobody in it, and never is. It's just a museum piece. So as far as I know, we're the only state that only has one house. I'm beginning to think that may need to change, and that's because of Omaha's, being so large that it's now starting to dominate the state. And I think that's a bad idea when you get into a state like ours. It really only has three major population centers, and when they're controlling everything, it means that the very provincial people in those population centers are assuming things like everything is the same everywhere, including all of our ranchers and farmers and stuff like that. Nah, it's a really bad idea. I'm thinking maybe we should we should repeal that and have two houses, one of which is apportioned by virtue of every county getting two senators, and the other one's apportioned by every, in terms of population. Blazer 101 says, why are they giving Biden the win for Virginia when Trump has more votes there? Let me see if I can find it. Well, yeah, I don't know. Probably because they are idiots. Interesting to me, just as a libertarian, didn't vote that way this time. But interesting that Joe Jorgensen is actually showing up there. I'm surprised that she's showing up there at all. 1.8% is a reasonably sized amount for a libertarian, actually. But you're right. They're showing it. I don't know. They're showing most of the state red with some. I assume where they're. It's basically where they've got their their major metro areas are blue, unsurprisingly. But he does have 1 million votes, where Biden only has 7. I assume what's happening here is all these various counties. They have 95%. What are these other ones? 100% in Caroline. What's over here in Norfolk? Norfolk. Is that Surrey County? I don't know. I don't know. You look at these, and they've got high percentages reporting. I don't know what's leading them to do this. I mean, I guess maybe Fairfax County. I assume that's where Fairfax is. Must be one of the larger metro areas. Virginia's heavily populated. Yeah. Democratic deep. Blue precincts still had to report. So, looking at this, I mean, they've only got 88% for Fairfax, which I assume is Fairfax. And then I'm not sure what's in Caroline. I guess can't be Richmond. But Richmond is reporting at 99, so they still have some of them. This one up here where Fairfax, Virginia probably is why they're calling it blue. Again, you have a situation there where the overall the overall state is being influenced by just a few major metro areas. And I think as we get more and more people who believe that where they live is exactly like everywhere else, the more dangerous that becomes. As I say, I don't think it's necessarily a bad idea. Do a little escape from New York and wall off the Chicago metro area and make it its own state. Let it screw itself up and let the rest of the state be and not be so messed up economically. I think most of those where you're looking at them and it looks like Trump has more votes, you really do have to look at the major metro areas. The reality is that major metro areas always go blue. Always. There's a reason for that. When you get out into, western Nebraska, here we have, I'll just click on it. You can probably see it. Man, they don't even have they have very few of them reporting. But what we do have reported is Lincoln, where I live, which is, sorry, I'm going to have to use my 56% reporting, which is blue, which is not shocking. You got to get down to the precinct level. But you have to remember, Lincoln is a giant college town, has 30,000 students. I don't know exactly if they're registered to vote here, but they probably are. 30,000 students just from, University of Nebraska alone. You got Union College, you have Nebraska Wesleyan College, you have Southeast Community College, and all of these students are generally going to vote blue, regardless. They're just going to generally vote blue. So you've got that in Lancaster County, only 56% reporting, but I wouldn't be shocked if they went blue. Omaha, oddly enough, it's only got 27%, and they're predicting that for Donald Trump, which is odd. Omaha is a metro area of about 1 million people, and it will start to be, dominating the state in general. I'm surprised it's more red. When you get into big cities, they generally tend to go blue. Yeah, you're saying Blazer 101. Should Virginia be tagged red instead of blue because Trump has more votes there? Let me go and find it again. That's West Virginia, North Carolina. Where the hell is Virginia? There's Virginia. Yeah. The reason it's doing that is because it's changing right now. Fairfax County, which is where Fairfax, Virginia is, larger metro area, only has 72% reporting. When it's done, it's probably going to be blue. This area near Richmond, I'm not sure if it doesn't look like it includes Richmond, but my guess is here. That's 100%. And that's Biden. You get to the area around Norfolk. I'm sorry, Norfolk. We have a city in town in Nebraska, Norfolk. It's exactly the same spelling. We call it Norfolk. When you get to Norfolk, we're still looking at an area that's got a much higher population density, and some of these other ones have not reported in enough. So I think they're calling it for that just on the assumption that these blue areas that have not 100% reported in are going to go, to Biden. And again, I wouldn't be shocked by that. There's a thing that happens that I've talked about, but you only really know it. We got some other. I don't think we've got anything changed here. There's a thing that happens that's, man, it's difficult to describe to somebody who hasn't, had. And I don't like to brag necessarily, but the fact is, I have a fair amount more life experience than most people do. Most people live and die within 200 miles of where they were born. I was born more than 200 miles away from where I grew up, for the most part, here in Lincoln, Nebraska. I spent parts of summers on my grandparents' rural cattle ranch, an extremely rural cattle ranch. If you want to see how rural that is, I have a visit to SYL Ranch, where I just put my cam on my dash and drove there, and you can see just how rural that is. And I also lived in Chicagoland for about 10 years, so I have this notion about what it's like to live in very many disparate places with very disparate ways of living. And what happens is, when you get out into those rural areas, and it's true of my state as well, here in Nebraska, if you get out into anywhere other than our 2-3 major metro areas of Lincoln, Omaha, and I think this is probably no, this is not, yeah. Lincoln County or somewhere in here is our third metro area of only about 100,000, 150,000. The rest of it is all just agricultural land. I shouldn't have clicked away. The rest of it is all just agricultural land, with the exception of this small area here, and even this smaller area over here someplace. It's all agricultural land. And when you're out there, you may be so far away, and this happened, that if you have a pregnant woman, you get to be the one birthing the baby. I have one of my uncles did not wait to get to the hospital in town. It was too far away. My grandfather delivered him. I say this a lot when I'm, going out there when I went out there with my kids and stuff. There are rattlesnakes out there, very deadly. And if you want to survive, you really have two choices if a rattlesnake bites you out there. You can either treat yourself and race yourself to the hospital, or which is going to be 45 miles away, gravel road, and not going to be getting there fast. You scream through there hoping you don't fly off the gravel road, or you could just decide to lay down and die where you are. Those are your options. If you want to do things like, perfect example, my grandfather, when he passed away, wasn't there when my grandmother, because it was the middle of winter, but my grandfather, he passed away on a very, we buried him on a very nice, beautiful, sunny day. And there's nobody out there to do it for you. If you want him buried, what happened was we got a relative, I think he's a cousin of my parents, who came up with his backhoe and dug out the hole. Myself and 5 other of my cousins and uncles lowered that body into the ground, and then my cousin put the backhoe back over top of it. You have to do it yourself. You do have neighbors who will help you, and they'll be happy to do it, and you have to be willing to help them in return. But everything that you do out there, if you don't do it, it don't get done. But then you move into a city, and what you find is specialization. If you want to know anything about, IT, I'm your guy. I'm the guy to talk to. But when you get into cars and internal combustion engines, beyond a certain point, I am not the guy. I have to take my car down to a mechanic to get taken care of. So you get specialization. And so you end up being dependent on a very large and generally unthought about web of people. And so what happens to you is you start to become more socialist. You have to be very individualist out in most of Nebraska here. But in these little tiny pockets, you have to be reliant on a whole bunch of other people. And so your laws tend to become more socialist. And unfortunately, if you have state laws that tend to be favoring these small metro areas up here, then you're going to have, see that Omaha just went red, but see this, I can't zoom in on it really, but Sarpy County, Douglas County is officially where Omaha is. And let me look at here. You can see what the votes look like there. That's actually a crappy turnout. But Sarpy County is where half of Omaha's suburbs are. So it went blue, and Omaha itself went red. But when you get into big cities, they make generally very socialist laws and regulations. When you get out into the rural areas locally, they'll make laws and regulations that are consistent with people that have to be, by necessity, must be self-sufficient in order to survive. When you have those small geographic areas with large numbers of people in them who have generally never left the area that they live in except maybe to go on a vacation, then you have a problem, because they're not going to make laws that really work for the rest of the people. It's why I say I think it's not necessarily a bad idea that when you reach a certain level, you become a new state. And I'm hearing that the House is now staying in Democrats' hands. So if it becomes a contested election, then Biden will be declared the president. So that's kind of unfortunate. I was hoping that with the collapse of the Russian collusion conspiracy theory that maybe we'd see a flip in the House, but the media propaganda complex has clearly worked its magic this time around. There really is no reason, aside from the media propaganda complex, that Trump should have lost or should lose. If it hadn't been for the media propaganda complex for 4 years, telling everyone how he was literal Hitler, how he was, courting racists and Nazis and white supremacists, all of which he repeatedly said he didn't do. If it hadn't been for them doing that, I think you could have won in a landslide, but clearly we're going to have something of a squeaker. So we'll see. He might even lose the House. I thought, hopefully, that the House was going to flip because people were finally sick of them being constant accusatory a-holes, but apparently not. Apparently not. Anyway, let me, my voice is starting to become a little problematic. Let me go. Oh, yeah, 1 vote per state, Marshall's saying, not by delegation counts. Okay, my bad, didn't know that. It's so rare that we have something like this happen that who knows. But we'll see. Underscrolled, yes. Tell you what, though, my voice is starting to become a little bit problematic. It's been 6, 7, 8, 2.5 hours for me. Let me go to one of my 3 emergency trailers where you will learn just a little bit. I'll go to the, go and do what I need to do for a second here. And you guys can learn 12 minutes worth of American history.
As your body grows bigger,
your mind must flower.
It's great to learn,
'cause knowledge is power.
It's Schoolhouse Rocky, the chip off the block of your favorite Schoolhouse Rock.
slishing and a splashing over the horizon. What can it be? The pilgrims sailed the sea to find a place to call their own. In their ship Mayflower, they hoped to find a better home. They finally knocked on Plymouth Rock, and someone said, "We're there." It may not look like home, but at this point I don't care. Oh, they were missing Mother England. They swore their loyalty until the very end. Anything you say, King, it's okay, King. You know it's kind of scary on your own. Gonna build a new land the way we planned. Could you help us run it till it's grown? They planted corn, you know, they built their houses one by one. And bit by bit they worked until the colonies were done. They looked around, yeah, up and down, and someone said, "Hooray! If the king could only see us now, he would be proud of us today." They knew that now they'd run their own land. But George III still vowed he'd rule them to the end. Anything I say, do it my way now. Anything I say, do it my way. Don't you get to feeling independent, 'cause I'm gonna force you to obey. He taxed their property, he didn't give them any choice. And back in England, he didn't give them any voice. That's called taxation without representation, and it's not fair. But when the colonies complained, the king said, "I don't care. We're gonna dump this tea and turn this harbor into the biggest cup of tea in history." They wanted no more Mother.
Okay, looks like I can't do that. I can't do that. I just got a notification that is detected copyrighted audio and video in my stream. And it made me temporarily shut off, which it did. It cut me off and let me go, so I have no way to get out of this frackin' chair now. I had too much of that stuff. I was kind of hoping that maybe I'd be able to get away with it. A little American history, but now I can't. I'm not sure what I'm going to put up here. Everything that I was going to do as emergency, I guess my standard emergency trailer when it comes back around in, I'll just do my standard emergency trailer, which I hate throwing up there. But, you know, at least it gets me 10 minutes that I can cut off in a minute in the middle of. So sorry about having my stream go back. Hey, Star Siege player. Checked on the polling place on the way home and could not have been more wrong about the lines today. Big lines are long, or short ones. I don't know which. I probably think they're going to be long, but they're actually short. I don't know. No lines at all. Well, I don't know for sure whether ours have closed here or not. For me, it was really a non-issue because I voted last week early. I kind of thought there were going to be lines, but there may not have been. I know my mom voted today, and I haven't asked her. I didn't think there were going to be big lines, but I thought there might. But who knows? But I think a lot of Nebraskans maybe voted in the last week. So. Well, did anything change on this map? Doesn't look like it. They got some states here that are blue-ish that I got to question just a little bit, but I don't know for sure. I don't know for sure how Minnesota's going to go. If I'd seen what they'd seen, in Minneapolis, I would be like, Minneapolis ought to go red with the Antifa and the violence there. And unsurprisingly, looks like the county that Minneapolis is in is going to go very blue. What a shock there. What's the other blue spot? Doesn't look like there's another blue spot, which sort of makes sense. Minneapolis is the primary place where primary major metro area, Minneapolis, St. Paul. So that doesn't surprise me. That'll probably, again, carry the state. And again, that state, I've been there. I have relatives in Minnesota. Let me go back to it. I have relatives in Minnesota. I have been in this upper portion. One rather memorable summer. I don't remember which county it was, but it was like about up here-ish. I've been to a resort of some kind about here-ish, I think. And I have relatives that live up in this general area up here. But I mean, 90% of it is small towns, rural areas, but they are now completely dominated, and the state is dominated by one area that unsurprisingly has gone socialist, because they don't know what it's like for everyone else in their state. You know, they're provincial. They have been born, lived, and will probably die in that same area within 200 miles of wherever they were born. And so they don't know that conditions are radically different for other people. And maybe they need to have somebody who's red. But they're going to dominate their entire state because of it. It is a problem anytime you get a city beyond a certain size, a certain population. You end up getting socialist laws and socialists in those cities. So while, you know, we're going to see a bunch of red here and there, it's just largely because, you know, these states were able to overcome their major metro areas. Let me look at South Dakota. Sioux Falls is not reported yet. No votes reported in Sioux Falls. That's Clay County. I'm surprised that they went Biden. Brookings. Okay, Brookings is one of their college towns. Oh, that's why Clay went. Clay is home to University of South Dakota, so they went blue because of that. Brookings, I forgot which college is there. This one probably also is a college town. Most of the rest of the state's going to go red. But Sioux Falls here, that is probably going to go red. Minnehaha County, where Sioux Falls is, that's probably going to go blue, I mean, because it's a population center. It's not a big one. I think it's a couple of 100,000. But still, it will drive the state to some extent. Right now, the rest of the state has enough people in it, they're able to overcome those smaller metro areas of a few 100,000. But when you get into things like over 1 million, you're just screwed, you know. At some point, as Omaha gets larger, Nebraska will flip blue. It will. There's no way to avoid it. As I say, I think if you're smart, when your cities get a certain size, you make them into their own states, and let them have their own electors, and the rest of the state can function by itself. Certainly think that about Illinois, having spent 10 years there. They're horrifying. I bet that if you look at that, I'm curious too about what influence, if any, Wyoming's areas have. What? Wyoming has 0% reporting, and they're calling it for Trump. Okay, well, that's probably true. Cheyenne and Casper are their major metro areas, but those are not large cities by any means. I've been to both of them. And I don't know much. Again, if we look at, okay, Springfield, the state capital, Chicago and its suburbs here. All of these things that you're seeing here are largely Chicago suburbs in the blue. Chicago itself, Cook County, is actually fairly small. Interesting anecdote about that, by the way. Used to be an international courier between Chicago and Toronto. And every time you flew in or out at night, you saw an interesting thing. The Chicago streetlights are all amber, and all of the surrounding suburbs are white. So you could, if you're flying in or out, you can always see, oh, there's the city itself, the city, because it's all amber as opposed to white white lights. You can see it right from the sky. I'm not sure what all of some of these other ones are. Jackson County, St. Clair County with 0 reporting, but they're still, these have got to be some of the larger cities. These are, let me make sure I'm not saying something stupid. Those are probably the parts that, yeah, those are the ones that are bordering Missouri. St. Louis is going to go blue. It's big, and across from St. Louis is East St. Louis and some other suburbs. So they're going to go blue. Interestingly enough, some of the counties around it have gone red. Kansas City's going to go blue. Let's see, what's the other one? Springfield, that's going to go blue. Most of the rest of it's going to go red, however. But again, you have this problem where these few small metro areas are driving the entire state. And as I say, if it was me, I'd turn them into their own states. Let them be their own states. These are just places that I'm personally familiar with. They're probably calling Kansas for Biden eventually. Topeka, college town. Wichita, college town. I'm not sure where Kansas City itself is. Kansas City is probably over here. I'm not sure what county it's in. But it butts right up against Missouri River, and right across the street from that is Kansas City, Missouri. So these two are going hand in hand. But they're going to be driving the politics of their own states. And if you look at that, throughout, I think you're going to see the same thing. New York State. They don't even have them all called. But there we are. The primary driver of New York's state itself is New York City. And they have 0 precincts reporting, according to this. But you can see still, there's no reason to think that New York won't go, blue. Most of the people who live there, the fact that they can send an actual socialist/communist like Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, or as Red Cortez, as I always refer to her on this show. The fact that they can send somebody like her to Congress tells you that you're basically dealing with a lot of radical socialists and communists who live in that area. So, of course, it's going to drive the entire state because of the population density there. And, of course, the media propaganda complex has been, of course, telling everybody there that their high death rate is 100% due to Trump, which it's not. I got a few more bluish things popping in here. Starsky Slayer says something sketchy seems to be going on in Virginia, reporting Trump has more votes, but they've called it for Biden. Let me go back to that one because that came up earlier. It's again an issue of where the hell is Virginia? There we are. It's an issue of the population centers. We have one here, Fairfax, Virginia. That's got 86% reporting. Fairfax is a fairly large metro area. I can't see it. Looks like they've got Richmond City, which is going to be Biden. Norfolk, 97%, which is going to be Biden. I assume some of these others are probably associated with a large metro area. But some of the others still aren't reporting completely. But again, ultimately, when they're done reporting, it could change. It could change, no question. But I think ultimately when you're done reporting, what you're going to see is that while most of this area is agricultural, the actual state was driven by the large metro areas. It is something that's a problem. Least I don't think this time around they're going to bitch at us, the libertarians, that we had a significant problem here, that we caused them a problem. 35, even as let's flip this, even if you made this 1 million plus, I don't think 35,000 votes is going to have made much difference either way. Maybe it would have, I don't know. Libertarians like myself, even though I did, as I say, vote for Trump this time around, libertarians like myself, it's fascinating because, if we vote for the candidate, if we vote for the libertarian candidate, we always get bitched at every single time. Whomever loses, it doesn't matter which side it is, says it's our fault because we didn't vote for their guy. And typically, this one being an unusual case for me, typically I'm like, well, if you wanted me to vote for them, I guess what you probably should have done is put up a candidate that I, felt like was actually had some of my views behind them. I didn't vote for them because they didn't represent what I thought, Looks like we maybe threw in a couple of more. I can't quite tell. Maybe Colorado, but that again doesn't surprise me. Let's look at Colorado. So they're calling the large precincts for Biden, even though the votes are not counted. Yeah, they're calling major metro areas because they know, but they do not understand why, that major metro areas always go socialist. I don't know. I really don't know that individual liberty can survive large cities. The larger the city you get, the more socialist the people in it become, the more disconnected, frankly, from reality that they become, because they don't, I used to, when I first moved from Lincoln, Nebraska to Chicago, people would ask me, what's life like in Nebraska? And I'd say, well, I had a shootout with Indians the day before I left, but then I had a swim in the Pacific and everything was fine. Okay, right here, right. And they'd buy it. They bought it so much that I stopped joking about it. The real answer is, well, it's about the same. There's just a heck of a lot more of it in Chicago. That's really the answer. But, they didn't know where Nebraska was on a map. They didn't know that their food... The number of people that I'd run into there that thought that food was manufactured on site at grocery stores was astonishing. They really think that stuff. There's a fair number of them. They're disconnected from their own reality, in terms of how they get their food and things like that. And they think that every place is either, like Red Cortez, Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez. She thinks that out here, just because it has a low population density, that we shouldn't have the Electoral College and be able to vote. If it comes out with Biden at the top on this one, I think they're going to say, oh, good for the Electoral College. They always do that. They change things, the moment they think it is. Marshall says, officially giving up this idea, probably going to take me 3 hours to get to a stable state. Oh, hey, Marshall, no problem. No problem whatsoever. I'm going to stick with, because Marshall was trying to get me a map that basically was some level under his control, and maybe would be a little more accurate, and not just calling these things until we had the stuff in, all the precincts in. But that's okay, dude. He started on this like 2 hours ago, maybe 3, I guess, just a half an hour or so before I started. So about 3 hours ago. Marshall is an expert coder. He is an expert at what he does. But you can't, want magic. I understand that this is tough and it's hard to do. C-SPAN is the most conservative map. They generally don't call early, which is why I went with them. If you've got to listen to somebody, listen to C-SPAN, because at least they're not sitting there with their talking heads, telling you what to think and trying to manipulate you. Because make no mistake, that's what the talking heads on the network are trying to do. Saying, if you haven't voted, well, look, you're, wherever you're at is going to go for, Biden anyway. It doesn't matter if you go out and vote. It's going to go for him. So that discourages Trump voters from even, going out. Though I have to assume this time that they were pretty motivated to go out. I don't know. The media propaganda complex seems to have done its work this time around. I'm surprised at as many of these as we're seeing. Interested that they're not calling Iowa red. It almost always goes red. Now they've just got nothing reporting. See, by the way, this is always something I like to point out to people as a libertarian, despite the fact that I voted for Trump this time for reasons I've explained and will probably again. You'll note that we have a lot of different people on the ballot. If you don't like either of them, you can always vote for someone else. And if you're going to vote for someone else, I certainly suggest that you vote for Jo Jorgensen, the libertarian. She's a fascinating woman. She actually ran as vice president many years ago. She's when you talk about the first woman this, the first woman that in terms of the presidential ticket, guess what, guys? We had a female vice presidential back in 1996, I think. So it goes way back away. Marshall saying it was an inch away from Iowa being red, but there's still a crap load of mail-ins uncounted. There may be. I don't know. I expect Iowa to go red just because it usually does. Although, when you get to Iowa, again, you got Des Moines. It's the major metro area. It is going to drive the state to some extent. Typically, what happens with Des Moines is the city itself goes red, but then you get the outlying counties here, which are part of Iowa's. They're either kind of a satellite off of Iowa, Des Moines rather, or actual, suburbs. Des Moines is big enough to have suburbs. So those tend to go blue, but the city itself, because you get socialism in cities, tends to go red. When you get up to places like Sioux City, that's still pretty small. That typically will go red. You get to Davenport, again, not that big, probably going to go red. Somewhere up here, I've forgotten exactly where, but there's a college town that's going to go blue probably. I think there's another college town-ish around that'll probably go blue. But for the most part, the state itself will still be red. And again, if you look at this precinct level map, and those are the county maps, by the way. The precinct level ones will give you even more detail. When you look at those, 1996 versus 1996 versus 1990. I don't know. Last Obama campaign versus Hillary's. It was real obvious when you looked at the precinct level. She lost the suburbs, and that's why she lost. I think that what's happening here to some extent is Trump may be losing the suburbs. It's the media propaganda complex has definitely done its work. It's definitely done its work. Important to remember that with all that, I can't even pronounce that word that Biden said is always a huge factor in the elections. Yeah, but in this case, the media propaganda complex has done an extraordinary. I can't say that. Let me see if I can even read it. Truan in Anash Abed Deprezer. I haven't heard it spoken. If I had, I could probably do it, but I can't pronounce that. I don't know how Biden could pronounce it. But I think, in this case, I think the media industrial complex has done its media propaganda complex has done its job. They have, from the time of Nixon, felt that they are the ones that should be telling you how and what to think and who to vote for. And I think they did it. I don't know. I mean, you could still see this turn around, but they haven't called neither Pennsylvania nor Florida. Let's look at some of the details, if it has any. Okay, Beavis, stop spinning or something. Let me try. Let's try Pennsylvania. I'm calling that for Biden, at least provisionally. They're pretty close, but I don't know where some of the bigger cities here are. I know Allentown, Lehigh County. I know that. I used to work there. And they're saying Trump's up there. That doesn't shock me too much. Philadelphia and its suburbs, of course, are going to go Democrat. Allegheny County, I'm not sure which, and then Erie. Again, these are all major metro areas, and they're going to go blue. And because they're so high density, they are going to run the state. I used to fly to Allentown frequently when I was working for AT&T. They used to have a manufacturing center there that I was responsible for a network in. So I know a little bit about that. I know just a tiny bit about Philadelphia by virtue of having spent a week there at a conference one time, but that's about it. There's the clip for the stream. Pennsylvania will not call tonight, even if a landslide. That's entirely possible. It's entirely possible. But again, I think what you're going to see there is ultimately the large metro areas are going to drive how it goes. The entire rest of the state might as well not matter. It is just those people who are naturally socialist. You don't get into cities. I do not believe that individual liberty can survive metropolitan life. I don't think it can. I think you get in there and you just get socialist. Where I'm wanting to spend my later retirement years is Walls, South Dakota, which outside of tourist season, 3 months of the year, is population about 2,000. That's where I want to go, because I want to stay the hell away from these major metro areas that are very, very socialist. You can still get your food there. You can pick things up. Hey, great. But I don't want to be living anywhere in a major metro area or even a minor one, because they all go very socialist. And I just can't think that way. I'm just not wired up to think that way. I'm just wired up to think as an individualist as opposed to a socialist. But ultimately, that's the way elections are won. Your major metro areas, wherever they are in any given state or the nation, are going to drive how things go. And because they almost always are socialist, my observation is when you get above about 150,000 people, bingo, it becomes a socialist city. And that would be just about all of them now. Our population is not rural as it once was. It is urban. And so it is going to become socialist, and there is very little you can do about it. I can't think of anything you can do about it. Let's have a look here at what Florida looks like, if it'll load for me. It went and spun for a while the last time. Still going to spin a while. Well, as I say, as much as Red Cortez and her cohorts have whined about how bad the Electoral College is this time around, I think this time they may be happy about it. If you look at the number of votes here, Biden currently only has 48.34% of the vote, and Trump has 50.21. Well, what if it turns out that Trump won the popular vote this time around? Democrats are going to shut right up about the Electoral College is what's going to happen. And the last time around, this happens from time to time. If Trump loses, you have to remember the Electoral College exists. It shouldn't go away. If it did, no sane politician would ever set foot in my state. Maybe they'd go to Omaha briefly for a while. But why in the world would you go to, why would you go to Wyoming? Why would you ever go to South Dakota? Why would you go to North Dakota? Why would you go to these places? They're not going to, if you go to, I checked it out once, I did math. You can equalize the number of people who are electors from Iowa with one or two of Chicagoland's smaller suburbs. You immediately equalize it out. Why would you ever go to one of these small states? And in any case, constitutionally, the people do not select the president. That's on purpose. The people do not select the president. The states select the president. And if they wanted to, if states wanted to, then they could. There's no reason that they couldn't say, no, we're not going to choose electors by popular vote. We're going to have our legislature do that. They could do that. They could say, no more voting on this. We're going to let our legislators choose the electors. Constitutionally, on the national level, there's nothing to stop them from doing that. I think in this day and age, you'd get a lot of pushback from people, but there's no reason they can't. And in fact, I don't know what the laws are, but I know there was talk if Trump looked like he was winning, that certain states would say, no, we're not going to validate these electors. And unless it's illegal to do that in that state, any way that the legislature of that state wants to go about choosing its electors, it can. That's all there is to it. Look here real quick at something. Going to get a lot more reporting in about 7 minutes. Georgia seems to be looking good. Let me have a look at that. Well, we still got blue in Atlanta, top of the hour. Okay. Thank you. I have my semi-producer, Marshall, coming in here. Blazer 101, Bill, who's controlling this stupid map? This is C-SPAN's map. I don't think it's particularly stupid. It is probably the least propagandist of them all. I usually stick with C-SPAN whenever possible, because when they show things on, the regular network, basically they don't have any talking heads telling you what to think, advising you basically if your state's going to be blue, why bother even going to show up to vote, and just generally saying things that'll be propagandistic. They're less about that. So I generally tend to trust their stuff a little bit more than I necessarily do others. But if we look here at the Georgia, we're still seeing Atlanta is going to go blue, absolutely. Columbus is going to go blue. Savannah is going to go blue, hardly surprised there. Big college town. I don't know what, I guess it's Augusta is, but it's going blue. That doesn't surprise me. I assume a college town. Anywhere you have a college town or a large metro area, you're probably going to see blue. But it looks like he'll probably take that if you look at the current votes that are in. And let me look here. Well, Richmond City has 0 reporting. 27 in Atlanta, Cobb County itself. 73 in Savannah. I'm sorry, that was Atlanta. Well, Atlanta will probably go blue. Savannah one doesn't surprise me. I had a kid who went to Savannah College of Art and Design, and in Savannah, big college town. Not surprised about that. But anyhow, this is what things are looking like right now. I guess Minneapolis just did not learn. That's still going to go for Biden. It's still going to go blue, despite the fact that they were the spark for the ongoing rioting, looting, arson, robbery, armed robbery, assault with a deadly weapon, and the murder of innocents that has continued for coming up on 160 days. They did not win. They did not get the word. They did not get the message. Amazing. Lake County, I'm not sure who that is. Duluth. I can do a little bit of a Minnesota accent. I spent some time in Minnesota. I was up here in Brainerd. Brainerd's up in here someplace. I don't know exactly where. I picked up this dialect when I was up there with no diphthongs and stuff. Black vote in Georgia may be the fulcrum. Yeah, well, Trump's worked hard, but we know how that goes. We'll see. No, I spent a summer up there in Brainerd, Minnesota, at the Camp Lincoln for Boys. Oh, I loved Camp Lincoln for Boys, just not very much. The Camp Lincoln for Boys was a summer camp for very, very rich kids. One of the more, ones that you'd recognize the name of was named Hershey. And yes, I'm talking about Candy Bar Hershey. We were across the lake from Camp Lincoln for Boys, Camp Lake Hubert, because it was in Lake Hubert. Camp Lake Hubert for girls. So on one side were incredibly rich boys, and the other side were incredibly rich girls. The first day I was there, I'll never forget it. The first day I was there, piled in, sent me to a cabin that was, because I wasn't a counselor. I was food service. Working food service for a bunch of rich, entitled boys. And so they showed me to the thing. It was well in advance, a week or two in advance of the camp actually opening. So they showed me to my thing. I dropped my stuff in there, and they immediately put me to work mowing the forest. That's how rich these kids were. You had to mow the forest. Not just areas of the forest. I'm talking about, and just basically the entire camp area, everywhere. But there was a guy who was awesome. See what time it is here real quick. There was a guy. Yeah, I should get some more stuff in. So let me go back. There was a guy who I happened to ride back with. We took the bus, and he decided, oh, what the hell? I'll just go to Omaha, because we were taking the bus to Omaha. I'll just go there with you. This guy was one of those people who, I don't remember, it was years ago. So this guy is one of those people who kind of a stereotypically, crazy Vietnam vet. So he'd take these kids. He'd take these self-entitled guys, and generally they were high school age guys that he worked with. He would take these guys out and bivouac with them. Now let me tell you something about Minnesota, right? Minnesota is known as their state motto is land of 1,000 lakes. But if you're there for long, you start thinking of it, and they say it, land of 1,000 mosquito breeding grounds. And oh my God, is that right? So this guy would take them completely off of anywhere that we had mowed and bivouac with them and bring them back messed up, scratches, 4,000 mosquito bites. I was like, how do you get away with this, man? These guys get upset if they have the Jell-O wrong, but he's crazy Vietnam vet. He'd just take them out and do that stuff with them. Always got a kick out of him. The other good story about that. The other good story about that was I have several. One of which I tell about the time I was that I received the what are you having a party about? I've forgotten. Oh, it's alerting me 24 hours in advance about my regular scheduled show. My biggest story about there that I won't necessarily go into right now is when I received the obligation. But the other one was the summer when a number of very good movies were released. I saw Ghostbusters was released that summer. Alongside that, Footloose. And alongside that, Star Trek 3. So a very big year for movies. Very big year for movies. And I went to see Star Trek 3. I wanted to see it at an outdoor movie theater, right? But I didn't have a car. I was hitchhiking everywhere I went. I could juggle a little bit at that time, and it was around the time when the Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy TV series was still relatively new, so I had a sign that would stick beside me that said, mostly harmless. And then I would sit there and juggle, and I never had to wait more than about 5 minutes to get picked up. Well, I went and I juggled my way down to this outdoor movie theater that wasn't too far away. It was showing Star Trek 3, The Search for Spock. And so I decided, well, I'm just going to sleep here for the night, right? I'm just going to sleep here. Well, stupid me, little did I know, the land of 10,000 mosquito breeding grounds meant that I was attacked all night long. I had a sleeping bag, but stupidly I did not bring a tent. I should have. If I'd brought a tent, I'd have been okay. But as it was, I had to completely cover my head over, and this is the middle of summer, so it's not like it's actually cold. I had to completely cover my head over and zip my face up all night long because those mosquitoes just didn't matter what. I could be, 100 yards inside the outdoor theater, and I would still have these mosquitoes attacking me. It was, oh my God. Learned my lesson. Land of 10,000 mosquito breeding grounds, that's for sure. Texas is super close, so let me have a look at Texas. Well, again, what's driving it? Austin, San Antonio, Houston, El Paso, and Dallas. Large metro areas that are by nature socialist. I do not believe that individual liberty can survive metropolitanization. I don't think it can survive. You get to, big cities. Again, this is what happens every single time. This is the disconnect. The overwhelming majority of this state, and it is a big state, is going to be agricultural, and the people there are going to suffer because of the extremely provincial people who live in the cities, don't know what their lives are like, and assume that they're a bunch of ignorant hicks. It's frankly half the reason I do this show, right? I come from Lincoln, Nebraska, a place that the average person in a major metro area thinks of as a bunch of ignorant hicks. And I play it to some extent with what I do for a costume and all that. But, the reality is I've got a bachelor's degree. Like, everybody I know has a bachelor's degree, including the people who are in agriculture. So I have a bachelor's degree. I have multiple industry certifications, and I don't think they give those necessarily out for agriculture. But your certification in agriculture is you lived and you grew what you were supposed to grow, or, ranched what you were supposed to ranch. You get to live by the school of hard knocks. And hell, by the time you're 12, you're running, heavy equipment because you have to in a place like that. So you get this disconnect between what the cities want, which is socialism, and what is necessary to survive on a rural area, which is individualism. And that's where you have the disconnect, both on the national and the state level. The state level, you're making laws that work only for people in cities and are bad for people in agriculture. When you get into the national side, same thing. The people in the big cities are deciding the elections, and the rest of us are screwed. It's just that simple. Hey, Larry, how's it going? Trump taking Texas, thank you. Well, hard to say. The blue areas in Texas are the major metro areas that have all of the people in them. So I don't know whether he's going to take it or not. It's close by votes. I guess they've called it for him. I don't know. I can't tell, but it doesn't look from C-SPAN's site like they've called it outright for him. Be odd if he didn't get it, but Texas's problem is this. One of their bigger problems. Not only is it the major metro areas, their bigger problem is that people are starting to flee California for Texas. The problem is they're not leaving their politics with them. If they fled to California, they ought to be able to say for themselves, hey, wait a minute, this crap don't work at all. Well, let's leave it behind and try something else, but they don't. They go to places like Austin and turn it into Hollywood East or something. It's ridiculous. Starseeds player 50.5% to 48.2%, and the metro areas haven't all reported yet. Yeah, I think the metro areas are the ones that are going to take it. Larry said, I stood in 2 lines today. First line, I was the wrong place. They changed polling places 4 years ago. Yeah, for me it was, I kind of was worried there was going to be a lot of people. I think there wasn't. My mom voted today. I haven't asked her. But I was afraid there was going to be quite a lot of people. So I voted last week early. I just went to the county voting election office. Stood in line for about 2 hours in a 3-block line, but I didn't mind because I'm retired. What else I got to do? Will relate again for any viewers who might not have been there at the time. There was only one guy in line who would talk about, in this entire 3-block line, who would talk about whom he was voting for. And this guy was voting for he was voting for Biden. And he had claimed to have seen a Decepticon in the streets of our fair city, had taken pictures of it and had them confiscated by the Trump administration. So he was voting for Biden so that his confiscated pictures would be back in his possession and he could prove that a Decepticon had been walking the streets of Lincoln, Nebraska. Yeah. So, yeah, sweet. A Decepticon, yes. Exactly. First time I heard it was like, wait, okay, this guy's just joking. Because I'm sitting here, I have lots of ebooks on my phone. I'm sitting here reading one. Yeah, I saw Decepticon. I'm such and such. I'm like, what? No, just forget it. Because he's like 2 people behind me. Yeah, Decepticon at such and such street, and I got a picture of it, and then they took it, and it's all classified now. I want Biden to get... I'm like, what? And then he goes and says it like 3 or 4 more times to anybody that would listen. And they're all just like, oh, that's nice. But you got, after a while, you realized, oh, this guy's really serious. He's actually nut bar. And he thinks he actually saw a Decepticon, you know. He's voting for Biden. There's a guy that shouldn't be voting at all. You know, to be perfectly honest, if I had my way, I'd probably set up a test for voting, which is real simple. If you can't name every single candidate for every single office on the ballot, then, and any ballot initiatives that might be on there, like in Nebraska, they want to make gambling legal here, and they had 3 initiatives, one of which involved actually making it legal, all forms of gambling legal. Second one was, setting up regulatory and stuff. And I think the third was taxing it. Well, I'm a libertarian, so I voted yes, we should have gambling, but no, we shouldn't have any taxation of it, you know. Let them keep the money. That's always my thought. But if you don't know that those things are on the ballot, if you don't know the names that are going to be on the ballot for all of the offices that are up, then you shouldn't be voting. You really shouldn't. If you don't know those things walking in, I would just say, voluntarily, don't vote. You don't have enough information. If you can't at least name those things, if you don't at least know what they are when you walk in, then you shouldn't be voting. You don't have the appropriate information. You really shouldn't. Sarsy Sprayer says, my state, New Mexico, is called for Biden, not a surprise. Yeah, I'd heard that was probably going to be the case. Let's see, Albuquerque, metro area, Santa Fe, don't know for sure what's up in here in some of these other ones. Las Cruces, don't know, but I would be willing to bet that most of these blue areas correlate to metro areas or places that have a higher population. Larry says, we have a state question on the ballot. Should you be a U.S. citizen to vote? Really? I mean, God, yeah, it's just... it just boggles the mind that they would even think a non-citizen should vote. That's ridiculous. I should never be surprised by stupid things like this. And if Biden wins, expect it to get worse. I think they may have called a few more states here, but I don't think much so far. Kind of was waiting for some more on the top of the hour. Really, Montana? Lewis and Clark County, because that's Helena. Helena's going to be one of their major metro areas. Because Montana's not a very populous state. But it's going to be this one place. It's going to be this one city, probably, of Helena and whatever is over here in blue. And probably Billings as well, Yellowstone County. Probably that'll go blue as well. And we're dealing with the same thing. Cities drive the elections to the detriment of everyone else. They think we don't matter. It is just that simple. It's what happens when you're provincial, when you live and die within only 200 miles of where you were born. And I've had more life experience than some people, but I don't hold a candle to the oldest friend I have in the world. We met in high school. I may have talked about it on the show before. He is a globetrotter. He has been to every single continent with the exception of Antarctica. He's somewhere now. I don't remember where. He sent me an email from there a couple of days. He's the guy that if I want to know something real about some country, because he doesn't go to the tourist trappy places. He goes and rides, until he got too old, he was riding his bike everywhere. And he still stays in youth hostels and stuff like that. So when I want to know something about, India, really, if I want to know something about India, I ask him because he's been there. He's not at all provincial in that way. So if I want to know a guy who can really tell me the differences between the way people live, I talk to him. And it's why that I know if you worked towards a world government. It would be so bad because it could not possibly take into account all of the many, many varying cultures that we have both in the United States, just here, but certainly worldwide. You cannot govern that many people worldwide. It's impossible to make laws that will be positive for all of those people. It will be negative for the overwhelming majority of them. I'm going to do a thing here where I'm going to do my standard non-educational emergency trailer that won't get me dinged for copyright. At least I hope not. Because I've got to go off and use the Le WC, among other things. So I will be back within the next 10 minutes. Until then, enjoy my emergency trailer that is not going to teach you anything.
Good evening, folks, and a hearty welcome to our drive-in theater. We have a wonderful evening's entertainment lined up for you, one that will provide several hours of pleasurable relaxation and you. Did you fail to dress up for tonight's show? No tie, an old shirt and slacks, a house dress? Well, don't give it a thought. We're glad you came as you are. We just want you to enjoy yourselves. Don't forget to visit our refreshment center during the intermission or any time. You love the tasty array of snacks we have to offer. So will the youngsters. Everything is quality and so good. We hope you'll make this a weekly visit. Bring the family. Bring your friends. There are always wonderful new pictures to see, delightful snacks to nibble, a gay, pleasant evening for all. Oh, a word of caution. Don't drive over 10 miles an hour in the theater area for your safety's sake. And Mom or Pop, go with the kids when they leave the car. We hope you have a wonderful time. Come back soon.
Show starts in 8 minutes. Yum, yum. It's time for a tasty and refreshing snack. Promise to satisfy your hunger, your thirst, your sweet tooth. So visit our refreshment center now. Let's go! Show starts in 7 minutes.
It's refreshment time, folks.
Taste that beats the others cold. Pepsi pours it on. Taste that beats the others cold. Pepsi pours it on.
Yum, yum. It's a meal in itself. Our all-meat super dog. Enjoy one now.
Show starts in 6 minutes.
As everyone knows, rainbows usually have a treasure at the end. Let's follow this one and see if we can find the pot of gold.
Father, I suppose you've come to claim me treasure.
Well, we'd like to see the gold first.
Faith, and there's better than gold in here, me lad. No, just look here, no.
Candy, refreshing soft drinks, popcorn, ice cream. Well, that's some treasure, but anyone can buy luscious treats like these at the snack bar.
You don't tell me. Do you suppose you could get me a job as a snack bar attendant?
Show starts in 5 minutes.
We're happy to have you with us this evening and want you to enjoy every minute of your stay here. And while you relax and stretch, visit our concession where you'll find something to please you. There are ice-cold drinks, delicious sandwiches, ice cream, coffee and snacks, and many other pleasing treats. Our foods are fresh and tasty, our drinks satisfying and refreshing. They're so good.
You get more out of life when you go out to a movie.
Show starts in 4 minutes.
To visit our snack bar.
Okay. Well, I visited my snack bar. Got myself some additional beverages to drink. My usual Hy-Vee brand of something. I guess I have another Hy-Vee. The next one's going to be a mixed berry. If anybody ever wants to sponsor this program, instead of having that emergency trailer, I can have emergency plugs for whatever the hell it is you want me to sell within certain... Yes, movie-going habit, Larry says, has definitely gone out. Oh, did dress nicely, thank you. Yeah, movie-going experience. Movies, theaters are on their way out to begin with, and I think COVID probably, the virus that I shouldn't talk about, has probably had a major and lasting impact. I don't think they'll recover in the same way that they were, because even then they'd been going out of business. And streaming services, they're just taking over. I get a kick out of the fact that in Star Trek The Next Generation, because I am a fan of Star Trek more than anything else, science fiction and Star Trek are my thing. I just do this because I can't avoid it. Thank you, the woke, who are about to make things even more worse if Biden wins. But I can't... I got a kick out of the fact Star Trek The Next Generation explicitly in one episode said that television, I think, was going to be out by like 2040 or something like that. I'm like, it's probably a little late. What we think of as television, broadcast television, kind of on its way out now in favor of streaming services. And I think similarly, we're going to see movie theaters going away. I mean, really. What it was costing to go on a date, $100 or so just to go on a date, that was crazy. You'd have to pay, $20 to $40 for tickets and concessions just to see the movie. If you went out to eat, which I don't know if people still do when they date, it's what I did when I was dating. You're gonna, shell out another $40 at least to go to a nice place. $100 for a date. You're getting crazy there, And now it's just Netflix and chill. And I think the chill part is an euphemism for sex. I don't know. I don't date on purpose. I would not be good for dating at all. I don't date. I have an account. Oh God. What is it? It's the one that everybody uses. Why am I blanking on it? Go to social media here. Tinder. I have an account on Tinder. I am brutally honest on Tinder. Absolutely brutally honest on Tinder, because I know after my divorce that I am not good for anybody. I know this. I am not going to date anyone because I know I would not be good for them. My divorce screwed me up so bad I will never be good for anybody. Starship's Player says there were two really nice second-run theaters in my city. You could go see a second-run film for like $3 a ticket. They both closed forever because of that virus. Yes, there's a wonderful one in Minneapolis. Wish I'd remember the name off the top of my head, because I had been, before they closed because of the virus, I had been pressuring them repeatedly and trying to get other Star Trek fans to do the same, to show the last 2 episodes of Star Trek Continues, to Boldly Go, because they belong to an adjacent bar, and they could not sell tickets, right? You couldn't. The movie was free, but they made their money off of the fact that the bar was next door, and you could just walk. I mean, there was no wall even between them. You could go and buy booze. You could bring it into the theater. So they're making all this money off of that. But then they shut down, and I hope they reopen, because I have talked to Vic Mignogna, and he has told me directly that if we're able to get that theater to show, he will show up for a personal appearance. Okay, man, I hope you open back up. I went there a couple of times. They used to show First Run, Doctor Who, by simulcasting Doctor Who from BBC America. They got permission to do that, again, because they're not selling tickets. It's just like a big room. But I used to go there. I went there one time with my family. I let them know I was coming in advance. Those guys were awesome. They took out a section of the front row and gave us some sofas, recliners to sit in for my entire family. They were great. I really hope that they open up again. If they do, I'm going to be after them to be doing Star Trek Continues last 2 episodes. And there's a good friend of mine up there. It was a brilliant makeup artist. I have occasionally tried to do some work for his channel art. God, what's the channel name? I have to find it. I'm sorry. Because he's a brilliant guy. He has done makeup for all kinds of things. He recently did one where he was doing makeup to show you how to do, appliances and everything to make someone into someone from Planet of the Apes, the traditional films, the classic movies. He's done Klingon makeup for multiple productions of A Klingon Christmas Carol. He does. If you want makeup done, if you want an appliance done, this man is your man. Bill Hedrick is his name. I've forgotten what his studio name is. Maybe I'll see if I can't put a link. I'm not seeing it immediately on YouTube, but maybe I'll see if I can't put a link to it. Brilliant guy. And he's also said, oh, God, yes, absolutely. And I want to be there to live stream. I want to be up there so that I can live stream the whole thing like a red carpet event. Live stream when Vic shows up. Live stream when Bill Hedrick shows up. Some other fans that are big in the area. Live stream them like a red carpet. I would love to do that. But in any case, I want to see those 2 episodes in a theater, and that would be the place for them because it would be free by nature. They couldn't make money off of it. And if you're going to show those, you cannot make money off of them. You must make them free. So yeah, I definitely want to go there. But just waiting here for some more returns to come in. Let me see here. Here is what I have to say about me on my, Tinder account, right? I'm totally, brutally honest about everything. Talks about who I am, YouTube, BitChute personality, retired, etc. Retired IT professional, now hosting a YouTube and BitChute show when I can. I hope those guys get streaming really soon. They were beta testing it a while back. Focused on TV and film reviews. That's not quite the case anymore. Interested in FWB at the moment, but am open to a relationship with the right woman. Science fiction geek as long as I can remember. Might sound like it, but I'm not a Sheldon Cooper. BitDom, mostly about streetwear wardrobe preferences for my partner when we're out together. Nothing slutty, don't worry. You'll probably like it. I have adult children and no interest in making more. Brutally honest. And yet somehow I still get people who are interested. I mean, there must be some seriously low expectations women out there. I still get people who are interested, amazingly enough. Well, they've got Iowa bluish now. The bigger Des Moines gets, the more the city drives the state. It's just that simple. I've forgotten what Des Moines' current population is. I used to live there, but it's growing such that it keeps bumping into other small towns like cities that are growing too. Let me see what their current population is. The urban population is 450,070. So that makes it larger than the urban for Lincoln, Nebraska, where I live right now. Marshall says Chinese yuan is starting to tank as betting odds jump to $64 per Trump, or 64% for Trump. They're still betting on some of that. That's kind of interesting. I mean, he could win, 131.98 with what's reporting in. A couple of them I'm a bit surprised about. We'll see what happens with Iowa. I'm curious what they think that's going to be. Still don't have Des Moines, Polk County. Warren County is one of the places where you have major suburbs. Dallas County has some suburbs. Madison County, I live there. That is really the outlying-ish area where you can have suburbs. They're not surprised they're red. Dallas County, I lived there let's see, I lived in a little town of about 2,000. You can call it the very, very edge of the Des Moines metro area. It really is about 10 miles drive from anywhere that's really, Des Moines-ish, the Des Moines suburbs, but it's just close enough. It's like some of these other towns in some of these red, adjacent things like Madison County, Marion County, etc. These surrounding counties are ones that are going to be red, because that's where people tend to live when they're commuting, because we do have a commute sometimes. I commuted about a half an hour for a while from Des Moines into where I was. And that's where people come out to live because it's so cheap. I mean, I lived in, blanking on the name, in Madison County, but it's a suburb town where people who want to buy stuff cheap come to live, because you can, and even in Des Moines, it's not like it's an incredibly expensive place to live. But there I could get a studio apartment for about $500. But for $520 in Winterset, Iowa, where I lived, for $520 I could get a 2-bedroom apartment, $520 a month, and that included, I think, everything but internet. It included everything. $520 a month for a 2-bedroom apartment. A house there, a really good house there, would probably only cost you $150,000 to $200,000. You can probably get a near mansion with $250,000. So that's where these people tend to live. Do they know they're voting for Kamala for president? Probably not. Probably not. I think people who are really, big Democrats don't have any conception that Biden, I always hate to say it, because I have family members, close family members who are having this issue. But he clearly is having some level of early senile dementia. Maybe more than early. It's really hard to tell. The way he will, shut down and not, have press talking to him for long periods of time. I think he did what's calling a lid on his entire campaign like a week ago. That tells me that, okay, he's only having periods of lucidity. I don't wish that on anybody. I really don't. Even if I oppose the guy politically, I don't wish that on him. So I don't think that they see it, though. I don't think that they see it. I think that they just go, because I did a very informal poll on Twitter, and those useless polls really scientifically, but I just said, who are you going to vote for? Does knowing what you know now about the candidates after their debates, would you vote for Trump, or are you still with Biden because Orange Man bad? I got about 20% of respondents who said that they were going to go with Biden because Orange Man bad. The media propaganda complex has done its job. If Biden wins, it will be entirely because of the media propaganda complex. They have been propagandized against Trump, telling complete lies and falsehoods, and they may have done their job in this case. I don't know. We shall see. We shall see as the evening wears on. It is 9:30 in my time zone, so I've been at about 2.5 hours. I'm sorry, 3.5 hours. And my attempts to make sure that my back doesn't turn into a giant horrific marshmallow seem to have worked. with the simple addition of a pillow in the back of my lower back, forcing me to sit a bit differently. Metropolitan complexes, it really shows up in house map. Okay, let me look at house stuff. If it'll let me. The national house map? Yeah. That's a really good map, actually. Yeah, you're really seeing it there. Nebraska, for example, right? Okay. Everything in this blue area right here, that is the two major population centers of our entire state. Omaha, which is right up against the Missouri River here, that's the one that's only got one representative for the entire area because it's 1 million people. That's Omaha. And then this other area around here is going to cover about here where my cursor is, about Lincoln. Those are our two major metro areas. So yeah, it definitely pops out on this, like you say, because you can see, okay, here are places where, you have major metro areas. I'm not, Colorado, sure you're dealing there. I think with that corner edge, it's got to be Denver. I'm not familiar enough with Colorado to know for sure all of them. Both of my kids live in Colorado, but one's in the suburbs and one's out in, well, I'm blanking on it. Same place, giant Air Force military base, Colorado Springs. And that's also a college town, although I think that'll probably go fairly red because you're dealing with a lot of military out there. But yes, you can definitely see with that house map, it definitely shows up anywhere there's a large metro area. That's where you're seeing it. I really don't know if individual liberty can survive urbanization, because it will. Urbanites really don't have to be very self-sufficient, and individuality, self-sufficiency means individualism. It means that you are capable of caring for yourself in almost every circumstance. Whether it be your own doctor delivering, your own OB-GYN delivering your own child, as my uncle was born on the way to the hospital. Whether it means, in the case of my grandparents' cattle ranch, if you're, you have to be a veterinarian. I wasn't around for it, but I certainly heard about one time where a calf was being born wrong direction. It needs to be born a certain way to not kill the cow. So, disgusting as it sounds, in order to save the animals, because every animal is worth money, a lot of money, my grandfather stuck his hands right in there and twisted around the calf and caused it to be born. Not terrifyingly unusual. And if you got a cow, and I was involved in one once where there was a cow that was stupid. There was a big ravine that was dangerous for cattle to be into, and they're in the middle of stuff, and you couldn't fill it over, so there was a big, barbed wire fence around it. But you get cows that sometimes want to crawl through because they just do that. And this cow had managed to crawl through, got its feet entangled, its legs entangled in the fence, which caused the fence to pull down with it, broke two of the cow's legs. Ain't nothing to do but to shoot the cow, because you really have two choices. You either kill it relatively painlessly with a bullet through the brain, or you wait around and let it be in pain until nightfall when the coyotes eat it alive. Which is the better choice? You have to be prepared to do that. If you have fencing that comes down, you get to put it up. If you have a medical issue with your cow, you got to fix it yourself. Nobody is going to call unless it's really bad, and it never is. It's never that bad. You don't call for a vet. You get to do all that stuff yourself. Everything that you do is very individualistic. Go to a city, and you're caught again in a web of, dependencies on other people. And you start thinking, hey, maybe we should have laws about how this works, or about how that works. It's what's led to our horrifying education system that no longer educates. I don't know that individual liberty can actually, sorry, I'm waiting to make sure my new beverage does not spray all over me. Sorry. This one would be my Hy-Vee if you want me to do any real commercials. This is my mixed berry Hy-Vee flavored water. Keeps me pretty well hydrated. Soda pop won't do it. Soda pop will cause me to become dehydrated. I don't drink it very much while I'm on the show here because I know I need to stay hydrated. The longer I talk, the more unhydrated that I need to be. Still haven't started showing much more in terms of calling states. Probably waiting around because it's, let's see, it's 8:30 in Colorado. It's going to be 7:30 in on the West Coast. So they're probably going to be waiting a long time. I'm just curious. Let's have a look and see what anybody knows about California. Zero reporting. So, yeah, they're not calling that at all. But yeah, if I win the lottery, California ain't the place I'm going to be. Actually, I have a plan. If I win the lottery, because everybody thinks about, what if I won the lottery? Utah called for Trump? Well, that doesn't shock me too much that Utah would ultimately go for Trump. Relatively, not that populated. I guess you got Salt Lake City, and that's what a shock. Salt Lake City going for Biden. Probably this is going to include a lot of Salt Lake City suburbs. The adjoining stuff going blue, that doesn't shock me. But in terms of calling it for Trump, I'm not stunned by that. Wait for Salt Lake City to get a little bigger. When it's big enough, it will then dominate the state. Interesting, they do have pink, as opposed to light blue down here for like Arizona. They do have pink anyway, as Trump. He's leading by 9 points there. Florida, he's leading by 3 points, so we're not talking about a hell of a lot. Georgia is by 12. North Carolina by 1, so that's barely there. Maine, well, I'd be surprised if Maine didn't go blue, but leading by 4 there. New Hampshire, probably going to go blue. New Hampshire, you guys. There's a colony, Utah culture, yeah. There's a colony of libertarians in New Hampshire because they're supposedly a really free place to live. Their state motto is live free or die. And I kicked around at one point, maybe moving there, maybe. No. Oh, God. You guys in Keene. It's Keene. New Hampshire never used to vote blue. Yeah, well, let's have a look at... let's have a look. Wow, okay. So, Concord, Manchester, Hillsborough, these parts, more heavily populated. I don't know where Keene is. Joe Jorgensen's doing about the same, Libertarian at about 1.67% of the vote. Keene, North New Hampshire, is home to the Free Keene movement, which is a Keene is east of Concord. Okay, I don't know because after I spent time working with them, I was like, I don't want to touch you guys with a 10-meter cattle prod. West, I'm sorry. Keene is it's like a little haven. At one point in the late 1990s, early 2000s, libertarians said, hey, you know what we need to do? We need to move someplace that is pretty libertarian to start with, and then see if we can't turn that state into more of what we think of as a libertarian place to live. For a while, Wyoming was under consideration. I think they would have been better to go Wyoming. But they went to Keene, New Hampshire. And then they started doing stuff that was just plain stupid. Here we are with all of these problems going around, right? And the women in Keene would be worried about being able to go topless, right? Okay, yeah, I get it. Having that freedom would be nice. But with all the other stuff going on, is, tits or get the frack out your biggest concern? Is that what you're going to spend your time doing? Just stupid. And then there was a guy who I don't remember exactly how he first got into it by showing up in court one time. It was for somebody else's trial or arraignment or something, but he shows up and he's wearing a hat, and it's a courtroom. You're supposed to remove your hat in a courtroom. The judge tells him to. He says no. Well, the judge holds him in contempt, and he still doesn't do it. The judge repeatedly holds him in contempt and then has him arrested. Well, Dimwit here refused to give the arresting officers his name. So Dimwit got to spend a whole bunch of time in jail until he finally coughed up his name, and then he spent a little more time in jail because the judge just wanted to show him. And then he did it again, and again, and again. It was about at that point that I just said, screw this. You guys are stupid. You do all of this crap. I mean, what is it, impressing the chicks? Is it because you want to say, oh, I'm gonna go to jail and they will think I'm so cool because I'm sticking it to the man? And I'm like, you are not sticking it to anyone, you dolt. You're just winding up in jail for no purpose. Take off your hat and forget about it. It's just, it's not something new. This is what people have done since time immemorial. Hell, the knights took off their helmets when they went to court. It's just an ancient thing. You're not doing yourself any favors. And, that was the sort of thing they're into. And I'm like, and every year they have, God, what is it? Some kind of gathering. And every year they've got all kinds of drugs, including hard drugs. Me personally, I'm like, okay, if you want to smoke some weed, I don't care. I think it's probably less addictive than alcohol. And in any case, I've been in parties where I've had drunks. I've been in parties where there's been people smoking weed. Frankly, I would rather be around the stoners because they don't get very belligerent. They just hang and chill and eat a lot of food. Drunks tend to get a little more belligerent than that. New Hampshire is now called for Biden, you say. Well, given that their population centers were voting blue, that doesn't shock me. Not showing it up here yet on the map. But let us look at the National House map. So here we are, New Hampshire. They're not showing much of anything here. Massachusetts, New Hampshire. So, but we're still going to see the same thing. It's going to be major metro areas or population centers that are going to be the deciders of any state's election, unfortunately. Just the way it is. I don't think individual liberty can survive urbanization. I really don't. And it's going to have a detrimental effect on everybody else because, all of these people, if Biden wins, my major fear, I keep saying it over and over again, the reason that I voted for Trump, even though I'm a libertarian, who would never set foot in Keene, New Hampshire. Now, just finish up that story real quick. So they have this get-together. I don't remember what it is. It's Pork Fest, P-O-R-C, because the, Republicans have the elephant, Democrats have a donkey, Libertarian Party has a porcupine. So they have Pork Fest every year. Right? And they got all kinds of drugs. And for me, the most part, I'm like, okay, smoke the weed, I don't care. But then they get into the hard drugs, the ones that, yeah, okay, I really don't mind if they're legal because it takes away the black market for it. But having it there is stupid because every cop and every FBI agent in the universe is going to know about it, right? You don't just, deal coke in what amounts to, a bunch of tent cities. I mean, that's just stupid. It's just like, no, I'm not going there for that reason alone. At some point, the feds are going to say, okay, time to bust these a-holes. These idiots, time to bust them. So Larry says, liberty dies to thunderous applause. Yes. Again, because I think you have a problem. You get into urbanization and you wind up being part of a large web of dependencies of people. And people start going, well, I don't want to be out of this, so let's make it something that's heavily regulated. I don't want to be out of this other. I've had people who say that my job, IT, should be a public thing and regulated, just free. It should be a free service. And if you look at all the other stuff that they've made into free services, you can see it tends to screw them up. Yes, I know, Larry. Revenge of the Sith quote. One of the things that at the time I thought that whole scene, with the Emperor going, the Republic will be reorganized into the First Galactic Empire. I thought that was because of the way the lines went. It was over the top. Here we are 20 years later. It turns out it was actually prophetic. But yes, liberty dies to thunderous applause because you get people who do not understand what individualism is anymore. I mean, you get into Omaha, you're still dealing with 2 or 3 generations, maybe 4, of people who are so far removed from agriculture and therefore removed from real individualism that they don't know what it is. It's a problem because the more generations that are grown up like that, the less it becomes possible for them to conceive of individual liberty. It is not something that they have any experience with whatsoever. It's like trying to explain the color blue to a blind person. You don't have any experience with it. You have no way to understand. And if you try to explain it and say, well, it means you'll be free to do this, free to do that, free to do this other thing, they'll go, whoa. I don't want people to be free to do that. Maybe, but not everybody else. That could hurt people, and so they just can't conceive of it. It's like with my prime example of not being able to conceive of something was the fall of Iraq, right? I think that President Bush thought that this was going to be like liberating Europe, that once Saddam Hussein was taken out of the equation, then they would have, democratic society and all that. And I knew it wasn't going to work. It was one of the only times in my memory that I can remember having a disagreement with my father and me being right. He thought it was going to be something like that. And I said, no, it's not. These people have absolutely no experience with that. It will be like trying to explain the color blue to a blind person. And lo and behold, that's exactly what happened. They don't have anything like what we consider a representative democracy or a republic or anything like that. It's all mired down in very complex, ancient, tribal type of thinking, because really that's what it is. The best way I could describe, Iraq and the Middle East and stuff like that is that it's kind of like things were for the American Indians when white settlers showed up. There's no really one great Sioux tribe. Well, there wasn't. There's no giant Sioux tribe. Point of fact, they don't even like the word Sioux much because it's an Ojibwa name that means lower than a snake's belly, which probably tells you just how well those tribes got along. But there's Oglala, there's the Dakota, the Lakota. Now, when they put them into reservations, they kind of all got smashed together, and so now you have Oglala Sioux and the all of those different ones that kind of tack Sioux onto the end of their name because it's part of this larger group. But they were not anything like democratic. They were a bunch of nomadic tribes that were generally at war with each other. This whole notion of noble savage, that's insanity. There's no such thing. When Lewis and Clark came to the area for the first time, first really white people that came to the area, they noted that any given tribe was at peace with, a dozen maybe, but were warring with another 20. There was no real, connection where they wanted to get all together. Similar thing was going on in the Middle East, and it was made worse after World War II when the Allied powers carved up the Middle East in ways that didn't make sense, that forced these, tribes who had never gotten along together, stuck them together and said, you got to get along. It was why there was a Shah of Iran. It was why there was a Saddam Hussein, because they had these warring tribes that had been warring for centuries and centuries. And these guys were dictators who said, okay, you are going to get along now or I'm going to kill a few of you. And they would. And that's how they kept them in line. So thinking that you're going to get a democratic government out of that is really, really short-term thinking. Star-Seeds player had Bush had absolutely no plan and no understanding of the culture there. Yeah, I really think he thought it was going to. My dad said so, and my dad was usually right about this sort of stuff. It's one of the reasons I wish he was around, because I could use it advice sometimes. But he was one of the. It's really the only time that I can remember in my memory when I was right about something that was going to happen geopolitically. My dad was a psychologist and extremely good at reading how those things were going to go down. He had a very dark sense of humor because he worked for a long time with some of the worst people that you can imagine. He worked at a security wing in a state mental hospital. That's where they send all the people who are so crazy that they're too dangerous to be let into a general population in a prison. And he did work with prisoners in, the state, one of the state prisons. Saw a lot of the dark side of humanity. Not long before he died, which was just a few years ago, he said that he never thought he'd live to see the end of the United States. And I said, well, maybe you'll get lucky and you won't. And having a dark sense of humor, he laughed and kind of got it. And it turns out he was right. He was the lucky one. He didn't get to see the end of it. I will, my kids will, but not him. Haven't done much with this map. Let me reload it. Well, still haven't done much with it. But it's, there's still places to go here. I mean, if Texas goes, that's 138. And they always say he needs Florida. He's leading, but not by much. And he needs Pennsylvania, leading again, but not by much. Curious what they've got reporting, if anything. Yeah, a little more reporting now. Philadelphia, Allentown. Can't see what that is. Oh, Pittsburgh. Yeah, Pittsburgh. Big shock there. Area around Allentown I'm a little surprised by, but yeah, just in terms of stories, way to kill some time while we wait for some of the more returns to come in. When I was working for AT&T, this was back when AT&T was not a cell phone provider, and it was after what they call divestiture, which is, you may not know, but up until the mid-1980s, AT&T was the monopoly telephone provider in the United States. They'd broken up the U.S. into individual locations that some of their sub-companies ran, but ultimately it all ran into AT&T, and they were the monopoly. They were the phone company. There was no other phone company. They were the phone company. They also manufactured phones. In fact, part of the deal was that if you had a phone in your house, the phone belonged to AT&T. You could not just come in and do your own wiring and all that. They did it all. If you wanted a phone plugged into an extension phone plugged into another room, you called AT&T. Their people drove out, ran the wiring, gave you the phone, but it belonged to them. Damaged the phone, you paid them a fine. They were notoriously difficult to work with. But in the mid-1980s, they had a deal going on. They wanted to get into the computer business, and they had an operating system called Unix that had kind of been floated around, and they wanted to get into the computer business because that was obviously big. And what basically happened was they sacrificed their status as the monopoly phone provider for the ability to start manufacturing computers, which sounded good to them at the time, because at the time they had 11 different manufacturing sites all over the country. They were manufacturing everything from phone switches to telephones and all of that. And so they did what was called divestiture. And that's where they broke up into multiple different companies, and they didn't have the monopoly anymore. And they didn't own everything anymore. People started to be able to do their own thing. We saw a huge immediate surge in terms of what telephone technology could become. So I worked for them after divestiture, but they still had these 11 manufacturing sites all over the country, and I used to fly to them frequently because I was responsible for their networks. Allentown, Pennsylvania. Oh my God. What a nightmare. What a nightmare. The deal was I was actually working for a subsidiary that was responsible for training people who were members of the International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers, which was the union that ran the whole thing. Larry's saying Western Electric made the phones. Yeah, some of the sites that I went to actually had, the AT&T logo on them, but you could see Western Electric still on the building behind it where they'd taken it down. So yeah, they did. It changed a little by the time I got there. Anyhow, Allentown, my God. The deal was I worked for this subsidiary that was for training IBEW members who worked at these various manufacturing plants. And so half of my superiors were fairly high up, union people. The co-director of the company was really high up. I mean, he'd been like national president of IBEW at one point. And then the other side was AT&T management. And boy, did these guys hate each other. Because what happened was every time, it came time to do work on their contracts, these guys would be screaming at each other across a table, and getting them to interact in a way, where they were working together for what I was doing was just damn near impossible. And Allentown, Pennsylvania, oh my God, what a nightmare. We always used to, I can't even describe to you. I can't describe to you. I would be doing, that time I was young early in my career, I'd be doing work under tables, wiring and things under desks. And I'd look up and I'd see something and I'd have no idea what the context was. I just knew that it was very weird, and I'm going back into my next desk. I look up again. Something else weird is going on over there. I watched them kick I was doing some work on this whole new computer setup and new networking system. I watched the people who were in the union kick someone from management out of that room. I have never seen that before, had never seen it since. It was like going into the Twilight Zone when any of us had to go down there. We always say, okay, you got your chain, right? Because you're going to need it in order to pull yourself out of this mess when you're done. Oh, Allentown was horrifying. Reading, on the other hand, which wasn't very far away, that was okay. It doesn't look like we've added anything on C-SPAN's map. Let me reload it. Not sure why. If we're calling some of the other places are calling them. I prefer to stay with the conservative map rather than go with somebody who's, one of the big three networks, or ABC, CBS, CNN, MSNBC, etc., because they are part of the media propaganda complex. They are responsible for, if Trump loses, they will be responsible for his loss. The only thing I can say is that if Trump loses, we may not have the kind of violence that we could have. Maybe we will. Maybe if he loses, we'll just have people on the left go nuts and try to destroy things. Which reminds me, I want to check from time to time. I want to check the site. DonaldTrump.watch.com or DonaldTrump.watch because a week or two ago that was a hit site for people who had they've called some other stuff. What a shock. They've called the Pacific Northwest and California, and it looks like the big ones that they've just called for Biden, which doesn't shock me. I'm a little surprised about Oregon. You'd have thought they'd have learned their lesson, but apparently not. Same with going on with Minnesota. You'd have thought they'd have learned their lesson, but apparently not. I don't know what if Biden wins. I don't quite know what happens to the Antifa and BLM. Certainly, the media propaganda complex is going to start saying that none of what they are doing is needed anymore. That it was all just because of Trump, etc. Starcheese Player says there's no hope for Portland. You'd think so, yeah. It depends I think it depends what the media propaganda complex does to some extent. Biden has tacitly given his blessing to Antifa by saying they're just an idea. Yeah, I know. And there's a lot of people on the left that believe that. I've talked to more than one of them on more than one occasion. They think, no, they're anti-fascist. It's just an idea about being anti-fascist. I'm like, you have not been paying attention. Well, you actually have. You've been paying attention to the media propaganda complex. Yep, they're not just an idea. You've not been paying attention to, did you miss him murdering a guy for being a Trump supporter, or at least they thought he was? Who shoots Sunday school teachers, breaks people's teeth. They're responsible for the murder of a woman in Davenport, Iowa, during one of their riots. From listening to both my own police department, having, again, had occasion to talk with a couple of cops on other things, I know that some of their members do come in opportunistically. A bunch of the people, not all of them, but the cop mentioned a number of the people that they met and they actually arrested during our own riots were actually coming from Portland. I know that was the case in Wisconsin. So Marshall says, using 2016 threshold models, Florida, Georgia, and Ohio should be called already. Well, maybe they're headed for Trump and they don't want to call it. I don't know. 18. I'd have to look and calculate up what some of these redder things would look like. Starcheese Player says, I have a feeling that Wheeler is going to be shocked if when Biden wins and his Antifa problems don't go away. Yeah, that's the thing about the Antifa. They probably hate Trump real bad, but they are not real thrilled with anybody. Not really. They're going to be a long-term problem. It's just that they won't be reported on by the media propaganda complex. They're not going to be reported on. If he wins, if Biden wins, it will be because of the media propaganda it'll be because of them. It'll be because of them. They will have flexed their muscle and proven that they can do it, and they'll do it again and again and again. There's really no way to stop them. There's really no way to stop them. I tried getting a hold of my own senator, basically blew me off. And trying to explain to him how, what sort of things he needs to ask big tech, because big tech is absolutely part of the media propaganda complex. Big tech is in it. If I say that, look at me, man. I've been doing videos for 4-ish years, I guess, now. And look where I'm at. And that's in part because my content is such that the media propaganda complex does not really want me to be seen, and so they don't show my videos to my subscribers. They don't show my videos in suggested videos or sidebars or anything like that. Other people see the same thing, doing it to Tim Pool for the same reason. A fairly fair guy, near as I can tell. He was voting for Trump this time around, but a fairly fair guy. I think started to get a little bit more on the sensationalistic side before this election, but generally a fairly, good guy. And they've been deranking him as well. It's part of the complex. And I really wish I could just go back to doing Star Trek and things like that, but I can't because there is no escaping the woke. It's just impossible. Starcheese Player says, oh, yeah, that's the same thing before. Okay. So, let me look and see if we've got anything going in terms of protesting anywhere at this point. Portland protests continue as election results arrive. This is from the Oregonian. This is the Oregonian. It's part of the media propaganda complex. Here's what they have to say. Portlanders streamed into 2 different locations Tuesday night to call for change as election results rolled in. Protesters against police brutality have long criticized President Donald Trump and Portland Mayor Ted Wheeler, who leads the city's police bureau. Both men are vying for re-election. The demonstrations began outside Southeast Portland's Revolution Hall, where several dozen people had gathered by 5:20 as the poll closed on the East Coast. Revolution Hall, blah, 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 blah. They're not saying what these guys did or not. Just that they'd been there. Let me look and see if we've got any live footage on the ground. Filter by live, because that's what I want to see. Well, I can put some of this up without the... is this live? Really? It's actually live? Yeah, it is. Okay. Do me a pop out. Pardon me while I build a new card. Looks, well, maybe, I mean, it's not worth putting up. It's pretty peaceful, it looks like. They're, yeah, lots of interesting stuff going through their chat, but it's pretty peaceful. They're just going around screaming like they usually do, but I think the fact that their state went blue has made a lot of them happy. So we don't know. It doesn't look bad, but we'll see. As I say, I don't think the core Antifa people are going to be disappearing anytime soon, because while they hate the right, they also pretty much hate the left. So this might go down a bit as the media propaganda complex pushes it, but I don't... They're going to come back. In what form, I don't know. It's just the media industrial complex, which is not reporting on them at all to speak of now anyway, will say, oh, good, Trump is... he's out of office, so that means all of his scumbags, and that means we've beat the Nazis and the white supremacists and all that. That's how that'll be spun if he wins. Have changed a few colors here. New Hampshire they changed to blue finally. All of the eastern seaboard, I'm not surprised. I guess that's... Yeah. He's up still in Pennsylvania. Not much in Florida, but as Marshall says, this one may not be called for weeks. It might, mean the difference between... I don't know. Biden's only got 61 left to go. Depending on what else... I see Montana, they've changed to orange. I'd be shocked if Montana didn't go red. Texas... I bet it's a toss-up still because of their metro areas. Yeah. Still pretty much a toss-up. I'm a little surprised that some of their border counties are going blue. But the thing about the thing with illegals coming in is something that Trump did. He's built some wall, but not much of one, because he didn't need to. He got on the horn with the Mexican president and said, you either act as a buffer and not let people in, or you will not be trading with us anymore. And half of Mexico is a third world country, if not more, and they need U.S. trade. So Mexico started being a good neighbor like Canada is, and they stopped just letting people come in and go through. It got calmed down in that way. So maybe those border, the border ones here are some level. I don't know enough about what cities may be there. I'd be stunned if there wasn't some decently sized cities. But I'm a little surprised that some of these are going blue. But so far, let me see, 209. And he's got another 10 here that will probably go to him. So that'll be 219. Iowa, I don't know about. Leads by 4 points, but still. Wisconsin, maybe, Arizona, I'm not really sure about. I don't have a good feeling for it. He might make it. I mean, it just depends. Ultimately, as they always say, I think it's going to come down to Pennsylvania and to Florida. If let me see, Trump's got 118, he'd be 138, and then another 30, 159. I don't know. I see a contested election in the future. I see a contested election in our future. Unless Biden were to win, like Texas and or Florida and or Pennsylvania, I think we're going to have us a contested election. Joy. Oh, man, just what we would need. Gotta wonder. Out in California. Yeah, see, that's fascinating that I guess they're calling California for Biden just because they figure there's no possible way that he could lose. But if you look, not many places have actually reported in. And Joe Jorgensen's out there with a 0.83%. So these are ones that, okay, here we have at least some that are going. Portland, all blue. Eugene, Oregon, all blue. Salem, Oregon, maybe not so much. But again, you can see the same thing popping up here. Our major metro areas all go blue. Because metro areas tend to go socialist. I don't know that individual liberty can survive urbanization. I just don't know. I'll tell you what, I'm going to put you back on my emergency backup trailer that teaches you precisely nothing. Because I need to use le WC and other things. I will be back within 10 minutes. And if anyone actually wants to ever sell anything, this is 10 minutes that you could use for me selling things if you wanted.
Good evening, folks, and a hearty welcome to our drive-in theater. We have a wonderful evening's entertainment lined up for you, one that will provide several hours of pleasurable relaxation and diversion for you and your family. Did you fail to dress up for tonight's show? No tie, an old shirt and slacks, a house dress? Well, don't give it a thought. We're glad you came as you are. We just want you to enjoy yourselves. Don't forget to visit our refreshment center during the intermission or any time. You love the tasty array of snacks we have to offer. So will the youngsters. Everything is quality and so good. We hope you'll make this a weekly visit. Bring the family. Bring your friends. There are always wonderful new pictures to see, delightful snacks to nibble, a gay, pleasant evening for all. Oh, a word of caution. Don't drive over 10 miles an hour in the theater area for your safety's sake. And Mom or Pop, go with the kids when they leave the car. We hope you have a wonderful time. Come back soon.
Show starts in 8 minutes. Yum, yum. It's time for a tasty and refreshing snack. promise to satisfy your hunger, your thirst, your sweet tooth. So visit our refreshment center now. Let's go! Show starts in 7 minutes.
It's refreshment time, folks.
Taste that beats the others cold. Pepsi pours it on. Taste that beats the others cold. Pepsi pours it on.
Yum, yum. It's a meal in itself. Our all-meat super dog. Enjoy one now.
Show starts in 6 minutes.
As everyone knows, rainbows usually have a treasure at the end. Let's follow this one and see if we can find the pot of gold.
Ah, there, and I suppose you've come to claim me treasure.
Well, we'd like to see the gold first.
Faith, and there's better than gold in here, me lad. No, just look here, no.
Candy, refreshing soft drinks, popcorn, ice cream. Well, that's some treasure, but anyone can buy luscious treats like these at the snack bar.
You don't tell me. Do you suppose you could get me a job as a snack bar attendant?
Show starts in 5 minutes.
We're happy to have you with us this evening and want you to enjoy every minute of your stay here. And while you relax and stretch, visit our concession where you'll find something to please you. There are ice-cold drinks, delicious sandwiches, ice cream, coffee and snacks, and many other pleasing treats. Our foods are fresh and tasty, our drinks satisfying and refreshing. They're so good.
You get more out of life when you go out to a movie.
Show starts in 4 minutes.
To visit.
Okay, here I am again. Just briefly listening to what's going on in Chicago. It's got a few more listeners to the various, but it's not anything that hits my threshold. It's about 915 listeners, which, to be honest, is okay for that Chicago. Yeah, start to worry when they get into their riot frequency. Chicago has an entire frequency just devoted to riots, and it's not encrypted. Most of the time when they go through things like that, they have an encrypted frequency so that people don't know what they're doing, but theirs is never encrypted. So you can just always listen to it and go, wow, look at all the sound of, if you know the area, or if you geolocate like I usually do when I'm listening to these, really interesting because you can see exactly what they're doing and where they're going. And I'm like, why are none of you idiots using this on your phone? Because you'd know where not to go because there the cops are going to be. It doesn't look like much has changed on the map since I left. I'm a little surprised they haven't. I mean, maybe it's just media and propaganda complex, but I mean, I'm a little surprised they haven't called some of these. Let me have a look at. Yeah, he's got 55%. How many? 72%, 54%, 72, 44, 29, 25, 29. All the areas you'd expect to vote for Biden are within fractions of coming in, but you get out to some of the more rural areas and you start seeing 100%. If this were me, based on what we're seeing in other states, I think you could go ahead and call Pennsylvania for Trump. I mean, in real life. So that would bring him 138. Still need Florida, Texas. Texas would be good for him. What does Texas look like? Outlying red areas are 80%, 100%. The blues are 100. No, that's nothing. 100%, 100%, 0, 100%, 100%, 175%, 74, 72. Looks to me like if you were going to call it, you could probably also call Texas for Trump. Oh, this is going to go on all damn night. I'm going to be sitting in this chair showing you videos of going to the drive-in all freaking night, I bet. And it's only 10:23 my time. Well, it'll be very interesting to see. So far, at least, the best I can say is we're not seeing any significant violence. But depending how things go with Trump's thing, it could go down differently. I don't know. I don't know anymore what's going to happen. Pardon me, I attempted to breathe water. That never works very well because somehow I just don't have gills nor the ability to extract any useful stuff from water. And I put my cough button in just the wrong place. Yeah, I do notice, however, that they have changed Iowa from kind of bluish to kind of reddish. Again, we're not seeing anything here that doesn't surprise me. Polk County with Des Moines, Davenport, the Quad Cities over here. There are actually 4 small cities over here that are separated. I don't know exactly how it works. There's 2 of them on the Iowa side, 2 of them on the Illinois side. Illinois-Iowa border is here where the Mississippi River is. And there's 2 of them on either side. They're called the Quad Cities, I think, because, of course, Minneapolis, St. Paul, which is not too terrifyingly far north of there, are the Twin Cities. The difference really is that there's saying someone told you that Arizona went blue. Well, that was definitely a danger going into this. But here we have Pottawatomie County. That is across the river from Omaha, Nebraska. Not surprising about that. Up here, I think Blackhawk is like Cedar Rapids or Cedar Falls. Forgotten which it is, but they have a large student population. Same deal down here with these 2. There's a large student population. Although I would mention that a bit south of there, I'd guess it's either Washington or Henry County. I think it's one of the 2. Is Riverside, Iowa, the future birthplace of Captain James T. Kirk in the original timeline, and where you see him throw his father's car into a giant chasm in the ground. Trust me, there are no giant chasms anywhere in Iowa. Anybody who lives in Iowa or knew anything about Iowa just laughed at that whole scene because, trust me, there are no giant chasms anywhere in Iowa. That was ridiculous. And we go, how did that get there? Exactly, because there ain't none. Florida with 98% calling in, still hasn't called Trump with 51.3%. Yeah, I think we're seeing the media propaganda complex in action here. Excuse me, still getting over the fact that I attempted to breathe water. They cut the chasm with phasers to channel a river through the farmlands. Well, it's so deep. I don't know what river there would be to cut through to the farmlands. Actually, in all reality, Iowa doesn't need anything like... I know you're just kidding, but I'm going to throw it out there anyway. Iowa doesn't need anything like any kind of irrigation. There's an interesting thing that happens, just showing you on the map. The Missouri River, you can't see it here, but bisects the state of South Dakota about like this, then goes along and is the border, and zips over here to finally meet up with the Mississippi River. On this side of Iowa, on the western side of the Missouri River in South Dakota, what we like to call West River, doesn't get very much precipitation. It's a natural prairie for a reason. Very little will grow there. That's why I always say if they ultimately make marijuana legal in that state, I'm going to go out, my family ranch land. I'm going to grow one crop. I'm going to take it into Wall the week before and the week after Sturgis Rally. I'm going to make a freaking fortune, and then I'm going to go away forever. Nebraska, being on this side of the Missouri River, also doesn't have very much in terms of precipitation, but it cuts right differently when you get to the Missouri River. Iowa gets a ton of precipitation. They can grow all kinds of different crops there because the soil will support it, and it's just a lot more precipitation. The other side, my grandfather worked for decades, spent a ton of money trying to do all kinds of irrigation. Didn't work. It just didn't work. The soil won't support it. The retreat of the glaciers left behind a soil that when it gets wet is kind of a gumbo. It sticks to your, there are cars you can't even drive through there, vehicles you can't even drive through. I intentionally got myself a Jeep Wrangler so that I could drive through there in just about any weather. Ohio is 94% Trump, +8, no call. Yeah, well, tain't surprised. I think they're going to try to, let me pull something up here. Because if I can find my mouse. Okay, Beavis, where are you? All right, so Trump's got 118 right now. If he wins, saying Ohio, that'll be another +18. And if he were to win, I don't know. He's up by 14 in Pennsylvania, and those look like they've come in, but mostly. But let's say he won Pennsylvania, that'd give him another 20. And he's up by 5 with 76% in Texas. Could go either way. I'm guessing he'll definitely get Montana, so we'll add another 3. And Biden just won Arizona. Okay, well, ain't getting that. What's another one he'll definitely get? I think he'll definitely get Iowa. And 94%, he's up by 1. Florida, he's up by 3. Georgia by 9 with 70%. So let's assume he gets Georgia, which gives him another 16. 181. Let's say he got Pennsylvania. Gives him 201. He'd have to get, is there any way for him to get to 270 from that point? If he got Wisconsin, he's leading by 5 points, but let's say he got it, that's another 10. And let's say he got Michigan, I don't know, up by 11. Let's say he got that. I think I factored in Texas already. I'm not sure he can get to 270. I'm not sure that anybody has... oh, the 100% black bloc has started marching in D.C. That's what I'm afraid of. Let me see what we got here. Looking for live coverage of this that isn't being done by Filter by Live. And protesting. Who is this? Doesn't say. Pop you out. Mute ya. And I will add you back in here. And now you get to see some weirdness as I find this video. There it is. Slide you down over here someplace, put you behind my camera, and I'll make you a little smaller. So this is DC right at the moment, over down there. One of the streams that I can find for DC. I'm not sure what else I can find. But this is one that's someone on the ground. It's not regular, press. Biden loses. He could write dialogue for Zed and the Police Academy reboot. John Timmons went minutes Mercier or something like that. Okay, we got some video that I'm being told about. Yep, thank you, Marshall. Just got to find my freaking... Wish these could stay live, but yes, they are. Yeah, Taylor Hansen at Taylor USA on Twitter has some interesting footage. Not seeing terribly much different aside from the fact that they're all cowards as always. They are wearing black. And face masks, they are the usual pack of cowards. We're seeing them here somewhat in the lower thing here. I'm sorry, guys. If you're intentionally, it looks like more than 100, maybe 200. Yeah, could easily be. I can never tell just by looking at the video. I have to pause it and actually do a head count in order to get anything. And you buffered just a little bit on me. But as long as they don't beat anybody up, tear things down, and walk the streets to their heart's content. It's just that, it's something you learn after a while on planet Earth, and also in terms of having been in one recently in Lincoln, is that behavior of crowds is really, really unpredictable. It's just totally unpredictable. It's the best I can describe it is it's kind of like, going to a live event. Like I went to see Shania Twain, being her sole heterosexual, unattached male fan. I went to see her, and a good entertainer knows how to work this crowd, how to manipulate them to feel a certain way so that they all feel a certain way. When you get into a mob, then you have a whole other problem. When you get into a mob, it is uncontrollable. It just happens. Waves of emotion will start, and it will get nasty and awful, and it's totally unpredictable. You just have no idea which way it's going to go. Certainly found that in the little riot that I did work with, and that's what caused me to say, no, forget this. I'm not going out there again to risk my life unless I've got a drone. You get me a drone, fine. I'm happy to sit with my drone up there high above the sky, but I'm not going to go down there personally, never again. Starseeds Player says they don't wear black to peacefully walk in the streets, and the AP has not yet called Arizona. Well, we'll see how that goes. I don't know how Arizona is going to turn out. He leads by 8 with 73, hard to say. I'm not sure there's any way either of them gets to 270 at this point. I mean, maybe if Biden wins 272, he's going to have 219. If Biden wins some of these other ones that are red, 19, 223, he'd have to win some of these other ones that are on the red side to get there. I'm not sure either of them can get there. I think we're going to see a contested election. Just what we don't want. And what is more likely to fire off some of this down in my lower corner is a contested election, especially since Trump's been pretty clear that C-SPAN election. Let's see. Marshall says, assuming that everyone wins how they are leaning right now, I don't see how Biden wins. Yeah, it's going to be close. It's going to be close regardless. That's where you worry about what this group down here is going to be up to. A bunch of cowards. They're people who won't dare show their faces. You can see if you want to. The user here, I'll go ahead and just give it to you because it's not. I'll put it in chat if you want to go take a look at it. It's on loop, but I expect that this user on Twitter also probably is posting multiple videos. He's got 401 followers, 1K followers. And he's got some video of an Antifa throwing a bike lock at a Trump supporter. Oh, boy. Yeah. Some of the leans will have to flip. Yeah. It'll be tight for either of them to get to 270 at this point. I don't know how it's going to turn out. We can watch the scumbags who are down here in wrong one. Down in, got to move things around. I'm trying to make it look like when I look at something, it's the same direction that you see it. So down there, it just bothers me so much when they're just all wearing black. You guys, I'm sorry, you're cowards. You're just plain cowards. Real men show your damn faces. The only reason that you're not showing them is the same reason that a criminal puts on a ski mask. It's so that you can't be identified. Well, guess what? I'll just say this. Guess what? Nurse is saying Trump does have a path through Texas. Yeah, he'd have to get a bunch more, too. I was calculating it out, and I think without Texas, if he gets the ones that are leaning red, he has 227. With Texas, another 38. He's up to 265, so he could, another 5 someplace along the way. But he'd basically have to get all the red ones, or the orangish ones, the pinkish ones, I guess. He'd have to get all those, and maybe Nevada and or Arizona, but I don't know. No votes reported in Nevada. You have to take Las Vegas. And John, T minus 20 minutes, Mercer. I hear Biden won the Chinese vote and their stock market took a hit. I don't know. I haven't been following that too much. I have too many other windows to deal with and things to talk about so that I can do like the big boys do and free associate, only without someone telling me in my ear what I should be telling you to think. Me, I'm on this for two reasons. One is I wanted to cover the election, and the second is I want to see what happens after the election is called. I'm pretty worried about what goes on down here in these guys. Any place that you have large group like that, and I can't tell how many of them there are, a couple of hundred. But you got a bunch of cowards who are wearing black and covering their faces for reasons other than just because of the weather. You never know what they're going to do. The one that I was in was so impossible to predict because you just don't know what's going to happen with a mob. Anything can happen with a mob. You know, I saw it. Anything can happen with a mob, and there's no predicting it. So anytime you see these guys, it bothers me, worries me. They have got the, let me make sure, say again where they've got the National Guard called up. They have the National Guard called out in Alabama, Arizona, Colorado, Delaware, Florida, Illinois, Kentucky, Massachusetts, New Jersey, Oregon, Pennsylvania, Tennessee, Texas, Washington, Wisconsin, and Wyoming all have National Guard called out for this evening. Don't appear to have needed them yet, but, it could be. Looking briefly at the top streams here again, because that always tells you something. Chicago, slowly dripping upwards in terms of listeners. Number 2, as tends to always be for reasons that I don't understand, the Cleveland Police and Metro Housing Authority. Indianapolis and South Bend are in there, but they're not much. Des Moines, the police dispatch is up at a place that I'm surprised about. Let's just listen into Des Moines for a moment and see what's happening. I don't know that it'll be meaningful, but I'll have it on in one ear. D.C. doesn't get to National Guard. What they do, Marshall says they have Marines, U.S. Marines at 8th and I. I don't know the area, so, but yeah, they're federal, so they get federal protection, just out the gate. So, Marshall says Nevada, Arkansas, and Hawaii are all outstanding. Hawaii will definitely go Democrat. Yeah, Arkansas is a toss-up. Nevada is a mystery. Yeah. John Mercier says, why don't they just practice screaming at the sky now? It's going to go... The reason that I'm on here is because I think if Trump... Well, it's going to be close enough that if Trump hits the 270, it's going to be contested. And if it's contested, or even if he won with a commanding lead, that means, I think, a shooting civil war. When these guys get together, I don't know. I never quite know what to make of them. They certainly could have concealed weapons, but one never knows. When they get a large group of them together like that, they can certainly make problems. And one hopes that they don't do something so bad that it requires deadly force, but it could. And if there's deadly force, that probably triggers even worse stuff throughout the country. The Democrats are claiming victory. Well, that's nice for them. I don't see any reason to. I could see that they think they're ahead, but it's going to be close regardless. Still at 209, 118 with states that he could go and might not. I think there's some good chance that he'll get Pennsylvania up by 14 there, still only 50% in. But when you look at the ones that are, 41%, 15. I look at the big population centers here that are going to be blue, and that's half of them. 98 there, 87 there. Harrisburg, 59, 60, etc. Only 17 from Pittsburgh, so I don't know. You can't go by the geographics if you've been on this for very long. Oh, I'm not Arkansas, Alaska. I'm sorry, you're right. Wrong. I was thinking the wrong thing. You're absolutely right. Yeah, I would think Alaska would go for Trump, but I don't know. How many does he get out of that? 3, yeah. But in any case, it's going to be tough. It's going to be a close one. I can see it becoming contested. John Mercier says, when everyone else was fighting over toilet paper, patriots were stocking up on ammo. Well, I think probably Republicans have misread this situation. I don't pay any attention to the press. Scrolls past my lower third. It's in my description box. Regular viewers know this. And thank you very much, John, for being here. Love my audience. It may be a small one, but it's an intelligent one. I don't pay any attention to things like the press. We have what my viewer and longtime friend Marshall Presnell has said is a media propaganda complex. That's all it is. They are shilling for the Democrats, and that's what they're going to do, period, end of story, and they will never, ever change. And that's the way it's going to be. So I didn't pay attention to those guys. I pay attention to first responder frequencies. I have one for, who is it? Des Moines, sitting in my ear right now, sort of half listening to it to see what they're getting. And I pay attention to those frequencies. You can get them on either broadcastify.com, which there's a link to in my description box, or you can get it on the Scanner Radio mobile application, which is what I've got kind of on in the background and listening to. And I also pay attention to citizen journalism live feeds, like the one that we're seeing down here. That is somebody who's got their camera. Now, I have intentionally got the volume down, and I'm not mixing it in. But when you look at those, those are useful. Those are ones where you can actually see what's happening. You can get some idea of what's going on. And they're not talking about it. They're not talking heads sitting there telling you what to think about what it is you're seeing. You're just seeing it. You can decide what you're seeing. And in fact, that's really, really good when you've got, a lot of eyes on it. The more eyes on something like this, the better. Because you might miss something, I might miss something. When you get 4 million people watching it, ultimately, somebody's going to pick up something that you missed. Laser's asking, did Trump lose? No. PA is going to be the determinant, Marshall says. The state with the most degraded election integrity. Now we know why. Yeah. But in any case, I don't pay attention to these. I pay attention to press. I pay attention to all these other things because they're usually a lot more useful. My biggest story, if you're not listening to these guys, you don't know. But every single night, for almost 160 nights now, there has been some level of, I say it so much it just rattles off the tongue, comes trippingly off the tongue. There has been some level of, excuse me, there's been some level somewhere in the United States every single night for the last 59 days of rioting, looting, arson, robbery, armed robbery, assault with a deadly weapon, and the murder of innocents. Somewhere in the United States for the last roughly 160 days. And, unlike what most people on the right think, you have to understand that these people are, A, entrenched. They have been there now for 160 days. And B, they do have weapons. All you have, if you listen to them, you can hear about how people they've killed that the press does not report. They're not going to be the easy peasy thing that people on the right think it'll be. It's not just the people on the right who have been stockpiling weapons. It's both sides. They are, in fact, very entrenched. And they have lots of guns. They murdered a guy in Portland. They murdered a woman in, forgotten which Iowa town. Not a big city, but they murdered her there. You can hear this every night. They murder someone practically every night. They certainly cause a lot of property damage, and they cause a lot of arson every night, somewhere in the U.S., every night. They're dispersed, they're entrenched, and they have guns. It is not as simple as people on the right think it would be. But in terms of Blazer 1-on-1, did Trump lose? No. No, he hasn't lost. We are, however, inching rather close to nobody getting the 270. We'll see what happens. I mean, Trump could win, but we're kind of inching towards nobody, having it go to the House of Representatives to select the president. That'll be interesting. We'll see what happens there. You don't remember what happens if they hit the don't hit 270. It goes to the House of Representatives. Each state gets one vote, so I don't know how that turns out. Have a second. I seem to have gone into a. Okay, Beavis, did you quit doing your thing? Let me put you back up in a browser and see if I can. Oh, there we go. Take you live and drop you out. But yeah, it goes to the House of Representatives, and each state will then get one vote. How it goes down after that, how it goes down with that, I don't know. It's a toss-up. I hope that Trump wins. Not because I'm a huge fan. I'm a libertarian. I'm saying this largely for my new viewers, such as John Mercier. I look at their policies, and I know, as someone who has been involved in agriculture and a family involved in agriculture, that if the Green New Deal is implemented, it will cut U.S. agricultural output by at least 25%, maybe as much as 50%. And because the U.S. feeds over 1 billion people in the world, that could very well lead to the death by starvation, of about 15% of the world's population, including Americans. For that reason alone, I don't think they should be allowed to come to power. Their obvious socialist and communist natures make it really problematic, because the entire 20th century is a textbook of how communism and socialism always fail, killing millions in the process. Unfortunately, none of our children were taught that for the last couple of generations. John says, usually the incidents we see on video begin as the occurrence is already happening. You don't get to see what led up to the incident. I hate those kinds because you don't really know what happened. Yeah, it's the reason that I prefer citizen journalist feeds like this, because it's whomever's doing this down here, they're just walking through the crowd. And if something goes down, then you may be able to see more. What you see on the press will be a heavily edited version that the media propaganda complex will always make it look as if the people on the right were bad. They always do this. Always, always, always. It's why we have a media propaganda complex. Oh, Trump just won Texas? Well, okay. Yeah. I thought that was a good chance. So he's at 118 plus 38. Should be able to do this math in my head. That takes him to 156. I'm pretty sure he'll get Montana. I'd be shocked if he didn't. And I'm pretty sure he'll get Iowa. I'd be surprised if he didn't. So that's another 6. Probably get Georgia. Another 16. North Carolina, hard to tell. Florida, 3 points. I think he'll get that. Barely. And that's 29. Well, that gets him to 210. Ohio is up by 8 on 18 with most of them pointing, so let's just say he got that. What's Wisconsin looking like? I'm not going to call Wisconsin. This is just me talking out loud. Michigan up 11, 52%. I'm not going to call it. Up by 15 in Pennsylvania. I think he's going to take Pennsylvania. That brings him to 248. I think he would have to win. I mean, let's see if he won North Carolina. 263. If he won Michigan after that, he'd be there. He needs to win. I mean, he apparently has Texas, but he needs to win a whole bunch of this other stuff, particularly Florida, particularly Pennsylvania, and a couple of others. I assume Iowa's going for him because I live there. I assume Montana's going for him. Don't know about Nevada. Don't know about these others. But if he gets Texas and he got more of these ones that are pink, he could get to 270, just barely. Just barely. Why is Trump still down? Well, it's they don't have, they're always some level of behind. The map I'm using is C-SPAN's map, and it's always a bit conservative, which I prefer to go with. Don't go calling things out until you're absolutely certain. So I prefer to see that. Associated Press not called Texas yet. Yeah, neither has C-SPAN. But I prefer to see stuff that's going to, not just go, well, we're going to call it for this, and then find out 20 minutes later that it's wrong. I don't mind having something be a little, off. But, he's down just simply because you can see the red states that he's won are not, and there's a few that are populous, but not a ton of them. Not a ton of them are populous. He does need Texas. He needs Florida. He needs Pennsylvania. Needs damn near everything that you see there that's pink. Basically needs everything that's pink right now, and it wouldn't hurt to get him over the top for sure. It wouldn't hurt to have Arizona and Nevada. We're showing no votes reported. Yeah. And no votes. Some. Biden is leading by 6 points in Arizona. Yeah, here we have Tucson, Phoenix. As I've said over and over, what drives these these is how the cities in their respective states vote. It's entirely driven by cities, and cities are almost always socialist. So where you have large cities, even if the rest of the state, with people like me in it, we don't matter ultimately because what's going to drive it is large cities. John says, I think they're going to try and phase out everything the loony left doesn't like, from oil to meat. Oh, yeah, well, they'll try to do all kinds of things. The problem is what they want to do, I know for a fact. In the Green New Deal alone, it would kill over 1 billion people. It's just that simple. It would kill over 1 billion people. And to no reason that I can see. I'm a scientist by trade. I may look like a guy who spent his time in the Old West, but that's my costume. In fact, I'm an IT systems engineer. I spent 40 years in that field. I'm considered an expert at what I do. And when I look at stuff that they're doing, I can see that, knowing what I know about agriculture, that alone will kill it. That alone would kill 1 billion people. You can't cripple U.S. agriculture the way that the Green New Deal would do. And as a scientist, I don't even know why they're doing it. I look at, what's called global warming or climate change and all kinds of stuff. I look at it from a scientific perspective. Where is the scientific method in all this? And I'm a huge believer in the scientific method, because when I look around me, there is literally not one single thing from The nicotine lozenges that I'm still using because I'm addicted to nicotine after having quit smoking, but I've been chewing on these for a year. From that to my Sharpie, to my phaser, to my mouse, to the computer, to my pop, everything that I touch, everything that I see, everything that I look at was made by the scientific method. And the scientific method has some very specific things that you have to do in order to actually have science. And one of the things that is missing from the scientific method when it comes into things like global warming and stuff is a control group. Because a control group's important. If you ever watch Mythbusters, they always had a control group. And that's because sometimes what you have is a group that you change, and then you have a group that you don't change. And you need the control group because sometimes you make a change over here and something happens, but maybe the same thing happens in the control group without making the change. And so when you get into something as large as the world, the only adequate control group would be another planet Earth, identical to this one, with the exception of it not having human beings. That would be the only appropriate control group. What they try to do instead is simulate a control group with a computer simulation. Well, I know from my own perspective, from my own experience, that's impossible. You cannot model an entire planet. That's ridiculous. The only thing that works in terms of modeling a planet is CGI that you have control over for movies. You can't model a planet. It's impossible. So then they feed it data into this, what has to be flawed, model of the planet. And of course, they get some output. But the output that they get has been varying. It's not been what they've been predicted. So they keep having to add fudge factors into the models of the Earth in order to get things to come out where it all gets really warm and horrible for us. I mean, those are just two things off the top of my head that they just don't have. They don't have a control group, and they're using a model that cannot possibly, represent the entire planet. And one of their big tenets is what's called the butterfly effect. If a butterfly flaps its wings in Africa, it causes a tornado in Nebraska. Well, you can't model that butterfly. As Marshall has often said about this, you have to have identified every single dependent and independent variable on the entire planet in order to be able to model it. It's just not possible. There's multiple parts of the scientific method that climate science is missing. And so therefore it is, and I don't say this in any way to malign people of faith, but the difference between faith and science is the scientific method. When you take away the scientific method, you're now into the realm of spirituality, of religion. Climate science does not use the scientific method. And so therefore it is not a science, it is a religion. So why are we doing all this? It makes no sense scientifically. And when they say, 97% of scientists, climate scientists, blah, 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 you need to ask the question, how many scientists specifically? Because you got 97%. Well, that means you know how many. So what is the scalar number? What is the actual number of scientists who believe this nonsense? And they can't answer that because the number is shockingly low. I'm friends. Here's a good example. My oldest friend in the world, the guy I've talked about who does globetrotting, spent his career as a forensic engineer for Boeing, right? Planes would fall out of the sky, they'd take it over to a hangar, and he'd be the guy that had to figure out what made it fall, what failed. So he's also a giant environmentalist, and I have to hand it to him because most environmentalists are just absolute hypocrites. This is a guy who is such an environmentalist. He's got a master's in environmental engineering. He's such an environmentalist that until he could no longer physically do it, because he's a few years older than I am, until he could no longer physically do it, he traveled the world via bicycle. And he's been on every continent except Antarctica. But he biked there. I don't think he's right, but I give him a ton of credit for actually sticking to his principles. 99% or more of environmentalists won't go to that length. They won't really believe it that much. Well, here's what he said, because I tried to explain it to him. He hears all this stuff about climate science, and he thinks that they're talking about the science that he knows. Well, here's what he said, right? I mean, we got, Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, Red Cortez, saying we've got only 12 years to live. And when I explained to him that she's saying we've only got 12 years to live, we have to phase all this stuff out, he says, no, that's not what scientists are worried about at all. We're worried about the difference between 1 or 2 degrees over the next century. And I said, yeah, but she's got all these people thinking they're all going to die. He said, no, that's not what they should be worried about. I'm like, well, this is the person that you're saying makes sense. I just explained to you what they actually said. And he's like, oh, God, no. That's not what we're thinking. Maybe there will be some problems. We predict problems if over the next century the Earth's temperature rises to that degree. But we're not saying that we are going to die in 12 years. That's stupid. And here's a guy, again, who is so dedicated that he rode his bike on, 6 out of 7 continents, for Christ's sake. And he's saying no. Even he will say no, that what Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez and what Greta Thunberg is saying are complete nonsense. That's not the issue at all. Let's see. Yeah, but in terms of trying to phase out everything the loony left doesn't like, that's absolutely the case. None for Alaska nor Hawaii. Starseed says, as a scientist that loved Mythbusters, yeah, apply the same thing to climate science. And what is missing? All kinds of things are missing. All kinds of parts of the scientific method are missing. I have a video out there called Climate Science is Not Science, where I walk through it all. Probably ought to remake that video because it was back when I was only doing 10 frames per second, and it's off-putting for a lot of people. But it's also my highest rated video on BitChute, which I get a lot more views for when I do standalone videos. But there's just so much non-science involved in climate science, I can only think of it that way, that it turns into nonsense very soon, very quickly. You're just like, well, where's this part of the scientific method? Where's the replicability, right? You have to have real science is replicable. That means you're going to take your data, you're going to take all these experiments that you've done over and over and over. Because the first thing you do is experiments, right? You have a hypothesis. You say, I think if this happens, then that will happen. And so you do experiments over and over again so that you're sure, yes, if I do this, that will happen. Then you publish this stuff. And that's so that anybody who's in your field can replicate the exact laboratory environment in which you made these various experiments, and every single time they'll get the exact same answers. That's replicability. And if you do that, then you might be on to something. But you're never sure, because a new thing could come out tomorrow that would disprove the whole thing. But you like the replicability. Well, where's the replicability? The only replicability is if you use precisely the same models every single time. And the models, as I say, cannot possibly render an entire planet. That's stupid. And you have to have predictability. The number of times over my lifetime that I have been told that we are all going to freeze to death, or we're all going to fry, or we're all going to freeze, or we're all going to die from overpopulation, or we're all going to die from lack of food, and blah, 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 blah. I don't know how many times. I went through it once on a video over and over and over and over and over and over and over. There have been all kinds of things that we should have died from long time ago. You can take it back an entire century if you want to. There's been a century worth of doomsday scenarios that have not yet once come true. I think the biggest doomsday scenario we face, ultimately, someday, is an asteroid strike. Everything else is just pure speculation and has never come true. It has never been accurately predicted. Back in 2004-ish, I think, I don't remember, when Al Gore made his movie, Inconvenient Truth, and he was predicting that, New York City be underwater in like 5 years or something. Ain't underwater. Those predictions never came true over and over and over and over and over again in my life. It is not predictable. There are so many parts of the scientific method that climate science lacks that it's impossible to take seriously as a scientist. It's ridiculous on the face of it. If you just go through and what does this look like scientifically? Well, it doesn't. It doesn't hold up whatsoever. So taking, action on climate change like they want to do, that would totally destroy U.S. agriculture. They don't get it. People who live here along the eastern seaboard and here along the western seaboard do not understand how they get their food. It is just that simple. They don't understand where their food comes from. Having lived in Chicagoland for 10 years, I can tell you there's lots of people who think that their food is manufactured on site at the grocery store. They don't have any idea where their food comes from. They think of those of us in this part of the country, and for a new viewer, I'll just say I'm right here. I'm in Lincoln, Nebraska, which is right here. Oh, Lincoln, Lancaster County went blue. What a shock. We have 30,000 plus students here. But I live right here in Lincoln, Nebraska. As you can see, it's a decent enough sized city, about 340K all told. As you can see here, most of the rest of the state is agricultural land, but it's mostly cattle ranches. This is a natural prairie. It's the Upper Great Plains. It's a natural prairie by nature, and a lot of cattle up here. But if you wanted to do what they want to do, I mean, cattle ranchers live on a very narrow margin. Their expenses versus what they finally make on an individual sale and then take off for taxes for an individual cow is very, very small. Most of them are just dirt poor, unless they've got really, really, really large spreads. They're just dirt poor. So what they want to do with the Green New Deal is go out to all of these farms and ranches and completely rebuild all of the buildings on them to have solar panels. And they want to completely get rid of fossil fuels, such as all of the diesel fuel that's necessary to run all of the heavy equipment that allows people out here who have spreads that are larger than the certainly Chicago as well, but also the New York or Los Angeles metro areas. That requires a lot of science, a lot of technology, and a lot of heavy equipment. Most of the people out there have degrees in either environmental agricultural engineering or agricultural science, and they have to run a lot of heavy equipment that runs on diesel. And some of it, if you watch my video, A Trip to SYL Ranch, you can see just how remote some of it can be. And some of it will not run with electricity. And that's because it's so far out. Let's say it's the middle of the winter and you got 2 feet of snow, which you can get out there, and your power lines go down. Well, you ain't getting anybody out there to fix your power lines within the next couple of hours. You might not get somebody out there within the next couple of weeks. And so what do you do then? And for that matter, all this electrical heavy equipment doesn't even exist. Farmers and ranchers, they keep their own tanks of diesel fuel on hand. They're filled about once a month by one of those big diesel trucks that comes by and, fills everybody. But they keep it on hand because they don't know if they'll be able to get into town 40 miles away and sometimes to even get more gas. They have to have it on hand. They need to be able to fuel their heavy equipment. People in big cities don't have the slightest clue what this is. They think, farmers and ranchers are all out there with a plow. We make so much food that not only do we feed the entire United States, we feed a good billion or more people around the world. You do what they want to do with the Green New Deal, and you will kill about 15% of the world's population because you will cut agricultural productivity by virtue of not having access to the energy that we need in order to do it, and not having access to all the heavy equipment that we need in order to do it. And it's not like solar is going to work very well because, out there you work sun up to sun down because the only light that you have to do all of your work for is that giant glowing ball in the sky. And so you have to have fuel that will allow you to work sun up to sun down. When your battery runs out, and you have to go and have it charged, assuming that you have electricity at all, well, then you're going to cut your productivity. How much? Well, by however much time you spend charging your battery. If you are able to work 100% of the day, and then all of a sudden you have to charge battery for 25% of the day, then you're going to have 25% less output. It's utterly ridiculous. And you cannot get rid of people's beef. If you look at vegan diets, you see that most of them suffer from severe malnutrition problems. It's just ridiculous. Make sure I'm still caught up with my chat. Looks like I got about 8 viewers, which is, hey, about like usual. And this is going to go on for some time until I can't stand it anymore. But it's midnight now on the East Coast. Looks like about 12:18 on the East Coast. What you're seeing down here in my lower corner there is a demonstration going on in Washington, D.C., with a bunch of scumbag cowards all wearing black and covering their faces for reasons other than just the weather, so that they can't be identified for the cowardly scum that they are in the event that they should do something illegal. I can see it's generally okay peacefully. But I'll tell you, one of the bigger differences, and one of the reasons that this becomes, they've got helicopters. They have helicopters circling around in the sky. That's good. It's Washington, D.C., so they probably have it pretty well tight, I would think. Portland is demonstrating against Trump now. Well, why, you schmucks? You just got blue. Let me see if I can find a Portland stream to throw up in what remains of my screen. And we'll filter by live because I don't care. Really? Well, holy for holies. Okay, the guy just had a clickbaity thumbnail. All right. First thumbnail I got was of something burning down, so I've got some people whining, but I don't. Well, wait, what was that? What was that? Sorry, before I put this up, I kind of want to scan and see whether it's interesting or not. Well, let's see. Let me pull this up. Oh, so many videos and so little time. Yep, 5+ hours. I'm planning to be here until such time as it seems like everything is either safe or falling apart. All right, let me add me yet another window. Sorry, I've got a 40-inch monitor here, and I'm still having trouble seeing around things. Got a microphone in front of me and a camera in front of me. There we go. We'll take you and put you down here. We'll put you behind my cam like you should be. And we'll shrink you down a bit. Anyway, that's make sure I can get you where it looks like I'm looking at it. For the benefit of my viewers, so that I don't look like I'm looking in the wrong place. So that one down there is Portland. I don't have any of the audio for any of these mixed in. Joe Rogan voted for Jorgensen. Yeah, I see the doc. Oh, okay. Let me find the URL. Good God, Andy Noah's out there again. Here's a good one. Yeah. Let me change you. Pop you out. Come on, Baveth. And it's live. And I'll alter you. So instead of that window, inspector. Good Lord, too many of these. Does this pop out for you too? Yeah, there he is. There's one of them that Marcia suggested for Portland. Let me look at the other one. And you can close out now. This one's not live. Smoke and Scan does not appear to be live. Scanning this one from Smoke and Scan, it doesn't appear to be live. Bunch of idiots sitting in, looks like. Sorry I'm not speaking. I got too many windows to deal with. Ha 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 ha. Let's see, make sure this one is... Yeah, you're live. Marshall says Young Turks aren't live this time around. Guess the last time really humiliated them. Oh, they are live. Okay, well. I think it's going to be closer this time. I don't know. Got two different sets of maps here, really. One down here, I don't know who that map belongs to. I really generally prefer maps like this that are less, a little more conservative. Okay, he did pick up some of the states I thought he would. Picked up Iowa, picked up Montana, picked up South Carolina. Well, let's see where he's at the moment. Let me see if he's... Everybody else is calling Texas for him. He leads by 6 with 79%. That could certainly be the case. Let's see. We got 145 plus... Give him Texas, 38. Gets him to 183. What's Florida looking like? 90%. He's up by 3. I'll leave that alone. Georgia, 8. 82%. We'll give him Georgia. Any state that'll have the kind of abortion laws that they do, I'll give Trump. North Carolina, 15 on... I'm just going to have to give him Pennsylvania. Gets him to 211. There's some chance he'd take Wisconsin. Why is Maine off? Leading by 10 points. Let's give him Michigan. Well, let's say he took Florida. Let's say he took North Carolina. He could get there. if he takes everything that's currently pink. He could reach 275. He could reach 275 if he took everything that is currently pink. Some places are calling some of those for him. A couple of them aren't, so I don't know. We'll see what happens. If he got everything that's pink, he could get to 275. I don't know whether that'll come out or not. But I have been at this for a bit again. I need to stand up and walk around so that my back doesn't turn to mush. So I will be back within the next 10 minutes. And until that time, it is intermission.
Good evening, folks, and a hearty welcome to our drive-in theater. We have a wonderful evening's entertainment lined up for you, one that will provide several hours of pleasurable relaxation and diversion for you and your family. Did you fail to dress up for tonight's show? No tie, an old shirt and slacks, a house dress? Well, don't give it a thought. We're glad you came as you are. We just want you to enjoy yourselves. Don't forget to visit our refreshment center during the intermission or any time. You love the tasty array of snacks we have to offer. So will the youngsters. Everything is quality and so good. We hope you'll make this a weekly visit. Bring the family. Bring your friends. There are always wonderful new pictures to see, delightful snacks to nibble, a gay, pleasant evening for all. Oh, a word of caution. Don't drive over 10 miles an hour in the theater area for your safety's sake. And Mom or Pop, go with the kids when they leave the car. We hope you have a wonderful time. Come back soon.
Show starts in 8 minutes. Yum, yum. It's time for a tasty and refreshing snack. Promise to satisfy your hunger, your thirst, your sweet tooth. So visit our refreshment center now. Let's go! Show starts in 7 minutes.
It's refreshment time, folks.
Taste that beats the others cold. Pepsi pours it on. Taste that beats the others cold. Pepsi pours it on.
Yum, yum. It's a meal in itself. Our all-meat super dog. Enjoy one now.
Show starts in 6 minutes.
As everyone knows, rainbows usually have a treasure at the end. Let's follow this one and see if we can find the pot of gold.
Ah, there, and I suppose you've come to claim me treasure.
Well, we'd like to see the gold first.
Faith in there's better than gold in here, me lad. No, just look here, no.
Candy, refreshing soft drinks, popcorn, ice cream. Well, that's some treasure, but anyone can buy luscious treats like these at the snack bar.
You don't tell me. Do you suppose you could get me a job as a snack bar attendant?
Show starts in 5 minutes.
We're happy to have you with us this evening and want you to enjoy every minute of your stay here. And while you relax and stretch, visit our concession where you'll find something to please you. There are ice-cold drinks, delicious sandwiches, ice cream, coffee and snacks, and many other pleasing treats. Our foods are fresh and tasty, our drinks satisfying and refreshing. They're so good.
You get more out of life when you go out to a movie.
Show starts in 4 minutes.
Visit our snack bar and treat yourself to some delicious barbecue sandwiches. Cook the Castleberry way, slowly over open pits of glowing charcoal, then seasoned with a sauce that's zesty, yet delightfully mild to please the entire family. Also at the snack bar, you'll find popcorn and soft drinks and candy and French fries to go with your Castleberry's barbecue sandwiches. There's plenty of time before the movie starts, so visit our snack bar right now for Castleberry's pit-cooked barbecue sandwiches.
Oh, wouldn't you just like some Castlebaum pit-cooked barbecue from the from your local thing? Oh, I've got two different of the same window open. I was looking for a second because my one just went out. I'll put you down there and move you over there. Okay, Beavis. What? Okay, there. So, let's see. Fox, Biden is making an announcement shortly. Oh, well, that'll be fun. Florida should be called already. Yeah. AP should have AP called Hawaii for Biden, but then, yeah, no ratings. But yeah, 4 times as many registered Democrats, yeah. Well, I'll let Biden make his own little thing here if I happen to catch it. I don't know. Let me see what ABC seems to be doing with itself. I won't really be able to pipe in the audio, but well, we'll just see what happens here. ABC News is projecting the Democrats will retain control of the House. Oh, goodness. He leads by 6, 75. Leads by 3 points with 96. Yeah, Florida ought to have been called by now. 7 with 83, probably Georgia. North Carolina, a little tough to tell. 15 points, unless something changes dramatically in Pennsylvania, that ought to be his. 5 in Wisconsin. 16 Michigan. Let me see, make sure nothing. This should be updating as we go along, but one never knows. Yeah. 44 points with only 25% reporting in. Well, what's important is what their major what'll be important is this one. I suppose Carson City to some extent as well, in the area around it, but the biggest one's going to be Vegas. Will Vegas support him? Because, as I've said a million times on the stream so far, what matters is what your cities do. And if your cities are almost always socialist, so cities will tell you what your election is going to look like. And so for Vegas, for Nevada, it's going to depend on what things look like in Vegas. So, hard to tell. Oh, man, I expect it's going to be some kind of contested election is what is going to happen. I'm watching around. The one I had from D.C. kind of went to hell on me. And I've got ABC over in one sort of eye, since they said Biden was going to say something. I guess. I guess I'll pay attention to him. Oh, let's see. Let me see if I can find a new Washington, D.C. feed to throw up here. Literally, throw it up. DC. Filter by live. Oh, goodness. Okay, here's a good one. This is Ruptly. I love Ruptly. Technically, I'm a member of Ruptly. And we will change you. DC protest window. We'll change you to you. Yes, you. Okay. And then we'll pull you back up. Oh, no, we won't do that. There we go. So, now I have you in the wrong places. Yeah. Okay, now I've got the places that looks like I'm looking at them when I'm looking at them. To you. So, over in this corner, we have a demonstration out in front of the White House. Whoops. That probably sucked to look at. Let me, alter the size of this just a tad. And then bring it over here. Okay. So this one is the White House. This one is, I believe, Portland with multiple feeds. And I'm sitting right now on a copy of ABC TV because they said that they were going to have some kind of announcement. I'm not sure I'll be able to put that into the video stream or not. They're at Biden election headquarters before they go off to their own little... See, this is one of those ways you know that you're dealing with propagandists, right? First off, they got nothing but left-wing pundits on ABC, and then beyond that, they have or somebody that hates President Trump, like Chris Christie, and then they cut to Biden's campaign headquarters, and then cut to the commercial. So, yeah, Biden will announce victory. I wouldn't be shocked by that. Yes, although even ABC doesn't show him as having the 270. Let me see if I can fit them in somewhere. Oh, Trump got Florida. So that's that. Can he call victory? I don't know. Depends whose count he's using. Different people are going to have different counts. So, like the one I'm watching right now is a little bit more conservative. Some people have already called Texas for Trump. I don't know about some of these upper Midwest ones, whether anybody's called it for him, but now they're calling Florida for him. I'm unclear if they should call Pennsylvania for him or not. 65%, 64% of the vote. What's the... I mean, I assume what's going to happen at the very least. I mean, they can call themselves victors whatever they want, but it's going to be miserable if he does. It's still waiting for Biden. Yeah, I'm sitting on ABC News right now, and they're supposed to have Biden coming, so I guess I'll throw it up in my freaking stream. I'm going to end up having to make myself smaller. Wait, I think I have an ABC window. Is it you? Yes, it is. I'm not sure I'll be able to pop in the... Okay, well, let's do something I've done occasionally before. Instead of making all my windows smaller, we'll make me smaller. I'll put me up here. That looks like hell. I'll put me over here. And then we'll take the ABC and we'll make ABC a little bigger here since, see, look at that, the frickin' oh, he's already saying something. Let me take him off mute. Maybe I can have some of this bleed in.
We believe we're on track to win this election.
Might be able to hear some of this.
Because of the unprecedented early vote, the mail-in vote, that's going to take a while. We're going to have to be patient until the hard work of tallying votes is finished. And it ain't over until every vote is counted. Every ballot is counted. But we're feeling good. We're feeling good about where we are. We believe one of the Nets has suggested we've already won Arizona, but we're confident about Arizona. That's a turnaround. We also just called it for Minnesota, and we're still in the game in Georgia, although that's not one we expected. And we're feeling real good about Wisconsin and Michigan. And by the way, it's going to take time to count the votes. We're going to win Pennsylvania.
Sure about that.
Allegheny County, Scranton, and they're really encouraged by the turnout and what they see. Look, you know, we can know the results as early as tomorrow morning, but it may take a little longer. As I've said all along, it's not my place or Donald Trump's place to declare who's won this election. That's the decision of the American people. But I'm optimistic about this outcome. And I want to thank every one of you who came out and voted in this election. And by the way, Chris Coons and the Democrats, congratulations here in Delaware. Hey, John, the Gov, yeah, the whole team, man. You've done a great job. I'm grateful to the poll workers, to our volunteers, our canvassers, everyone who participated in this democratic process. And I'm grateful to all of my supporters here in Delaware and all across the nation. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And folks, you heard me say it before. Every time I walk out of my grandpa's house up in Scranton, he'd yell, "Joey, keep the faith." And my grandma, when she was alive, yelled, "No, Joey, spread it. Keep the faith, guys. We're going to win this." Thank you, thank you, thank you. Your patience is great. Let's walk over here.
Short message there from former Vice President Joe Biden. Joe Biden there as well, in the mask. Got a smile on his face right now.
Probably the only thing we're going to get here. Yeah, I saw PA was up 15 points with a bit over 64%. Let's see where he's at right now. I think here, let me
says he feels good about
kill the volume on this. Yeah, let's see the crowd. Yeah, it's impossible to tell. So let's see, we got 174 plus. Gonna get him in Pennsylvania. It's 194. Should have Texas. Plus 38. 232. He's going to get Nevada. Well, there's only 2%. That one depends. See if he got Nevada, he'd get 6. He'd have to get Pennsylvania. I don't know. It's looking very early shot. Marshall says there's about 500 to 700 there. Yeah. Well, for once, I think maybe people who do polls were more or less accurate. That it's going to be a squeaker. Let me alter my size now, since I can be. Okay, Beavis. I know what I've done wrong. It's because of the way my lower third operates. Okay. Yeah. Mostly blah, 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 whatever, blah, 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 blah. I think all that's happening there is he's saying there's not going to be a victory speech tonight, nor is there going to be a concession speech. And they're talking now about the usual stuff they've been talking about for days, weeks, months on end. We got to count all the votes, including the ones that are coming up, blah, 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 the mail-ins and blah, blah, blah. You know, if you wanted your vote to count, honestly, you should have gone in person. Just that simple. If you want your vote to count, you should go in person. There's no other way to be certain about it. I mentioned before towards the beginning of the stream, I was in IT security. AP Nevada data is coming online. Well, let's hope it updates here sometime soon. They're calling it for Joe Biden. No, I'm sorry. Okay. Mentioned before I came on here tonight, or early on, and it's always worth mentioning. I was in IT security for quite a lot of years, and when you look at anything related to security, you try to look at it from the perspective of what is the perimeter, right? You have a perimeter around something that you want to protect. So once you have the perimeter, well, nothing's ever perfect. Nothing is ever completely 100% perfect. So you always have to evaluate what are the possible directions. How could this thing be breached? How could someone get in the perimeter? What do I need to do to make sure that somebody doesn't do that? And we call these vectors. What are the vectors, the directions that someone could get in to screw with things? So when you look at mail-in voting, you discover that there are a lot of different vectors. It's why the United States Postal Service says, don't put cash in the mail. It's not secure. Well, there are a lot of different vectors. There's a lot of different ways you can do it. You can do it some of the ways that have been detailed by the New York Post, by James O'Keefe, and others. And there are no doubt many, many vectors that I couldn't even think about. It's not going to be secure. It's just not. There's no possible way that it can be secure. Period. End of story. So, you know, if you want your vote to count, do it in person. There's really no other way to do it. Yeah, only 3. Starship Blair, that's why you went to vote early in person. Yeah, same here. I went last week. Yeah. Marshall says only 3 non-R swinging states outstanding. ME, AZ, and AK. Yeah. I'm a little surprised at that one. But Arizona. Surprised that nobody in this particular map is called Texas for Trump, but it's leading by 6 points. I don't know what metrics they use to decide whether or not to call it. I think there are some news agencies that are calling it. So basically, to get to 270, Trump's going to have to win anything that's pink and, for good measure, one of the light blue ones. But anything that's pink, he's going to have to win. I think he's got Texas. I don't know. I think he's probably got Georgia. 1 point. I think he's probably got North Carolina at this point. 15 points on Pennsylvania. I think he's probably got that. 16 up by 10, half or less, a little more than half. 5 points with 82%. I assume he's probably got that. I think he's probably going to get the stuff that's pink. He may get to the 270. I don't know. But regardless of what happens, it is still going to be a contested election. The fact that Biden was on there just now telling us about how we were going to count all the votes and blah, 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 that means that he's going to drag this out as long as humanly possible, contest it if necessary, have it go before the House for a vote. Yeah. It's not going to be pretty no matter what happens. It ain't going to be pretty. But I tell you, Biden now has to flip a leaning right state to win. Yeah, he does. It's going to be a squeaker. There's no question about that. Okay. For some reason, ABC is just now projecting Iowa for Trump. I don't know why they didn't do that before. Everybody else in the universe was. I got ABC up in a window you can't really see on the off chance that they go to Trump's headquarters or something. I don't know if they will or not. Anything he says is likely going to set off, these guys over here that are in front of the White House. Once again, I really have grown to hate face masks, partly because they're only useful in areas with a very large population, and also because, particularly with these Antifa scumbags, it becomes really easy for them to hide their identity. Not that they needed any help with that before. But I tell you what, honestly, it's been coming up on 6 hours for me. I may just have to drop off and let you guys go elsewhere. I certainly suggest do not pay attention to necessarily the broadcast news people. I strongly suggest the C-SPAN map. It's at c-span.org/election. I'd do longer, but because I'm really rather curious what happens after this. I am curious what happens with these guys. I'm curious what happens with these guys. So far, they've been very peaceful, but there's no way to know if they're going to stay that way, unfortunately. So, it being damn near midnight my time, and it having been 6 freaking hours, I think I'm going to have to let it go. Thank you very much, Blazer 101. Appreciate the word of support, of advice, of encouragement. So I'm going to have to let it go. I'm too now fried to do anything else. If you want me to do something else, hey, call ABC or somebody and tell them that you got somebody who can actually, do something that's useful for once. So. But thank you guys for coming. I always appreciate my audience. Can never do anything that I do without you. I always say, as Harlan Ellison once said, I have a small audience, but it's an intelligent one. So thank you very much for watching. See me on ones when the contested crap is over. Well, I'll be back on Thursday for my usual Thursday live stream. I won't be going as long as this. So I guess that's all that I've got to say about that. I would certainly love to keep the conversation going, so please leave your comments, questions, and nasty remarks. I'll do my best to reply. So thanks for watching. I always love my audience. Thank you very much. And that is all the time that we have today for this episode of Tales from SYL Ranch, where everyone is entitled to my opinion. And I'm Bill Stone.
Ultimate power in this world has always been one simple thing: the control and manipulation of minds.